Chapter 2890. World Shock 1. Jian Wushuang had left, and the battle had come to an end. The cultivators in the market who had witnessed the battle from beginning to end were completely stunned. They were all shocked, or rather, frightened. A reverent god fought against 3 immortal saints at the same time. In the end, Realm Lord Tian Chu and Elder Su were killed on the spot, and the Heavenly Void Palace Master fled in panic. A reverent god killed the immortal saint easily? This reverent god is called Jian Yi, these cultivators murmured. In less than an hour, this news swept across the entire Golden Crow 9 realms like a huge storm. For a time, countless cultivators in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, including the top immortal saints, were shocked. Shocked. Yes, the entire Golden Crow 9 realms was completely shocked. Star Point Sacred City was also one of the 4 great holy cities of the Golden Crow 9 realms. Star Point Sacred City was completely under the control of Star Point Pavilion. Star Point Pavilion was publicly acknowledged as the #1 chamber of commerce in the Golden Crow 9 realms. Its foundation among the 4 pavilions was not inferior to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and its strength was abnormally tyrannical. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Star Point Pavilion's lair, 2 figures were sitting upright in a pavilion. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Among these 2 people, one of them was a white-haired old man who wore gray clothes and looked extremely plain. This white-haired old man was the Elder Meng who had personally gone to the Pil Sun's sacred world and participated in the auction of the Mountain River map. As for the other person, he was a long-browed elder with a thin and frail body. This long-browed elder was the biggest reliance of the Star Point Pavilion, an extremely terrifying immortal saint. Su Jin is dead, and he was killed by a divine master on the spot? When they first received the news, the long-browed elder and Elder Meng both felt incredulous. If they had not asked him personally and obtained the mirror image of the battle, they would never have believed it when they saw Elder Su being killed by Jian Wushuang. This divine master is very terrifying! Elder Meng could not help exclaiming. I have lived for so many years, not only in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow but also in the surrounding great territories. I have seen countless divine masters, but I have never seen such a powerful divine master. I'm afraid that even in the vast 3rd heaven, there are not many divine masters like him. It is very heaven-defying, the long-browed old man had to admit. His own strength is very impressive. The treasures he has in his hands and the secret techniques he uses are also very impressive. For example, the divine sword in his hands and the treasures he has thrown into the void, which can change the world, are all extraordinary items. In addition, Jian Yi is clearly only a supreme divinity, but he has an undying body. It's simply inconceivable. Unbelievable. This is the evaluation of Jian Wushuang made by the long-browed elder and Elder Meng. Long brows, the absolute beginning divine realm is vast and boundless. There are countless kinds of geniuses, and some of them are even heaven-defying monsters. And now, we've encountered a monster that killed Su Jin. What should we do now? Elder Meng frowned. In the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, the immortal saints were the pillars of support. Even among the 4 pavilions, there were only a few immortal saints who stayed in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Each loss was a great loss to any one of the 4 pavilions. This time, the death of Elder Su made the Star Point Pavilion's heart ache to death. However, no matter how much it hurt, the Star Point Pavilion still faced a difficult problem. That was whether or not they should take revenge for Elder Su. After all, the person who killed Elder Su was a monster. There's no other way. That long-browed old man slowly shook his head. Su Jin's death has dealt a huge blow to our Point Star Pavilion. However, that sword one is too terrifying. However, from the mirror image, his strength has already completely surpassed that of an ordinary immortal saint. Even with the strength of Realm Lord Tian Chu, he is unable to take his sword head-on. His strength has already surpassed mine. In the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, there are only 2 people who can defeat him. 2? Elder Meng's expression changed, and he asked doubtfully. Other than Lord Bone Emperor, who else can defeat him? The one from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, said the long-browed elder. You mean? Elder Meng frowned. Hasn't that person's strength always been about the same as yours? No, it might have been about the same in the past, but I saw him 1,000 years ago. Although we didn't exchange blows, I could already sense that he had already taken that step, and he had already mastered the immortal body. His strength is already far above mine. If he makes a move, he should be able to fight this Jian head-on, and his chances of winning should be quite high. The long-browed elder spoke in a deep voice, but suddenly, he changed the topic. However, even if that person from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, or even the Bone Emperor, personally makes a move, he might be able to defeat Jian head-on. However, it is impossible to kill Jian. Since Sword One has an immortal body, it is almost impossible to find someone who can kill him in the Golden Crow 9 realms. The Bone Emperor is also unable to kill a Divine Master who has an immortal body and is so powerful. Moreover, there are no immortal saints who specialize in soul attacks in the Golden Crow 9 realms. It is true that no one can kill him. Hearing this, Elder Meng nodded slightly. Since our Star Point Pavilion has no way of killing him, our Star Point Pavilion has no choice but to endure this hatred. The long-browed elder sighed. Give the order to say that Su Jin's death was a treasure in the hands of his greedy sword. Now that he has been killed by Jian, it is his own fault. It has nothing to do with our Star Point Pavilion. From now on, no one in our Star Point Pavilion is allowed to speak of taking revenge on Jian. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Star Point Pavilion. Elder Meng frowned slightly. His emotions were a bit complicated, but he still nodded after a long while. He knew that the long-browed elder chose to endure patiently because he wanted the enmity between the Star Point Pavilion and Jian to be put to an end so that both sides would not continue to carry on. Although this was somewhat aggrieved, it was also the wisest and most helpless choice. After all, he was a Divine Master who could not be killed by the Star Point Pavilion at all, but who was extremely powerful and could easily kill saints. If he really wanted to fight with the Star Point Pavilion, it would definitely be a disaster for the Star Point Pavilion. There is one more thing. From today onwards, I will also be in closed-door cultivation. I will only come out when I have truly taken that step and am able to stand shoulder to shoulder with that person from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As for the matters in the Star Point Pavilion, I will leave them to you, said the long-browed elder. Elder Meng responded and left immediately. Chapter 2891, World Shock 2, in the huge volcanic space in the deepest part of Fire Cloud Castle. Bai Yen stood there respectfully. In front of him, Mo Tao was attentively looking at a mirror image. This mirror image was the scene where Jian Wushuang fought with the 3 immortal saints. It was clear from the beginning to the end. Haha, awesome, awesome! After Mo Tao finished watching the scene, he laughed out loud. A Divine Master killed 2 of the 3 immortal saints and scared 1 away. This Jian is amazing. Mo Tao's eyes were shining. He was also an immortal saint, but his battle strength was equal to Realm Lord Tianchu. However, Jian Wushuang had killed Realm Lord Tianchu with 1 strike at the later stage of the mirror image. He was shocked by his strength. If Jian Wushuang was so powerful, how could Bai Yen be so powerful? Bai Yen also saw the mirror image and was terrified. Now he finally understood why Jian Wushuang could address his master as Brother Mo. Jian is very talented and has unfathomable strength and means. The magic sword is not lost in his hands. Mo Tao smiled and immediately sent a message to Jian Wushuang to congratulate him on his Golden Crow 9 world fame. Jian Wushuang also quickly replied. Crimson Rock Castle, Pil Sun's sacred world. Many great divine masters of Crimson Rock Castle stood respectfully in front of a huge secret chamber. At this moment, the door of the secret chamber slowly opened. Have you come out? Yun Shan immediately looked up. A beautiful figure slowly walked out of the secret chamber. As soon as this figure appeared, an aura that caused everyone present to be shocked and overwhelmed spread out. This aura was the aura of an immortal saint, and the person who emitted this aura was none other than the Fort Master of Crimson Rock Fort, Yin Suer. Congratulations, Fort Master, for breaking through to the immortal saint realm. Congratulations, Fort Master, for breaking through to the immortal Saint realm. The voices were loud and clear, reverberating throughout the entire world. One could see that these great divine masters were all extremely excited. This was also very normal. Ever since Crimson Rock Saint died hundreds of thousands of years ago, there had not been another immortal saint in the Pill Sun's sacred world. The reason why the Pill Sun's sacred world had been constantly in the civil war over the past few years was that their strength had been significantly weakened. It was because they lacked an absolute expert that could make all the forces submit to them. And now, the Pill Sun's sacred world had once again listened to Crimson Rock Castle's orders. At this juncture, Insua had broken through to become an immortal saint. It could be said that she was justified. In the future, the Pill Sun's sacred world would have an immortal saint personally presiding over it. Castle Lord! Yunshan, Palace Master Sijin, and the others immediately rushed over to Insua. After breaking through to become an immortal saint, Insua was obviously quite informed. Uncle Yunshan, during the time I was in seclusion, did anything happen in the Pill Sun's sacred world? No. Yunshan shook his head. During this period of time, the Pill Sun's sacred world has been peaceful, and the Heavenly Void world hasn't made any movements. As for the Sword Alliance, because of Mr. Jianyi's restrictions, they have been quite quiet. That's good. Insua nodded slowly. Oh right, Castle Lord. A few days ago, a major incident happened in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. Yunshan suddenly spoke. What major incident? Insua looked over. It's like this. Yunshan immediately recounted the entire incident. After hearing this, Insua was like a statue, completely stunned. She was stunned for a long time before she slowly regained her senses. You mean Jianyi? He faced the joint attack of 3 immortal saints, yet he managed to kill Realm Lord Tianchu and Elder Su from the Star Point Pavilion, while he managed to escape unscathed? Insua was clearly in disbelief. Yes, not only that, his current fame in the Golden Crow 9 realms is shocking. There are even people who say that he is from the Golden Crow 9 realms. But other than the Supreme Lord Bone Emperor, the strongest person is also the most heaven-defying divine master in the history of the Golden Crow 9 realms. Yunshan said. No wonder he doesn't care about the sacred elixirs at all. A bitter smile appeared on Insua's face. I thought that after I broke through to the Immortal Saint realm, I could finally look down on him and talk to him as an equal. I didn't expect that even though I broke through, the gap between him and me was still enormous. Jianyi, you are a monster! The 9 realms of the Golden Crow, the Bone Emperor realm, occupied nearly half of the territory. This was a vast and desolate land. Yet, in the center of this land stood a towering castle. This castle was incomparably huge, and its surface was surrounded by a large amount of green divine power. Within the castle, corpses and bones were strewn all over the ground. Many ghastly white bones, human skulls, and bones were scattered all over the ground. In the very center of the castle, there was an enormous high platform that was completely covered by skulls. On the high platform, there was a throne that was similarly made of white bones. On the throne, a skinny older man with an incomparably short stature casually sat there. This older man looked extremely weak, and when the wind blew, all the bones in his body seemed to fall apart. The aura on his body was also ordinary, and he was no different from an average person. However, it was precisely this weak older man was the indisputable overlord of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. He was the Bone Emperor. At this moment, in the void in front of the Bone Emperor, there was also a picture of a battle going on. Looking at the scene in the picture, a wicked smile appeared on the Bone Emperor's face. Especially when Jian Wushuang killed Realm Lord Tianchu with one sword strike, the Bone Emperor's eyes slowly narrowed. In terms of power, this sword strike is not much weaker than mine. Of course, a mere divine master can have such battle strength, and he has an immortal body. Thanks, interesting, very interesting. The Bone Emperor smiled sinisterly, but he was already interested in Jian Wushuang. He was interested in Jian Wushuang. I have dominated the 9 worlds of the Golden Crow for many years. but it has been a long time since I encountered such an interesting thing. This man named Jian Yi may not be as strong as me, but with his talent, he will break through to become an immortal saint in the future. Once he breaks through, his battle strength will only be stronger than mine. I want to meet such a person. Go find him, and invite him to my Bone Emperor realm. Tell him that I have something to discuss with him, the Bone Emperor said. There was not a single person in front of the Bone Emperor. His words seemed to be spoken to the air. However, at the end of the castle, a figure had already set off. Chapter 2892 Farewell to Chu Shi. The battle between Jian Wushuang and the three immortal saints was shocking. Countless experts from all the forces in the Golden Crow Nine Realms were spreading the news. In less than a few days, Jian Wushuang's name had spread to every corner of the Golden Crow Nine Realms. Many people outside of the Golden Crow Nine Realms had heard about it, and they were all shocked. Monster! The #1 divine master in the history of the Golden Crow Nine Realms. All the titles fell on Jian Wushuang's head. While the entire Golden Crow Nine Realms was shocked by Jian Wushuang, as the main character, he had already arrived at a city outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's base. This city was not far from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's mountain gate. Usually, genius disciples or experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would pass by here. Jian Wushuang was sitting quietly in a tavern, drinking quietly. On the surface he was drinking, but in his heart, Jian Wushuang was thinking. Of course, he was thinking about how to get close to Ling Rushuang. In addition, before seeing Ling Rushuang again, Jian Wushuang still had some things to figure out. Jian Wushuang had been in the tavern for 3 days. He had concealed his aura and even disguised his appearance, so no one noticed him. But now, he had noticed 3 people walking out of the tavern. They had just walked out of a shop. They were all great divine masters, led by a purple-haired handsome youth. The purple-haired handsome youth had the most powerful aura, which had reached the level of a peak great divine master. Jian Wushuang also knew this person. That's him. Jian Wushuang grinned. When he saw the purple-haired handsome youth, and the other 2 fly out of the city to return to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he immediately chased after them. In the void, the 3 purple-haired handsome young men were flying, and they were about to reach the mountain gate of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. But at this time, whoosh! Without any warning, a figure appeared in front of them out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, a huge divine power that suffocated the 3 of them came over. Is this the immortal saint? The purple-haired handsome young man and the other 2 were shocked. The strength of divine power was determined by the level of divine power. Jian Wushuang's current divine power level had indeed far exceeded that of an ordinary divine master, so it was naturally the same for divine power. It's you! The purple-haired handsome young man recognized Jian Wushuang at once, and the corners of his mouth could not help trembling. Oh, Brother Chu Shi, do you still remember me? In that case, do you remember the battle with me? I'm here to meet you. Jian Wushuang smiled playfully. This purple-haired handsome young man was Chu Shi. When he opened the Dragon Phoenix list in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Chu Shi had challenged him to a battle in order to vent his anger on Demoness Gu. However, that battle did not really take place. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Chu Shi could not help trembling. A duel with Jian Wushuang? After all, it had been many days since Jian Wushuang had fought with the 3 immortal saints. He was one of the genius disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and had reached the level of a peak great divine master. He had also heard of such a thing. He knew that Jian Wushuang could easily kill the immortal saint. Even the 2 immortal saint elders in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would feel immense pressure when facing Jian Wushuang. Asking him to fight with Jian Wushuang? Was that not courting death? Senior Brother Chu Shi, do you know this person? The 2 disciples next to him asked because they did not know what had happened, nor did they know Jian Wushuang's background. Shut up! Chu Shi shouted directly, then he looked at Jian Wushuang again and forced a smile on his face. Sir Jian Yi, you must be joking. I was blind to offend you before, sir. I hope you can forgive me. Jian Yi. The two disciples of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were also shocked. They looked at Jian Wushuang with shock and fear. Chu Shi was also terrified. He thought that Jian Wushuang really came for the battle, so he immediately begged for mercy. However, he was careful. He quietly took out a message token and was ready to ask the experts of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for help. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's nest was nearby. As soon as he sent the message, the immortal saint of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would immediately come to his rescue. However, how could he hide his thoughts from Jian Wushuang? Chu Shi, I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise, I won't be polite, Jian Wushuang said with a wicked smile. Chu Shi's hands trembled, and his face was extremely embarrassed. As for the communication, it naturally failed. Don't worry. I'm not here to find trouble with you, nor for the duel. I just have some questions to ask you. I hope you can answer them truthfully, Jian Wushuang said. If you have any questions, please ask me. I'll tell you everything, Chu Shi said. My question is very simple. It's about your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young phoenix. I want you to tell me everything you know, Jian Wushuang said directly. Young phoenix? Junior sister Lung? Chu Shi's expression changed and he immediately understood. When the Dragon Phoenix list was released, Jian Yi had come into contact with the young phoenix. At that time, everyone could see that Jian Wushuang and the young phoenix seemed to have a special relationship. It was normal for Jian Yi to ask about the young phoenix now. Facing Jian Wushuang, Chu Shi knew Jian Wushuang's fierce reputation and strength, so he did not dare to hide anything. He immediately told him everything he knew about the young phoenix. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard this. What Chu Shi said was not very different from what was spread in the outside world. What he said was also what he already knew. It was meaningless. Chu Shi, do you really want to die? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Do you think I won't dare to kill you because you are a genius disciple of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? No, no. Chu Shi shook his head immediately. Master Jian Yi, I've told you everything I know. If you don't believe me, you can ask my two junior brothers. They must know the same thing. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Chu Shi did not look like he was lying. Master Jian Yi, in fact, we don't know much about Junior Sister Ling. Junior Sister Ling has always been a recluse and has almost never interacted with us. Junior Sister Ling has been in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for so many years, but she only spoke to me twice, and it was the simplest 2 sentences. In addition, some of Junior Sister Ling's matters are also considered top secret in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Only her master, Elder Qin, and the other immortal saint elders of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion know about these things. Disciples like us really don't know anything, Chu Shi said. Chapter 2893, Transfer. Hearing Chu Shi's words, Jian Wushuang's frown deepened. He knew that Ling Wushuang was a loner. In his previous life, Ling Wushuang was such a loner. However, Jian Wushuang did not expect that some things about Ling Wushuang were so secret in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that even genius disciples like Chu Shi were not qualified to know about it. Only the top immortal saints knew about it. I wanted to find out about Shuang Er's background and her high talent from Chu Shi. Besides, Shuang Er is only a divine master, but she is ranked 3rd on the Dragon Phoenix list. There must be some important secrets. But now, it seems that I have to find the immortal saint from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Jian Wushuang pondered. There were a total of 3 known immortal saints in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. These 3 should know about it. However, some of Ling Wushuang's matters were kept a secret within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even if he went to inquire about it, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would most likely not tell him. Unless he had the ability to make the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion bow to him, such as reaching the level of the Bone Emperor. But now, although he had killed 2 immortal saints in the previous battle, and his battle strength was terrifying enough to make the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion take him seriously and not dare to underestimate him, he still could not make the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion bow to him. Forget it. I can only think of a way to deal with the matter of Shuang Er after I become stronger. Jian Wushuang thought. He had made up his mind that he would visit Ling Rushuang when he was stronger. By then, he would know everything about Ling Rushuang's life even in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You can go. Jian Wushuang turned around and left. After Jian Wushuang left, Chu Shi and the other two finally let out a sigh of relief. Chu Shi was especially worried that Jian Wushuang would kill him. After all, he had offended Jian Wushuang before. Senior brother Chu Shi, was that really Jian Yi? The monster who killed 2 immortal saints? A disciple from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked over. Who else could it be? Chu Shi glanced at the disciple and then said seriously, Let's go back. We have to report this to Elder Qin and the others. Chu Shi and the other two immediately went back to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After seeing Chu Shi, Jian Wushuang held back his excitement. Instead of waiting outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he went back to the Pill Sun's sacred world. This time, he came back to solve the awkward situation of the Sword Alliance in the Pill Sun's sacred world. After all, the Pill Sun's sacred world was now completely under the control of the Crimson Rock Castle. All the forces listened to the orders of the Crimson Rock Castle, but the Sword Alliance had always been very special. After all, the Sword Alliance was very powerful, and the key was the existence of the Alliance Master. The Crimson Rock Castle could not control the Sword Alliance at all. Even the experts in the Sword Alliance had always wanted to expand and replace the Crimson Rock Castle. They were just suppressed by Jian Wushuang. However, this suppression could not last long. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had already planned for the Sword Alliance. The best way was to conquer a world and move the Sword Alliance completely to the sacred world. Now, the opportunity had come. In the lofty hall of the Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang sat on the throne at the top, Xiao Tiexin stood beside him, and many experts of the Sword Alliance looked at Jian Wushuang with respect and worship. In the Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang was God and heaven. There was no doubt about that. Jian Wushuang glanced at these experts and nodded slightly. He had not left the Pill Sun's sacred world for a long time. During this time, Xiao Tiexin clearly followed his orders and did not expand to the outside world. There were not many more experts in the Sword Alliance than before. Everyone, I have called you here today for one thing. Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated throughout the hall. I will give you 1 year to prepare. After 1 year, all the experts of the Sword Alliance will leave the Pill Sun's sacred world with me. As soon as Jian Wushuang said this, the entire hall was in an uproar. Most people were baffled and did not know what Jian Wushuang meant. Young master, Xiao Tiexin also asked, are you going to take the entire Sword Alliance out of the Pill Sun's sacred world? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Where to? Xiao Tiexin asked again. To the Heaven Curve world, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Heaven Curve world? Many experts of the Sword Alliance still frowned. These experts were very weak. Only Elder Tong, Snake Elder, and Great Divine Master Zhu Xian were Great Divine Masters. The rest were only Divine Masters. Apart from Elder Tong, the rest of them had never ventured outside. They did not know much about the situation outside. To them, the Pill Sun's sacred world was not small at all. They had already accumulated a certain amount of foundation here. Of course, they did not want to leave. Not to mention them, even Xiao Tiexin, Jian Wushuang's intimate maid, did not want to leave. Jian Wushuang naturally noticed the changes in the expressions of the people in front of him. He immediately lowered his voice. 1 mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. The Pill Sun's sacred world already has the Crimson Rock Castle, so it cannot accommodate a Sword Alliance that is not weaker than Crimson Rock Castle, or even stronger. The Heaven Curve world is much larger than the Pill Sun's sacred world, with more experts and a bigger platform. Most importantly, I have killed the World Master of the Heaven Curve world. I will bring the corpse puppet army to Heaven Curve world immediately. With a wave of my hand, I can wipe out all the resistance forces and experts in the Heaven Curve world, so that the Sword Union can occupy the vast sacred world safely. This is the best result for the Sword Alliance. Of course, I know that you are all born in the Pill Sun's sacred world, and your roots are here. You don't want to leave so easily, so I won't force you. In short, those who are willing to go with me will leave in a year. If not, I will give you a batch of resources and let you leave. But in a year, there will be no sword alliance in the Pil Sun's sacred world. Jian Wushuang said firmly without any room for negotiation. He had made this decision long ago. His original purpose in founding the Sword Alliance was to help the Crimson Rock Castle regain control of the Pil Sun's sacred world. He would never allow the Sword Alliance to threaten the status of the Crimson Rock Castle. Now that he had conquered a holy world for the Sword Alliance and completely transferred the Sword Alliance there, he had done his best as the Alliance Master. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, many experts of the Sword Alliance were shocked. They all heard that Jian Wushuang had killed the Realm Lord of the Heaven Curve world with his own hands. A Realm Lord should be an immortal saint, right? Chapter 2894, Make Way. The Alliance Master killed an immortal saint with his own hands? The experts of the Sword Alliance were shocked. After a short moment of shock, they began to ponder. They were hesitating whether to follow Jian Wushuang to the Heaven Curve world. Obviously, the Heaven Curve world was more vast than the Pil Sun's sacred world, and the platform was also larger. The Sword Alliance could directly control everything there, which was very beneficial to every cultivator in the Sword Alliance. However, in that case, they had to leave the Pil Sun's sacred world. Everyone was hesitating. Jian Wushuang did not have time to wait for them to make a decision. He glanced at Xiao Tiexin beside him and said, "Xionaire, you heard what I said. I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes." Xiao Tiexin nodded respectfully. Jian Wushuang disappeared from the hall. After leaving the Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang immediately went to Crimson Rock Castle. In Crimson Rock Castle, Jian Wushuang met Yin Suer, who had broken through to become an immortal saint. "Castle Lord Yin, congratulations! You've finally reached the immortal saint level." Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you, Mr. Jian Yi. Suer is very grateful for your help," Yin Suer said solemnly. She was telling the truth. There were two reasons why she was able to make the breakthrough. First, the crisis in Crimson Rock Castle had been resolved. The situation had been resolved, and her worry had completely disappeared. Second, it was because of the Saint Ascension Elixir. The crisis in Crimson Rock Castle had been resolved with Jian Wushuang's full help, and the Saint Ascension Elixir had been given to her directly by Jian Wushuang. "Mr. Jian Yi, I heard that you fought against 3 immortal saints alone in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. You even killed Realm Lord Tian Chu and Elder Su on the spot. What an awe-inspiring and admirable skill you have!" Yin Suer sighed softly. "Well, let's not talk about formalities for now." Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, "I'm here today for one thing." Yin Suer immediately looked over. "Realm Lord Tian Chu is dead. Without the immortal saint in charge of the Tian Chu world, it should be a mess now. I plan to take the corpse puppet army to sweep the obstacles in the Tian Chu world and then transfer the Sword Alliance there," Jian Wushuang said. "Sweep the Tian Chu world?" Yin Suer was shocked. Tian Chu world was a sacred world that was much bigger than the Pil Sun's sacred world. It was so domineering to sweep the entire sacred world. However, Yin Suer also knew that Jian Wushuang did have such strength. "Mr. Jian Yi, with your current strength, it's easy for you to sweep the Tian Chu world, but I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to transfer the Sword Alliance there," Yin Suer said. "Why?" Jian Wushuang was puzzled. "Mr. Jian Yi, the Sword Alliance is a big force after all. It has a big business and many cultivators under its command. If you want to transfer the Sword Alliance at one time, you must bring a lot of cultivators with you. If so many cultivators go directly to the Heaven Curve world through the space passage, the price will be too high. Even you, Mr. Jian Yi, don't want to bear such a huge price," Yin Suer said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. It was true that the cost of teleporting from one realm to another was very high. Jian Wushuang did not care about the cost of tens or hundreds of cultivators. However, there were at least 10,000 cultivators in such a large Sword Alliance. If there were families, there would be even more. Even Jian Wushuang would not be able to afford the cost of teleportation. If I can't use the space passage to transfer, I'll have to rely on my own strength to get from the Pill Sun Sacred World to the Heaven Curve World. However, there are two realms between the Pill Sun Sacred World and the Heaven Curve World. These two realms are the Heaven Void World and the Dragon God World. If the Sword Alliance wants to go to the Heaven Curve World, they have to pass through these two realms. In other words, Mr. GNE, you have to borrow the passage from these two realms. In these two realms, the Dragon God Realm is still fine. The Dragon God Realm Lord, the old Dragon God, used to have a good relationship with my father. The reason why the Divine Void Realm hasn't been able to attack our Pill Sun Sacred World is that the Dragon God Realm is watching us from the side, which is enough to intimidate the Divine Void Realm. As long as I send a message to the old Dragon God, or if Mr. GNE goes to visit him personally, the old Dragon God will definitely agree to take the path. But the key is the Heavenly Void Realm, Sewer said. The Heavenly Void World? Jian Wuxuang curled his lips. As long as the old Dragon God agrees to let me pass, I'll go there myself. Sewer raised her eyebrows. She already knew what Jian Wuxuang was going to do. Jian Wuxuang did not stay in the Pill Sun Sacred World any longer. He immediately led the corpse puppet army to the Heavenly Void World. The Heavenly Void World was ruled by the Heavenly Void Palace. The Heavenly Void Palace was located at the core of the Heavenly Void World. It was on a vast and beautiful island. The island was filled with sparrows and sparrows. It was a paradise on earth. To the various forces and countless cultivators in the Heavenly Void World, this island was also a holy land that everyone yearned for. The owner of the island, the Heavenly Void Temple Master, had long been a legend in the Heavenly Void World. At this moment, Jian Wuxuang had already arrived at the void above the island. Looking down at the celestial-like Heavenly Void Temple on the island through the layer of restrictions covering the island, a teasing smile appeared on the corner of Jian Wuxuang's mouth. That Heavenly Void Palace Master really knows how to enjoy himself. The Heavenly Void Palace he created is really magnificent. After mumbling, Jian Wuxuang shouted in a low voice. Heavenly Void Palace Master, get out here! Get out here! A mighty voice that sounded like thunder echoed in the entire Heavenly Void Palace. The peace in the Heavenly Void Palace was immediately broken. In an instant, countless figures rushed out of the island. At the same time, there were also many shocked and furious voices. Who dares to be presumptuous in front of our Heavenly Void Palace? Who dares to be disrespectful to the Lord Palace Master? How dare you ask the Lord Palace Master to get out? How dare you? Those who rushed out were all experts from the Heavenly Void Palace. Their bodies were filled with a fit of shocking anger. When they appeared in the void and saw Jian Wuxuang standing outside the island, the aura he emitted was only that of a divine master. The anger of these experts grew even more. A mere divine master dares to shout in front of the Heavenly Void Palace. He's really courting death. Kill him! Immediately, experts of the Heavenly Void Palace attacked, wanting to kill Jian Wuxuang on the spot. Chapter 2895, Bow Your Head. Stop! A roar suddenly echoed in the sky. The roar contained a terrifying pressure. The experts of the Heavenly Void Palace who were about to kill Jian Wuxuang immediately stopped under the pressure. Countless eyes looked at the end of the island. There, a figure slowly rose. It was the Heavenly Void Palace Master. Palace Master! Palace Master has appeared! The experts of the Heavenly Void Palace immediately showed a fanatical look. To them, the Heavenly Void Palace Master was a godlike existence, the ruler of the Heavenly Void World, and they blindly worshipped him. Jian Wuxuang also saw the Heavenly Void Palace Master at this moment, but then he smiled disdainfully. Heavenly Void Temple Master, aren't you a little too timid? I hid underground and only condensed a consciousness avatar to see me. Are you afraid that I will directly kill you when I see you? Jian Wuxuang did not conceal the mockery in his words. Upon hearing this, most experts of Heavenly Void Temple were immediately furious. However, some of the more powerful experts who had connections in the Golden Crown 9 realms were staring at Jian Wuxuang. This man is only a divine master. But he is so fearless when facing the palace master. He even looks down on us. Is he Jianyi? Jianyi, yes, it must be him. Only he dares to face the palace master so fearlessly. Jianyi actually came directly to the gate of the Heavenly Void Palace. Those who knew Jian Wushuang's identity and strength were shocked. They knew that when Sword One fought against the three immortal saints alone, one of them was their palace master. Only their palace master survived at that time, but now, Jianyi came to the Heavenly Void Palace. It was no wonder that the palace master did not dare to meet him in person. He had only condensed the consciousness avatar. The consciousness avatar of the Heavenly Void Palace Master also stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold face. Jianyi, how dare you come to the Heavenly Void world? Don't forget the agreement that Lord Bone Emperor made with the other forces. That agreement? Jian Wushuang's expression changed, then he smiled and said, I've heard of that agreement. Isn't it that a realm master or an immortal saint is not allowed to set foot in other sacred worlds? But don't forget that I'm not a realm master, and am not an immortal saint. In that case, how can I not come to the Heavenly Void world? Heavenly Void Temple Master was stunned. He then remembered that although Jian Wushuang had the battle strength to kill an immortal saint, his realm was only that of a divine master. Yes, he was only a divine master, and he was not a master of a world. That agreement could not restrict him, so he did not have to keep it. Jianyi, there is no great enmity between us. Although I killed you with Realm Lord Tianchu and Elder Su, I did not kill you. On the contrary, I improved your strength. Heavenly Void Temple Master said. Oh? You mean I shouldn't blame you, but thank you? Jian Wushuang sneered. No, I'm just saying that we don't have a deep hatred, so there's no need to fight to the death. But if you're still angry, they'll pay a price to apologize to you. Heavenly Void Temple Master said. Jian Wushuang could tell that the Temple Master had already decided to bow his head from his words. He was not the only one who had heard it. The experts of the Heavenly Void Palace had also heard it. Most of the people who did not know what was going on were stunned. They could not believe that their palace master would bow his head to a mere divine master like Jian Wushuang. Only those who knew what had happened nodded secretly. They knew that what the temple master had done was a wise move. You're right. The hatred between us was not too great, so I don't have to kill you. Since you're willing to make amends, as long as you're sincere enough, I can accept it. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. How about this? I don't want too much. 400,000 sacred elixirs, and we can end the grudge between us. The sacred elixirs that Jian Wushuang asked for were reasonable. An ordinary immortal saint had 500,000 to 600,000 sacred elixirs. As a master of a world, the Heavenly Void Temple Master had accumulated wealth for so many years, so his wealth was naturally higher. It was estimated that he could afford more than 1,000,000 sacred elixirs. Jian Wushuang only wanted 400,000 sacred elixirs, which was already considered very merciful. As expected, after hearing Jian Wushuang's request, the Heavenly Void Temple Master, although a little distressed, agreed to it directly. I can give you 400,000 sacred elixirs. The Master of Heaven Void Temple's consciousness avatar nodded, and a stream of light immediately shot toward Jian Wushuang from the deepest part of Heaven Void Temple. Jian Wushuang reached out and took the interspatial ring from the stream of light. He checked it carefully and found that there were indeed no less than 400,000 sacred elixirs in the interspatial ring. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang smiled in his heart. Previously he had killed Realm Lord Tianchu and Elder Su and obtained their interspatial rings, which contained many sacred elixirs and various treasures. Now, he had obtained 400,000 sacred elixirs from the Heavenly Void Temple Master. Jian Wushuang already had no less than 2,000,000 sacred elixirs. Of course, 2,000,000 sacred elixirs were far from enough for him to break through from an advanced Great Divine Master to a peak Great Divine Master, but it was still a considerable amount of wealth. Temple Master, I have another small matter that I need your cooperation with, Jian Wushuang said. What is it? Temple Master asked patiently. Well, I have established a force called the Sword Alliance in the Pill Sun's sacred world. It won't be long before I transfer the Sword Alliance to the Heaven Curve world. Many cultivators of the Sword Alliance will need to pass through your Heavenly Void world. I hope you can cooperate with me. If possible, you'd better arrange for your Heavenly Void army to escort you personally in case anything goes wrong, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Not only do we have to cooperate, but we also have to escort them. Although the Heavenly Void Temple Master was a little angry, he did not dare lose his temper. Sure. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Jian Wushuang smiled and turned to leave. Seeing Jian Wushuang leave, the Heavenly Void Temple Master let out a heavy sigh. Then his consciousness avatar slowly disappeared into the void. The cultivators of the Heavenly Void Temple were still in a daze. They had not recovered from their shock. As for Jian Wushuang, after he had agreed with the master of the Heaven Void Temple, he immediately left and went to the Dragon God realm to meet the old Dragon God. Chapter 2896. Jian Yi arrived as Yin Suer had said. The old Dragon God was very friendly to Jian Wushuang. When he knew that Jian Wushuang was here to borrow the path, he agreed without hesitation. Since then, the matter of borrowing the path had been completed, and the next step was to flatten the Heaven Curve world. Jian Wushuang soon arrived in the Heaven Curve world. The Heaven Curve world was originally the supreme realm of the World Master, and all the forces had submitted to him. His Heaven Curve Palace was also the indisputable habitat of the Heaven Curve world. However, since the news spread that the World Master was killed by Jian Wushuang, the Heaven Curve world immediately faced the same situation as the Pill Sun's sacred world. A lot of disputes began to appear. The Heaven Curve Palace could no longer keep its word like before. There were even factions fighting among themselves. In short, the Heaven Curve world was now very chaotic. In a grand hall in the Heaven Curve Palace, dozens of figures gathered together. They were all powerful great divine masters. The leader of them was a brown-haired man. This brown-haired man was none other than the second unrivaled divine master in the Heaven Curve world apart from the Black Blood Emperor, Divine Master Blood Lamp. Chaos, chaos, the entire Heaven Curve world is in chaos now. Our Heaven Curve world's territory is extremely vast, and there are many experts. These experts have formed many major powers and their foundations are all extraordinary. Previously, when the Realm Lord was here, none of these powers dared to disobey his orders. But now that the Realm Lord has died, these major powers immediately began to have their own intentions. Not to mention these big forces, even the people from the Deacon's Hall, the Heaven Pavilion, and the Heaven Curve Army in our Heaven Curve Palace are doing something. Even Lord Blood Lamp's orders are ignored. Many great divine masters were discussing, but none of them looked good. All right, shut up. Blood Lamp Divine Master finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the hall immediately quieted down. Blood Lamp Divine Master fell silent for a moment before he finally spoke. It has been so many years since the establishment of the Heavenly Curve world. The Realm Lord has always revered the Heavenly Curve world. Now that the Realm Lord has suddenly fallen, it is inevitable that there would be some commotion. Now, we have no way to complain about this. Instead, we should think of ways to deal with the current situation. And there's only one way to calm the chaos in the Heavenly Curve world. That is to use a powerful method to intimidate the various powers and calm them down, just like how the Realm Lord did before. But such a person, Blood Lamp could not help but frown. What he said was indeed the best method. But there was not anyone in the Heavenly Curve world who could make the experts of the various powers in the Heavenly Curve world not dare to act rashly. He was the strongest person in the Heavenly Curve world in terms of personal strength. However, he was only an invincible divine master in the first stage. In terms of combat strength, he was weaker than the Marquis of Three Yin, who had fought with Jian Wushuang before. Although he was stronger than the peak divine masters, the experts in the Heavenly Curve world were as numerous as the clouds. There were several powerful peak divine masters. Any 2 or 3 of them working together would be enough to fight against him. With his strength alone, he's no threat to the world. Damn it, it's fine if the Realm Lord died, but even the Black Blood Emperor is dead. Otherwise, with the Black Blood Emperor's strength, if he joined forces with me, it would be enough to make the various powers in the heavenly curve world not dare to act rashly. The Blood Lamp Divine Master cursed in his heart. The Black Blood Emperor is the second stage of the invincible Divine Master. The combat strength is much stronger than him. The two unrivaled reverent gods working together were enough to sweep through all the forces of the heavenly curve world. But the crux of the matter was that the Black Blood Emperor had also fallen. And just as Blood Lamp Reverend God and the others were frowning, whoosh! A figure appeared in the hall without any warning. Everyone, is there anything I can help you with? A faint smile with a hint of mockery reverberated in the hall. All the experts in the hall immediately turned to look at the newcomer. Everyone was shocked when they saw him. You are Jian. Divine Master Blood Lamp stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian? The moment the name was uttered, the entire hall burst into an uproar. The great Divine Masters in the hall immediately distanced themselves from Jian Wushuang and stared at him with fear and vigilance. A few of them even took out their magic weapons on the spot. What's wrong? Do you want to fight me? Jian Wushuang crossed his arms and glanced at the great Divine Masters who took out their magic weapons. The great Divine Masters were shocked and their hearts could not help trembling. Put them away! Divine Master Blood Lamp shouted. The great Divine Masters immediately put their magic weapons back into their interspatial rings. Divine Master Blood Lamp looked at Jian Wushuang and took a deep breath. After a long while he said, May I know why Sir Jian has come to our Heavenly Curve Palace? Although they were both Divine Masters, Divine Master Blood Lamp was still a genuine invincible Divine Master. However, when he faced Jian Wushuang, he had to respectfully address him as Sir. That was the difference between them. I came here for two reasons. Jian Wushuang extended two fingers. First, from today onward, the Heavenly Curve world will respect me. Experts from all forces in the Heavenly Curve world must submit to me. Those who refuse to submit will be killed without mercy. Everyone in the hall was stunned, but no one dared to object. They did not have the courage to fight against Jian Wushuang, who could directly kill Realm Master Tian Chu. As for avenging Realm Master Tian Chu, they did not have the slightest intention to do so. After all, they were only the subordinates of Realm Master Tian Chu, and because Realm Master Tian Chu was too aloof, they did not have a deep relationship with him. In addition, now that the Heavenly Curve world was in chaos, someone needed to calm it down. Divine Master Blood Lamp was not qualified, but Jian Wushuang definitely had the ability to do so. Secondly, I once created a force called the Sword Alliance in the Pill Sun's sacred world. It won't be long before the Sword Alliance is transferred to the Heavenly Curve world. By then, the Sword Alliance will be supreme in the Heavenly Curve world, and Heavenly Curve Palace will cease to exist. As for you, if you are willing, you can join the Sword Alliance. I can guarantee that you will have a place in the Sword Alliance in the future. If you are not willing, you can leave. But I don't want any of you to mention Heavenly Curve Palace in the future. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Hearing this, the great Divine Masters in the hall looked at each other with mixed feelings. But at the same time, no one dared to go against Jian Wushuang's words. Chapter 2897 Bone Emperor Invites You. Jian Wushuang stood quietly in the hall, waiting for the response of the people in front of him. After a brief discussion, the experts of Heavenly Curve Palace came to a unanimous decision. Lord Jian, we are willing to follow you. From now on, you will be the most respected person in the Heavenly Curve world, Divine Master Blood Lamp said solemnly. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled with satisfaction, but he was not surprised. He had long heard that the former Realm Master of Heavenly Curve world was supreme and overbearing in the Heavenly Curve world, whether to outsiders or his subordinates. Therefore, not many people in the Heavenly Curve world were truly loyal to him. The Black Blood Emperor he killed was one of them, but Blood Lamp Divine Master was not absolutely loyal to the Realm Master of Heavenly Curve world. Now that Realm Master Tian Chu was dead, it was the wisest choice for Blood Lamp Divine Master and the others to submit to him. After subduing Blood Lamp Divine Master and the others, Jian Wushuang would begin to pacify the turmoil in the heavenly curve world. The heavenly curve world was in chaos because it lacked the immortal saint's battle strength. But now that Jian Wushuang had arrived, it was easy for him to pacify the turmoil. He took out the corpse puppet army and led it by Divine Master Blood Lamp to wipe out the forces. Even if there were a stubborn resistance, he would come out personally. In front of his absolute strength, the experts of the heavenly curve world had no room to struggle. In less than a month, the turmoil in the heavenly curve world was completely calmed down. The forces bowed their heads and submitted to him. Jian Wushuang had officially taken over the fallen realm master and become the new ruler of the heavenly curve world. Since then, all the preparations had been completed. All that was left was for the Sword Alliance to transfer over. In a desolate void in the heavenly curve world. Buzz! A hidden space passage suddenly lit up. A moment later, a black-robed figure appeared in the void like a ghost. Has he arrived at the heavenly curve world? The ghost figure raised his head, revealing a pair of demonic eyes. That Jian Yi is really troublesome. Previously, he killed the heavenly curve world lord and elder Su in the Dragon Phoenix sacred city. After that, he returned to the Pill Sun sacred world. When I rushed to the Pill Sun sacred world, he went to the heavenly void temple. He had already gone to the Dragon God world by the time I arrived to look for the old Dragon God. When I received the news and went to the Dragon God world again, this Sword One actually came to the heavenly curve world again. The ghost figure shook his head. He felt bitter in his heart. I hope I can meet him this time. The ghost figure immediately set off. Soon, he arrived at the former base of Heavenly Curve Palace. He did not make a wasted trip this time because he was indeed still in Heavenly Curve Palace. Mr. Jian Yi? The ghost figure came to Jian Wushuang and said with a smile. Although his expression was modest, he was not too afraid. Who are you? Jian Wushuang looked at the person in front of him in confusion. The aura of the person in front of him was very strange and obscure. However, Jian Wushuang could still tell that this person was a genuine immortal saint. Im Dongling from the Bone Emperor realm. The ghost figure raised his head, revealing an extremely demonic young face. Bone Emperor realm? You're from the Bone Emperor realm? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The most powerful expert in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow was the Supreme Bone Emperor. Not only was he terrifyingly strong, but he was unrivaled in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. He also had many experts under his command, including several immortal saints. When the Dragon Phoenix list was released, one of the immortal saints under the Bone Emperor went to attend the ceremony. Now Dongling was obviously the second one. Mr. Jian Yi, I'm here today on the order of my Lord Bone Emperor. My lord wants to invite you to the Bone Emperor realm to meet him, Dongling said. Bone Emperor invited me? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He had no contact with this Bone Emperor, and they had no contact at all. But now, this Bone Emperor had specially sent someone to invite him. This made Jian Wushuang curious about the purpose of the Bone Emperor. Could it be that the Bone Emperor felt threatened by my previous achievements and potential, so he came to find me? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. However, he immediately denied this guess. No, that Bone Emperor is not a fool for being the overlord of the 9 Golden Crow realms for so long. He should know that what I have is not limited by the 9 Golden Crow realms. I will definitely leave the 9 Golden Crow realms for a more vast place in the future. It won't be long before I leave. There's no need for him to get involved with me. He just needs to wait for me to leave. By then, he will still be the overlord of the 9 Golden Crow realms. I won't affect his status at all. Secondly, even if he is very jealous, he should be able to tell that he can't kill me. In the previous battle, Jian Wushuang had revealed many trump cards, including his immortal body. Realm Master Tian Chu and the others could not control the immortal body at all, and they were still far from it. However, as long as an expert had the immortal body, it would be very difficult for an immortal saint of the same level to kill him. Although Jian Wushuang was not an immortal saint, his battle strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary immortal saint. Moreover, he had an immortal body. Therefore, even if Lord Bone Emperor attacked him personally, he could defeat or suppress him. However, it was impossible to kill him. Bone Emperor should also know this. Therefore, the Bone Emperor came to invite him was most likely not to deal with him but for other purposes. However, Jian Wushuang could not guess what his purpose was. "Mr. Dongling, do you know why the Bone Emperor invited me?" Jian Wushuang asked. "My lord hasn't told me." Dongling shook her head. Jian Wushuang knocked on the armchair with his fingers. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he made a decision. "Since the Bone Emperor invited me, I'll go with you." Jian Wushuang smiled. Seeing Jian Wushuang agree, Dongling also smiled. After Jian Wushuang gave a few instructions to Divine Master Blood Lamp, he followed Dongling to the Bone Emperor realm. The Bone Emperor realm was an emperor realm. In terms of territory, the Bone Emperor realm was much larger than the other realms in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Half of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow territory was occupied by the Bone Emperor realm. With such a large territory, there were naturally more experts. It was said that there were several immortal saints in the Bone Emperor realm, but most of them had submitted to the Bone Emperor. Whether it was in the Bone Emperor realm, or in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, the Bone Emperor was a man of his word. From this, one could see his strength. Chapter 2898 Bone Emperor. Under the guidance of Dongling, Jian Wushuang arrived at the Bone Emperor Castle. Upon entering the Bone Emperor Castle, all he could see was a pile of white bones. When he reached the deepest part of the Bone Emperor Castle, Jian Wushuang finally saw the Bone Emperor on a high platform made entirely of skulls. "Sir, Mr. Jian has arrived," Dongling greeted respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Bone Emperor." Jian Wushuang also bowed humbly. He knew very well that the Bone Emperor was far stronger than him in terms of strength alone. He should also maintain a certain amount of respect in front of the Bone Emperor. While bowing, he also looked at the skinny, short, and ordinary-looking old man on the throne. At first glance, this old man looked no different from an ordinary person. If it were not for the fact that they were in the Bone Emperor Castle, it was hard for Jian Wushuang to imagine that this old man was the overlord of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. "Dongling, you may leave first," Bone Emperor ordered in a gentle voice. "Yes." Dongling immediately left, leaving only Jian Wushuang and Bone Emperor in the vast space of corpses. "Please take a seat." Bone Emperor waved his hand, and a throne made of white bones appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not stand on ceremony and directly sat down. Then, the throne rose to a high place and sat on the same level as the Bone Emperor. "Jian, do you know why I've invited you here today?" Bone Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. "I don't know." "Please enlighten me, Lord Bone Emperor." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "Actually, it's nothing. I just feel that you have great potential, so I want to meet you," the Bone Emperor said. "Is it that simple?" Jian Wushuang frowned. Of course, he did not think that the Bone Emperor's purpose was so simple. "Jian, I have investigated your information. You came from the Pill Sun Sacred World and rose for a very short time. When you rose, you tried to help the declining Crimson Rock Castle. However, as far as I know, there is no relationship between you and Crimson Rock Castle. So, if I'm not wrong, you must have a deep relationship with the fallen Crimson Rock Saint, right?" the Bone Emperor suddenly asked. "Yes, I do." Jian Wushuang did not deny it. "Are you a personal disciple of Saint Crimson Rock?" the Bone Emperor asked. "No." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "Saint Crimson Rock and I are just working together. His remaining consciousness has given me a lot of benefits, so I promised to help his daughter, Insuer, get out of this predicament and take full control of Crimson Rock Castle. His relationship with the Crimson Rock Saint and the agreement between the two of them were not convenient to announce previously. However, now that the Pill Sun Sacred World had completely stabilized, there was nothing left to hide." "Is that so?" The Bone Emperor raised his brows. Following that, he smiled sinisterly and said, "That Crimson Rock Saint has really good taste. He is clearly already dead, yet he was able to invite such a genius to help Crimson Rock Castle. If Crimson Rock Castle did not have your full assistance, I'm afraid it would have long ceased to exist. After a pause, Bone Emperor spoke again. For a genius like you, or even a monster, to ask you to work for him wholeheartedly, Saint Crimson Rock must have paid a great price. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He vaguely felt that this Lord Bone Emperor was trying to trick him again. Saint Crimson Rock did pay a price, but when I agreed with Saint Crimson Rock, I didn't even reach the level of Divine Master. Therefore, my horizons were very limited. The treasures given by Saint Crimson Rock were not very precious, but they were of great use to me at that time. As a person who values friendship, I will do my best to fulfill my promise to others. Although it's a little difficult, I will still do my best, Jian Wushuang said. That can't be right, Bone Emperor said with a strange smile. It's a scroll of heaven-sealing painting. It's a treasure that many immortal saints would fight over. So how could it become an insignificant treasure in your mouth? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Although he recovered immediately, Bone Emperor still noticed it. Bone Emperor's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light. Sure enough, Hongshe gave you the heaven-sealing map scroll in his hand. Lord Bone Emperor, if you have anything to ask, feel free to ask. There's no need to beat around the bush. Jian Wushuang frowned with some displeasure. Haha, don't be nervous. It's just that I couldn't be sure before, so I can't say too much about some things. But now that I know that Hongshe's heaven-sealing map scroll is in your hands, it's easy to deal with. Bone Emperor smiled indifferently. The Seal of the Heavens painting, that's a good thing. It's said that the complete Seal of the Heavens painting contains a great fortune, and it's even related to a great secret. But unfortunately, the Seal of the Heavens painting has been divided into countless pieces since a long time ago. So it's impossible to gather the complete Seal of the Heavens painting. However, there have been rumors in the outside world that even if there's only one heaven-sealing painting scroll, it will be of great help to the cultivator. Gathering 2 scrolls is even more useful. As for gathering 3 scrolls, it is said that you can get a great opportunity. Although I don't know whether this rumor is true or not, since it can spread throughout the entire absolute beginning divine realm, it is most likely useful. And I have known for a long time that Crimson Rock has a heaven-sealing painting scroll. Even his death is related to this heaven-sealing painting scroll. However, since his death, some of the treasures in his hands have been passed down from Crimson Rock Castle. However, there has been no news of the heaven-sealing scroll. I only heard that he left it in his tomb, waiting for someone to pass his test and become his personal disciple. Since the consciousness left by Saint Crimson Rock has met you for the new year and agreed with you, the heaven-sealing scroll most likely fell into your hands. Only treasures like the heaven-sealing scroll can move a genius like you. Therefore, I deliberately tested you just now. Now it seems that it's true. However, Jian Wushuang's expression had turned cold. Indeed, the heaven-sealing scroll is in my hands. Could it be that Lord Bone Emperor came for it? Jian Wushuang stared at Bone Emperor. Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in the heaven-sealing scroll in your hands. After all, you're not the only one who has it. I also have one in my hands, Bone Emperor said as he flipped his hand. He immediately took out an ancient scroll that emitted a mysterious aura. Chapter 2899. Purpose. Looking at the ancient scroll taken out by Bone Emperor, Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He was very familiar with this ancient scroll because there were 2 such scrolls in his interspatial ring. Undoubtedly, what Bone Emperor took out was also a scroll of heaven-sealing painting. The third one! Jian Wushuang immediately became excited. This was normal. As Bone Emperor said, the more heaven-sealing painting scrolls there were, the more benefits he would get. During this time, his comprehension of sword principles and rules had improved so quickly. Besides his extraordinary talent, the most important thing was that he had the help of 2 heaven-sealing painting scrolls. These 2 heaven-sealing painting scrolls had helped him a lot. Both of them had helped him a lot. As for the third one, it was rumored that gathering 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls at once was enough to obtain an extraordinary opportunity. Jian Wushuang was filled with anticipation and curiosity about this opportunity. Now, the third heaven-sealing painting scroll appeared in front of him. Although he was pleasantly surprised, Jian Wushuang remained calm on the surface. I didn't expect Lord Bone Emperor to have a scroll of the heaven-sealing painting, Jian Wushuang said. Why? Are you interested in the scroll? Bone Emperor smiled and said, If you want it, I can give it to you. As you said, the more scrolls you have, the more benefits you will get. I've benefited a lot from the scroll over the years. Now that I have a chance to get the second scroll, I can't miss it. But what are your conditions, Lord Bone Emperor? Jian Wushuang said. He knew that Bone Emperor would not give him the heaven-sealing map scroll for no reason. There must be a price to pay. He was just curious about what kind of request Bone Emperor would make. The heaven-sealing map scroll is of no use to me. Since you need it, I can give it to you now. As for the conditions, I do have one, but it should be a piece of cake for you, Bone Emperor said. Tell me. Jian Wushuang looked at Bone Emperor. Jian Yi, have you heard of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Bone Emperor asked directly. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Of course, he had heard of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. He had also heard of the existence of the Heaven-Cleaving Union through Saint Crimson Rock. Saint Crimson Rock had given him a heaven-cleaving token back then. Now, the Bone Emperor had mentioned the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to him. You should know about it. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been the Crimson Rock Saint who told you about it, right? Bone Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. How do you know about it, Bone Emperor? Jian Wushuang frowned. Of course, I knew it long ago. Not only does Crimson Rock have a heaven-sealing map scroll, but he also obtained a heaven-cleaving token by chance. Because he came to me with this token, he wanted to give it to me in exchange for what he needed. Unfortunately, I didn't agree, Bone Emperor said. Why? Is it because Saint Crimson Rock's requirements are too high, or are you not interested in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Lord Bone Emperor? Jian Wushuang asked. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was a giant. Although the conditions for joining were extremely harsh, it would definitely bring many benefits. In the Divine Beginning Realm, many powerful experts yearned to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, Lord Bone Emperor was so powerful that if he could get a Heaven-Cleaving token, he could definitely try to enter the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the Bone Emperor gave a mischievous smile. It's not that Saint Crimson Rock is too demanding, nor that I'm not interested in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. It's because when Saint Crimson Rock gave me the Heaven-Cleaving token, I was already an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked, but then he understood. No wonder the Bone Emperor rejected Saint Crimson Rock. It turned out that he had been a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance for a long time. Since he had joined the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, why did he need the Heaven-Cleaving token? The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is indeed an unfathomable force. Its strength is far beyond the imagination of ordinary experts. Even now, I only have a glimpse of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. But one thing is that after joining the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, I have indeed gained great benefits. Even if I can perfectly control the immortal body and impress the current level, it has something to do with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Bone Emperor sighed. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He yearned for the mysterious and powerful Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Yi, do you also have the Heaven-Cleaving token? Bone Emperor asked. Yes, I do. Jian Wushuang did not deny it. The Bone Emperor smiled. Saint Crimson Rock should have told you about the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. You are very talented, and you have the Heaven-Cleaving token. If you want to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, it should be easy. It should be difficult for you to pass the test. Maybe. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He had heard from Saint Crimson Rock that the minimum requirement of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was Divine Master. Moreover, it was an invincible Divine Master who was extremely strong and had already reached the top. In other words, Invincible Divine Master was only qualified to accept the assessment, but whether he could pass the assessment and become a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was still uncertain. However, with his strength, if he accepted the assessment as the Invincible Divine Master, he would have at least a 90% chance of making a breakthrough. After all, he could kill the immortal saint directly. If such a heaven-defying divine master could not pass the assessment, who else could? Jian, I want to know, will you use the heaven-cleaving token to participate in the assessment of the heaven-cleaving alliance in the future? Bone Emperor asked. Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded decisively. Then he looked at the Bone Emperor and asked, Lord Bone Emperor, is your condition related to the heaven-cleaving alliance? Yes. The Bone Emperor nodded with a smile on his face. My condition is actually very simple. When you accept the assessment, you must admit that you were recommended by me to the heaven-cleaving alliance. That simple? Jian Wuxuang was stunned. Just admit that you were recommended by the Bone Emperor, and that was it. The Bone Emperor's condition was indeed a little too simple. Lord Bone Emperor, as a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, do you also receive rewards for introducing a new member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Jian Wuxuang asked. Chapter 2900 Rewards. Of course, there are rewards. Moreover, there are quite a lot of rewards, the Bone Emperor explained with a smile. There are a total of 3 ways to obtain benefits in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The first one is to carry out the different levels of missions issued by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Most of these missions are richly rewarded. These rewards are far more than the rewards given by some of the employment organizations in the absolute beginning divine realm. Unfortunately, however, most of these missions are incomparably difficult. Moreover, the chances of failure or even death are extremely high. I have been an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance for a long time, but I have only accepted 3 Earth-level missions in the past few years. Each of these 3 Earth-level missions required me to go through life and death, and I was lucky enough to complete 2 of them. As for the 3rd mission, I didn't complete it at all, but I was lucky enough to save my life. However, because of the lingering fear, I haven't accepted any Earth-level missions until now. Hearing this, Jian Wuxuang nodded secretly. To get a sufficient reward, he had to pay more. Since the rewards of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's missions were so great, the difficulty was naturally higher. The second way to get benefits depends on luck. The Bone Emperor smiled slightly. The Divine Beginning Realm is very big and vast, far beyond our imagination. As one of the most mysterious alliances in the Divine Beginning Realm, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance also has various conflicts of interests. Moreover, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance often encounters some unexpected incidents. Once there are unexpected incidents, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can't mobilize other experts to rush over in a short time, so they can only send nearby Heaven-Cleaving Alliance members. In such an emergency, the members who are temporarily dispatched will receive more benefits than those who complete difficult tasks. If they are lucky, such an emergency can be easily solved without too much trouble. Many members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance know about this, so they hope that an emergency will occur in their territory and the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will take the initiative to find them. There is a rumor in the outside world that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can gather at least 3 immortal saints in any territory or corner of the Divine Beginning world as long as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance gives the order. It's true. Jian Wuxuang was secretly amazed. The absolute beginning divine realm was vast and had countless territories. The Golden Crown 9 realms was probably just a drop in the ocean compared to the entire beginning divine realm. However, in so many territories, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was able to take care of at least 3 immortal saints in the shortest time in any corner. This ability was probably unparalleled in the entire absolute beginning divine realm. However, the reason why the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was able to make these immortal saints arrive at the fastest time was that they had paid a huge price. Other than these 2 channels, there is one last way to obtain benefits from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. That is to introduce other experts to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. As long as this person passes the test of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and becomes a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the person who introduces him will receive a certain reward. This is the safest way. You don't have to take any risks. As long as you have a unique vision and the person who recommended you is really capable, it will be fine. The Bone Emperor said. This method is indeed weak, But if you only recommended one person to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the reward should not be too much. How can it be worth a heaven-sealing painting scroll? Jian Wushuang asked. Haha, if it's just an ordinary genius, it's not worth it, but you are different. The Bone Emperor smiled. Jian Yi, you may not know this, but there are different levels of members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. First, there are the most common members. These ordinary members are almost made up of invincible divine masters who have passed the assessment, including some immortal saints who are of average strength. Second, there are Earth-rank members. Like me, I am an Earth-rank member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Earth-rank members are very common, but they more or less have a certain level of strength. Above the Earth rank is the Heaven rank. Cultivators at this level almost all have an immortal body, and they have special methods. They are very powerful immortal saints. Even I am unable to reach this level now. After all, I have only completed 2 Earth rank missions alone. Only after I have completed all 3 Earth rank missions can I truly become a Heaven rank member. Above the Heaven rank, there is the Emperor rank. The Emperor rank members are made up of a group of top experts. Most of them are top-notch immortal saints, and some of them are invincible among the immortal saints. It is said that there are even a few rule masters who are also Emperor rank members. At this level, they are also true experts in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and can definitely command a side. However, whether it's the Earth, Heaven, or Emperor level, they are just the periphery of the Heaven-Cleaving Union. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has no restrictions on them. They are completely free regardless of their strength. However, it is rumored that there is a primitive level above the Emperor level, which is the true core level of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Any one of them has the strength and means to destroy the world, and because of the existence of a group of primitive experts, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is so powerful in the divine beginning world. Jian Wushuang listened carefully. Although he had heard Saint Crimson Rock mention the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he did not know much about it. As a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Bone Emperor knew more about it. Jian Wushuang did not know about the ordinary, Earth, Heaven, Emperor, and Core Primitive level. He did not know about it until Bone Emperor said so. Jian Yi, you are only a Divine Master now. If you use the Heaven-Cleaving token to participate in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment, even if you pass the assessment, you will only be an ordinary member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Such a reward is indeed not much. It is not worth exchanging a heaven-sealing scroll for. But what I value is your great potential. Bone Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. In the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, I saw the battle between you and the 3 Realm Masters. Your ability, your swordsmanship, and even your treasures far exceed that of a Divine Master. Such strength is more than enough for you to become an ordinary member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. If you are lucky, you can become an Earth-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance at the Divine Master level. Once you become an Earth-rank member, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will reward me even more. In other words, the higher your rank is in the future, the more benefits I will get. Chapter 2901 3 Heaven-Sealing Paintings. Jian Yi, I have high hopes for you. With your strength, as long as you break through to become an undying sage in the future, becoming a Heaven-grade member is almost guaranteed. As for becoming an Emperor-grade member, you also have a high chance of becoming one. Even the legendary Primordial grade, which belongs to the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, you still have some hope. For me, as long as you can become a Heaven-level member, the reward given by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is probably more valuable than a Heaven-Sealing painting scroll. If you become an Emperor-level member, I will get more benefits. Because of this, I am willing to give you the Heaven-Sealing painting scroll. I only hope that you can accept the test of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the name of my recommendation, the Bone Emperor said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. He also completely understood the Bone Emperor's purpose. To put it bluntly, this Bone Emperor was also for profit. He valued his talent and believed that he could become a Heaven-level member, or even an Emperor-level member, or even a legendary original-level member in the future. Of course, by then, he would be able to obtain even greater benefits. That was why he was willing to take out the heaven-sealing painting scroll to borrow his name. Jian, this is a piece of cake for you, but it's very important to me. Are you willing to accept it? The Bone Emperor looked at him. Okay, I'll accept it. Jian Wushuang nodded directly. He did not hesitate at all, and there was indeed nothing to hesitate about. It was just a name. It did not matter to him whether there was a referral or not. However, since the referral would benefit the Bone Emperor greatly, and the Bone Emperor had offered the seal the Heaven Scroll as a reward, he would naturally give the Bone Emperor face. Moreover, the seal the Heaven Scroll in the Bone Emperor's hand promised him. Haha, that's great! Seeing Jian Wushuang agree, the Bone Emperor immediately smiled. He waved his hand and immediately threw the ancient scroll toward Jian Wushuang. You're giving me the scroll of heaven sealing painting now. Aren't you worried that'll go back on my word? Jian Wushuang took the scroll and looked at the Bone Emperor in surprise. Of course not. I believe you want to offend me for something that's easy for you, the Bone Emperor said with a cold laugh. Indeed. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian, since you've received my seal the heaven painting scroll, the agreement between us will be fulfilled. But when will you accept the test of the heaven cleaving alliance? The Bone Emperor asked. No rush. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. I have an even more important matter to deal with in the Golden Crow 9 realms. They'll go to the Heaven Cleaving Alliance after I've dealt with this matter and have a real result. There's nothing to be reluctant about in the Golden Crow 9 realms. Well, as soon as possible. I can see that your aura is extremely powerful. It's at the pinnacle of the Divine Master level. You'd better pass the Heaven Slaying Alliance's test before you break through to the Immortal Saint level. It'll be easier this way. If you pass the test after you break through to the Immortal Saint level, your test will be even more difficult, the Bone Emperor said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. This is my message token. When you decide to accept the Heaven Cleaving Alliance's test, send a message to me. I will arrange it for you, the Bone Emperor said. Jian Wushuang took the message token and nodded slightly. Lord Bone Emperor, I wonder if the Heavenly Curve World, The Bone Emperor smiled strangely. You killed the Lord of Heavenly Curve World. It's your own ability to replace him. Who dares to gossip in the Golden Crow 9 realms? As for the agreement between me and the other forces, it only stipulates that masters and saints of one world are not allowed to enter other realms to participate in the competition. However, this agreement doesn't restrict divine masters. Whatever you want to do is your business. I won't interfere, the Bone Emperor said. In that case, thank you, Lord Bone Emperor, Jian Wushuang said gratefully, then turned around and left. After leaving the Bone Emperor castle, Jian Wushuang did not leave the Bone Emperor realm immediately. Instead, he found a remote place in the Bone Emperor realm and opened an independent cave mansion. In the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged with excitement and anticipation in his eyes. In front of him, 3 ancient scrolls that looked and had the same aura were floating quietly. These 3 scrolls were all heaven-sealing scrolls. Bone Emperor knows that I once obtained a heaven-sealing scroll from Saint Crimson Rock, but he doesn't know that I found the second heaven-sealing scroll a long time ago. In addition to the one he gave me, I now have 3 heaven-sealing scrolls in my hands. 3! Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. There were rumors about the heaven-sealing painting scroll in the absolute beginning divine realm. As long as he could gather 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls at the same time, he would be able to obtain an extraordinary opportunity. This rumor had always been just a rumor. No one knew whether it was true or not. After all, the absolute beginning divine realm was too big, and there were only dozens of heaven-sealing painting scrolls. Moreover, they had been scattered a long time ago. They were scattered in every corner of every territory. It was impossible for others to find one, but it was difficult to find 3 at once. However, Jian Wushuang had found them now. I don't know whether the rumor is true or not. I hope it's true, but I don't know what kind of opportunity one can get from the 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls, Jian Wushuang murmured. On the other hand, he had already opened the 3 heaven-sealing paintings. The 3 heaven-sealing paintings were exactly the same. Not only did they look the same, but what was recorded in the paintings was also the same. It was a vast and boundless dark starry sky. The dark starry sky contained endless mysteries of heaven and earth. For a long time, Jian Wushuang had relied on those mysteries to cultivate. Now, as the 3 heaven-sealing scrolls were opened at the same time, a strange phenomenon immediately arose. The 3 heaven-sealing scrolls emitted a bright light, which was extremely dazzling and contained an extremely ancient aura. Jian Wushuang sat there with his legs crossed. He did not move, nor did he have any guidance. However, the 3 heaven-sealing scrolls in front of him had already begun to close up. Soon, Jian Wushuang found that the 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls were merging with each other. Yes, merging. Each of the 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls was a vast and boundless dark void. But now, the 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls had naturally merged into a new painting scroll. But a strange power was immediately guided over. Chapter 2902 Divine Palace of Heaven and Earth in the Cave Mansion. Jian Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged, but with the guidance of the power. Jian Wushuang felt that the scene in front of him immediately began to change. Heaven and earth changed, and in the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had arrived in a hazy void. This void was surrounded by countless strange air currents. Each of these air currents contained extremely pure power. If Jian Wushuang was not mistaken, this air current was the qi of chaos. This feeling. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. He had encountered the same thing before. They were both sitting cross-legged, but they were all brought to a special space because of a treasure. Last time, he had obtained a mysterious golden stone, which led him to a huge temple gate, which led to the space-time temple gate. After crossing the gate, Jian Wushuang learned the space-time divine skill there. For example, the heaven-designating skill was the first move of the space-time divine skill. Since he had mastered this move, it had helped him countless times. And now, the same heaven and earth transformation was happening. The only difference was that the heaven-sealing painting had brought him to this primal chaos void. What appeared in front of him was a majestic and beautiful divine palace. This divine palace was resplendent, and its size was incomparably huge. It was extremely majestic. Above the door of the divine palace, there were 3 words heaven and earth on the plaque. These 2 words were extremely mysterious. The sky was white, and the earth was black. Heaven and earth? What a domineering word! The sky is white, the earth is black, and it also represents yin and yang. Moreover, these 2 words clearly contain a special magic power. I'm too weak to sense anything, but if some truly top-notch existences were here, I'm afraid they would be able to see many things from these 2 words. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. After a while, he slowly walked toward the divine palace. When he reached the gate of the divine palace, the gate in front of him opened, revealing a gray void. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang continued to step through the gate. He stepped into the divine palace. Once he entered the divine palace of heaven and earth, the gate closed again. Jian Wushuang was completely in a gray void. There was no material existence in this void, and even soul power was completely isolated. Jian Wushuang had no idea what was in this place. But at this moment, a mere divine master could get 3 heaven-sealing maps to come to the divine palace of heaven and earth. Kid, you're really lucky. An old voice suddenly sounded from all directions. Jian Wushuang could not tell which direction it came from. Who is it? Jian Wushuang immediately looked around, but he did not see anyone. Kid, listen, I am the spirit of the divine palace. According to the rules, since you have found 3 heaven-sealing maps and come to the divine palace, you can sleep in the divine palace for a year. After a year you can leave, the old voice said. Sleep for a year? Jian Wushuang was stunned. This was the opportunity in the divine palace. Kid, you don't need to know too much. Just follow the rules. Now you'd better go to sleep, the old voice said. However, the voice came toward Jian Wushuang with an extraordinary power. Hearing the voice, Jian Wushuang immediately fell asleep. How could it be? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He did not know what kind of power was contained in the old voice. Yet, even with his state of mind, he could not resist it. But soon, Jian Wushuang's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Jian Wushuang fell asleep. However, in his deep sleep, even he did not know that his comprehension of the two rules of space-time and reincarnation had begun to accelerate. This comprehension speed was much faster than when he calmed his mind and used the two heaven-sealing scrolls to comprehend. It was even incomparable. The point was that this kind of comprehension was carried out naturally, and could not be stopped by external forces. Jian Wushuang's consciousness was completely asleep, so he did not know this at all. It should be known that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of space-time rules and reincarnation had reached the limit of Divine Master. But on the other hand, he was also infinitely close to the level of Immortal Saint, and even half a step away. Now, in his deep sleep, his comprehension of the space-time rule and the samsara rule was much faster than usual. With this comprehension, his comprehension of the two rules gradually approached the level of the Immortal Saint. Time gradually passed. Jian Wushuang fell into a deep sleep and did not know how much time had passed in the outside world. Finally, "It's time, wake up." The old voice spoke again, still coming from all directions. The voice was like a bolt from the blue, instantly waking up Jian Wushuang, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. When Jian Wushuang woke up, he was still a little confused and had not completely understood the situation in front of him. But when he saw the gray void around him clearly, he immediately understood. "I should have fallen asleep just now. How long did I sleep? A year?" Jian Wushuang frowned. "Baby, you seem to be very talented. You must have made a lot of progress during the year you slept. Take a good look." The old voice sounded again. Jian Wushuang immediately began to investigate his changes. His pupils suddenly shrank. "Rules, the rules I've comprehended." Jian Wushuang's body trembled. He raised his right hand, and a large amount of the power of the rules of time and space gathered in his hand. Then he waved his hand. Whoosh! Immediately, nearly 400 powerful space-time blades swept out. Each of these space-time blades was extremely sharp and contained an astonishing killing power. Nearly 400, this is the level of an immortal saint. My comprehension of the space-time rule has broken through? Jian Wushuang was stunned, but he quickly understood. The Divine Palace of Heaven and Earth is the opportunity contained in the Divine Palace of Heaven and Earth. It was a great opportunity that I obtained during the year I was asleep that allowed me to directly break through my comprehension of the space-time rule and truly reach the level of the Immortal Saint. Moreover, not only the space-time rule but also the reincarnation rule seems to be the same. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining brightly. After making clear his current comprehension of the space-time rule, he began to try to condense the power of the reincarnation rule. Chapter 2903 Storm. As expected, his comprehension of the reincarnation rules had also reached the level of the Immortal Saint. In just 1 year, my comprehension of the space-time and reincarnation rules has broken through? Jian Wushuang was a little confused and in disbelief. At this time, the old voice sounded again. You only have 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls and can only stay in the Divine Palace for a year. But if you have the chance to get more heaven-sealing painting scrolls in the future, such as 6, you will have a greater opportunity. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. It was hard to get even 1 heaven-sealing painting scroll. He was lucky to be able to get 3. As for finding another way to get 3 or 6 of them, it was probably just wishful thinking. However, the 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls alone were enough for him to get a great opportunity. Baby, leave! The old voice continued to spread, and the time around Jian Wushuang began to collapse. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had escaped from the Divine Palace of Heaven and Earth. Jian Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged in the cave mansion, but his eyes were wide open. Phew! Jian Wushuang exhaled, but his face was full of surprise and joy. I've long heard that you can get a great opportunity by gathering 3 heaven-sealing painting scrolls. Now it seems that it's true. Jian Wushuang sighed. My comprehension of the space-time rule and the samsara rule has already reached a bottleneck. I thought that it would take some time before I could break through the 2 rules. I didn't expect that this opportunity would allow me to break through both rules, and my strength would soar. The strength of the comprehension of rules was crucial to a cultivator. Among the factors that determined the strength of a cultivator, rule comprehension was a very important factor. Previously, whether Jian Wushuang fought with the Black Blood Emperor, who had reached the 2nd stage of Invincible Divine Master, or when he fought with immortal saints such as Realm Lord Tian Chu, he relied on his powerful divine power and his comprehension of sword principle. He also knew all kinds of methods and secret skills. But in terms of rule comprehension, he was always at a disadvantage. This disadvantage was huge. For example, the Black Blood Emperor's comprehension of rules was at the immortal saint level, but Jian Wushuang could not reach it. But now, he had finally reached this step, which meant that he could use more rule power, display more powerful swordsmanship and some skills, and his battle strength would certainly increase. In addition, there was another point, which was in the aspect of absolute arts. In the aspect of absolute arts, I have now broken through the 8th move of the space-time sword art, 1000 square-shaped light. This move is only an ultimate skill at the level of a divine master. Moreover, it's not the best among the ultimate skills at the level of a divine master. For me now, this move is far from enough, Jian Wushuang thought. The ultimate move that he created was a great killing weapon in his hands, and it was also very important. When 2 cultivators were fighting, many times, the ultimate move that he created could decide the outcome, or even life and death in the end. As for the ultimate move, after Jian Wushuang made a breakthrough in his sword principle and nurtured the boundless sword tree, he wanted to try to create a stronger ultimate move, but unfortunately, his comprehension of the rules was too weak, which made him feel powerless to attack. But now, it was different. Now my comprehension of the space-time rules and the samsara rules has reached the level of the immortal saint. The samsara sword formation exists in the samsara rules. If I use the immortal saint's comprehension of the rules to perform the samsara sword formation, I should be able to barely perform the 4th samsara sword formation. I don't need to worry about the samsara rules for now, but in terms of the space-time rules, I urgently need to create the 9th move of the space-time sword art. This move must be an absolute art at the level of a saint, and its power must not be too low. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. After making the decision, Jian Wushuang did not delay any further. He began to try to create new swordsmanship in the cave mansion. An absolute art at the saint level could only be created by reaching the immortal saint level in the comprehension of sword principle and rules. Jian Wushuang had already reached these 2 requirements. Most importantly, his comprehension was very high. With his current ability, it was indeed not difficult for him to create a new sword art. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another year and 4 months had passed. During this year and 4 months, Jian Wushuang was completely immersed in the study and innovation of sword art. Until now, there was finally a result. In the middle of a vast and desolate world, Jian Wushuang stood there like a statue. He held the Blood Mountain sword tightly in his hand, and his eyes were slightly closed. It was calm. But suddenly, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, a fierce light immediately burst out. A shocking and murderous sword essence directly burst out from Jian Wushuang's body. This sword essence did not burst out because Jian Wushuang guided the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword. It was just Jian Wushuang's own sword essence. But with his current cultivation of sword principle, the sword essence that burst out with all his strength was also extremely powerful. The sword essence was like a domain, sweeping toward the void in front of him in all directions. And in the center of this world, Jian Wushuang, who stood there like a statue, finally drew his sword. He held the sword with one hand and slowly raised it. Then, he drew a line. This line seemed to be an easy one, but in fact, the moment he drew it, Jian Wushuang's own sword essence and the power of the infinite sword tree in his body had been exerted to the extreme. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A large number of space-time rules condensed with the sword essence, time and space blades condensed one after another. There were more than 400 densely packed time and space blades, and these time and space blades had completely fused with the sword essence. The space-time rules and sword skills were perfectly combined. Boom! A fierce wind suddenly swept up between heaven and earth. A huge storm rose out of thin air in the void where Jian Wushuang's sword essence was directed. This storm contained more than 400 space-time blades and endless shocking sword essence. It was terrifying. As the storm swept away, everything was crushed to pieces. Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void, staring at the wanton storm ahead. Although a certain distance separated them, Jian Wushuang could still feel that the power of the storm was terrifying. He could guarantee that even if some ordinary immortal saints were caught in the storm, they would be crushed by the storm in an instant if their protective abilities were mediocre. And the name of this sword was Storm. Chapter 2904, Paying a Visit. This move of mine is quite powerful among the absolute arts at the saint level. If I use it with all my strength, its power will be even more terrifying. It should be enough for me to use in a short time, Jian Wushuang thought. Thus, the 9th move of the space-time swordsmanship, Storm, was born. My strength has reached a peak in a short period of time. If I want to improve further, I have to find a way to get a large number of sacred elixirs to break through to the peak Great Divine Master level. However, I need too many sacred elixirs to break through in a short period of time. However, even if I haven't broken through to the peak Great Divine Master level, my battle strength is still much stronger than before. In the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow, there should be no one who is my match except for the Supreme Lord Bone Emperor. With such strength in hand, I can handle everything. Next, it's time for me to visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. While he was sleeping in the divine palace of heaven and earth, the Sword Alliance had begun to move toward the Heavenly Curve world. Now that they had arrived in the Heavenly Curve world and had completely stabilized, the Sword Alliance had become the new overlord of the Heavenly Curve world. Now that the Sword Alliance had settled down, he had nothing to worry about. There was only one reason for him to stay in the Golden Crow 9 world, and that was Leng Wushuang. Through the spatial passage, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City and arrived at the mountain gate of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion again. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang landed directly in front of the mountain gate. Several experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion guarding the mountain gate immediately surrounded Jian Wushuang. Who are you? One of them asked in a deep voice. Please go in and tell them that Jian Yi, the master of Heavenly Curve World, is here to pay a visit, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Jian Yi? When the experts of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion heard the name, their expressions changed, and 2 of them were trembling with fear. Their attitude immediately became respectful and humble. Lord, please wait for a moment. I will immediately report this. A violet-robed lady immediately went in to report. Within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the current pavilion master of the pavilion, Long Xingzi, was currently sitting cross-legged, discussing with a red-haired old man. At this moment, an upper echelon of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion walked in and respectfully reported. Pavilion Master, there's a person outside. He calls himself the Tianchu Realm Lord Jian Yi, and is here to pay a visit. Jian Yi? Long Xingzi was stunned. It's that Jian Yi who killed the original Tianchu Realm Lord Elder Su? The red-haired old man revealed an astonished expression. It should be him. After the original Tianchu Realm Lord died, Jian Yi used lightning techniques to occupy the Tianchu Realm. Right now, he's the most respected person in the Tianchu Realm. I wonder why Jian Yi came to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? And it has to be at this time. Long Xingzi frowned. No matter what, he is a guest. Furthermore, Jian Yi didn't have any enmity with our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Since he came to visit us personally, our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion naturally has to treat him with respect. How about this? I will personally receive him and ask him why he is here. If it's possible, I will send him away," the red-haired old man said. "Okay, you can go." Long Xingzi nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang stood in front of the gate of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and waited quietly. The cultivators of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at him in awe. Jian Wushuang was now very famous in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. He was a supreme genius who could easily kill an immortal saint as a divine master. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was known as the #1 genius concentration camp in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. However, no one in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, except for the young phoenix, could compare to Jian Wushuang. Whoosh! The red-haired elder rushed over from afar and soon appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. "Haha, Mr. Jian, he actually came to visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in person. It's a great honor for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion," the red-haired elder said with a smile. He first complimented Jian Wushuang and then introduced himself. "I'm Chuyong, an elder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." "Elder Chuyong." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang had heard of Elder Chuyong. Among the 3 known immortal saints of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Chuyong was one of them. Moreover, Chuyong's strength was quite impressive among the immortal saints. He should not be weaker than the master of the Heavenly Curve World who was killed by Jian Wushuang. "My pavilion master has something important to deal with today, so he can't come to greet you personally. So I have to do it for you. Mr. Jian, please come in," Chuyong said with a smile. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and followed Chuyong to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. It was his second time in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, so he was not unfamiliar with the environment here. Under the guidance of Chuyong, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at a magnificent hall. Chuyong ordered people to serve good wine and food, and then the two began to talk. "Mr. Jian, what brings you to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion today?" Chuyong asked directly. "I'm here to greet you all. I'm now the new realm master of the Heavenly Curve World, and the Heavenly Curve World is one of the most powerful realms in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. As a realm master, I will certainly have dealings with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the future. If anything happens, I hope you can give me some face and be lenient," Jian Wushuang said. "That's easy." Chuyong smiled. "Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is one of the 4 pavilions, we have never had any conflict of interest with the Heavenly Curve World. In the future, even if there is, we will take the initiative to negotiate with you, Mr. Jian. After all, anything can be discussed." "Thank you." Jian Wushuang smiled. "In addition, there is another thing. When the Dragon Phoenix list was opened last time, experts from all forces were invited to Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to attend the ceremony. I was there and I saw the young phoenix. To be honest, I was tempted by the young phoenix at first sight. However, I couldn't say anything in front of so many people. This time, I came to visit because I want to see the young phoenix again and have a good talk with her." "Is that possible? Mr. Jian wants to see Xiaofeng?" Chuyong looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. He did not expect Jian Wushuang to come here especially for Xiaofeng. He admitted that Xiaofeng's beauty and temperament were unparalleled in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. However, she had reached the level of the immortal saint, so she should be able to resist her beauty. However, looking at Jian Wushuang, he seemed to have been completely captivated by young phoenix. Chapter 2905. Goodbye. Leng Rushuang in the main hall. Chuyong was silent for a moment before he spoke. "Mr. Jian, although young phoenix is only a disciple of our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she is very special in our pavilion and her status is extremely high. Although I am an elder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I have no way of instructing her to do anything and I have no way of getting her to meet you. But since you are so eager to meet me, I can ask Elder Qin to send a message to Xiaofeng for you. If she agrees to meet you, then it will be easy. But if she doesn't agree, then I have no choice. In that case, I will have to trouble Elder Chuyong to send a message for me," Jian Wushuang said. "Sure, but I have to ask you to wait here for a while," Chuyong said with a faint smile, then left the palace to send a message. Jian Wushuang stayed in the hall and waited quietly. In an inconspicuous corner of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, although it was inconspicuous, many proud sons of heaven of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were lingering here. They stopped here because this corner was where the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion lived. It was a wonderful manor with a vast atmosphere. The red-haired older man, Chu Yong, came to the void outside the manor. Then, he slightly revealed his divine power aura. Swoosh! A figure rushed out of the manor. It was the master of the young phoenix, and the second known immortal saint of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Elder Qin. Chu Yong, the people over there shouldn't have arrived so soon. So why are you here now? Elder Qin asked. That Jianyi is here, Chu Yong replied. Jianyi? Elder Qin's expression changed as he frowned. Why is he here? On the surface, he said that he just became the realm lord of the heavenly curve world not long ago and came to greet our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. First, however, he requested to meet with the young phoenix. Chu Yong said. He wants to meet Ling'er? Elder Qin's expression turned cold. Chu Yong, you should know what will happen today. At this time, how can Ling'er meet outsiders? Of course I know. However, Jianyi's strength isn't weak, and his talent is extremely high. Now that he has become the realm lord of the heavenly curve world, it's inevitable for him to interact with our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the future. Now that he has personally come to pay a visit, I have no choice but to give him some face. However, I disagreed with it directly. Instead, I said that I would pass on a message to him. If the young phoenix is willing to meet him, I'll meet him. If she disagrees, there's nothing I can do. Chu Yong spoke. Is that so? Elder Qin mused for a moment before he said. In that case, wait here. I will go and ask Ling'er. Elder Qin turned around and walked into the manor. In an exquisite pavilion in the middle of the manor, a peerless beauty was seated. In her hand, she was flipping through a jade slip. Ling'er. Elder Qin walked in. Master, is Elder Chu Yong looking for you? Ling Rushuang asked. It's a person called Jianyi who is currently in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He wants to see you. So Elder Chu Yong came over to ask if you would like to see him. Elder Qin said. Jianyi? Ling Rushuang was puzzled. Who is that? That's the person who appeared in front of you when the Dragon Phoenix list was opened, and you took the initiative to ask for his name, Elder Qin said. It's him? Ling Rushuang's expression changed, and she stopped what she was doing. A sentence immediately came to her mind. In my previous life, I chased after you for 100,000 years. My heart was broken, and I miss you. Then I entered the reincarnation with you. In this life, I promise you 100 million years, and we will be together until death. So when we meet today, you will be my companion, and we will be proud of each other. The name of that person was Jian Wushuang. Ling Rushuang had a deep impression of Jian Wushuang, because the name Jian Wushuang was very familiar to her, and the words that Jian Wushuang gave her also touched her heart. Ling'er, if you don't want to meet Jianyi, I will directly refuse for you, Elder Qin said. Let him come over, Ling Rushuang said. Elder Qin was shocked. Young Phoenix was famous in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Like her master, she knew everything. Many people wanted to see young Phoenix, including some proud sons of heaven, some people with noble statuses, and even some experts. She rejected them without even thinking. But now, Jianyi came to ask for an audience, and she agreed? Ling'er, this is the first time she agreed to someone else's request, right? Elder Qin sighed in her heart, but she had already sent a message to Chu Yong outside the manor, asking him to bring Jianyi over. Soon, Jianyi was led by Chu Yong to the outside of the manor. And Elder Qin was already waiting there. Jianyi! Elder Qin glanced at Jian Wushuang with a strange expression. Jianyi greets Elder Qin, Jian Wushuang said humbly. His humility came from the bottom of his heart. No matter what, Elder Qin was Ling Rushuang's master. For the sake of Ling Rushuang, Jian Wushuang naturally had to be humble. Mr. Jianyi, you are too kind. Ling Er is already waiting at the stone table in the manor, Elder Qin said. Thank you. Jian Wushuang smiled gratefully and then went straight to the manor. Elder Qin followed him immediately. After entering the manor, Jian Wushuang soon saw Ling Rushuang. The latter was sitting at the table, very quiet. Elder Qin, I want to talk to Miss Ling Er alone. Is that okay? Jian Wushuang asked. Mr. Jian Yi, your request is a bit too much. Elder Qin frowned. Master, you go outside first. I also want to ask him some questions alone, Ling Rushuang said. Even Ling Rushuang said so. Although Elder Qin was reluctant, she still turned around and left. But she did not go far. She just watched from the void. After all, Ling Rushuang was too important to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As her master, she had to ensure Ling Rushuang's safety. Seeing Elder Qin leave, Jian Wushuang waved his hand and immediately set up a layer of restriction around him. This restriction layer was only to prevent a conversation between Jian Wushuang and Ling Rushuang from being heard. It did not contain any power, and Elder Qin did not stop it. Only Jian Wushuang and Ling Rushuang were left in the manor, staring at each other from a distance of only a few meters. Jian Wushuang looked at Ling Rushuang with tenderness in his eyes. This tenderness was not an act but a genuine passion and love from the heart. As for Ling Rushuang, she looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange look, but more than that, she was puzzled. The two were completely different. Chapter 2906. It was too late. Who are you? Ling Rushuang asked. It was a simple sentence, but it made Jian Wushuang's heart feel like a knife was cutting it. Xuan Er, you don't remember me at all? Jian Wushuang asked. Ling Rushuang shook her head and said, You call me Xuan Er, and this name is very, very familiar to me, but my name is Ling Er. After a moment of silence, Ling Rushuang said again, Can you tell me about what happened between you and Xuan Er? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He walked up and sat down on the stone bench next to Ling Rushuang. Then he began to talk about it. That was a long time ago. Jian Wushuang told Ling Rushuang about what happened between him and Ling Rushuang. It was the first time they had met in the East. They chatted in the natural residence for a month and played the zither for a month. In the same natural residence, he used his unique cultivation method to help Ling Rushuang transform the icy heart poison in her body. In these 3 encounters, they had already developed feelings for each other. In the green fire world, they were furious at the top of the dynasty. Finally, they became husband and wife. However, not long after they became husband and wife, bad news came. Ling Rushuang's soul was in a deep sleep, while Ling Rushua went far away into the vast eternal chaotic world. After a long 100,000 years of pursuit, they searched for 100,000 years. When they finally found it, both of them only had souls, and then they went to the reincarnation passage together. Jian Wushuang told everything in detail to Ling Er. Ling Er was fascinated. After half a day, Jian Wushuang finally finished. In my previous life, I pursued you for 100,000 years. My heart was broken, and I miss you. Now I understand what you mean. Ling Er murmured and stared at Jian Wushuang. Is this Xuan Er me? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Ling Er was silent for a moment, but in the end, she still shook her head. I'm sorry, your person, your name, and the things you said I feel very familiar, but I can't remember them at all. It doesn't matter. If you can't remember them, then slowly think about them. Before you completely remember them, I will stay in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and talk to you every day. Jian Wushuang smiled. No, it's too late. Ling Er shook her head. Too late? Jian Wushuang was stunned. I don't have so much time to think about it, because I'm going to leave soon. Ling Er's expression became cold again. Leave? Where? Jian Wushuang asked immediately. A very, very far place. From now on, I won't come back to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion or even the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Naturally, I won't see you again, Ling Rushuang said. What? Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Ling Rushuang was about to leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and go to a very, very far place. Where are you going? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. Ling Rushuang did not answer. She just shook her head slightly and waved her hand, indicating for Elder Qin, who was waiting in the void, to come over. Master, take him away, Ling Rushuang said coldly. Elder Qin nodded and looked at Jian Wushuang. Mr. Jian Yi, let's go. Jian Wushuang's heart was trembling. He looked at Ling Rushuang deeply and found that her expression was getting colder and colder. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and left, while Ling Rushuang went straight back to her attic. After coming out of the manor, Jian Wushuang's heart was extremely heavy. Mr. Jian Yi, did you have a good conversation with young Phoenix? Chu Yong walked up to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and ignored Chu Yong. Instead, he looked at Elder Qin. Elder Qin, I just heard from young Phoenix that she will leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, and go to a very far place. She will never come back. Is this true? Lunger told you about it? Elder Qin looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Only a few immortal saints in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion knew that Ling Rushuang was going to leave the pavilion. No one else knew about it, and they had never publicized it. But now Ling Rushuang told Jian Wushuang about it. Is that true? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and said, Elder Qin, let me tell you where young Phoenix is going and why she is going. Mr. Jian Yi, what you are asking is related to some secrets in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. I'm sorry, but I can't answer you. Elder Qin shook his head and said, But what if I have to know? Jian Wushuang stared at Elder Qin coldly. Mr. Jian Yi, this is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You are a guest, so we are willing to entertain you to the best of our ability. At the same time, we hope you can behave like a guest. Elder Qin said in a low voice. Jian Wushuang was very famous in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Many experts in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow feared him. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not want to provoke a top expert like Jian Wushuang. But just because they did not want to provoke him, it did not mean that they were afraid of him. Moreover, they were in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's lair, so Elder Qin had absolute confidence. Mr. Jian Yi, I hope you can pay attention to your words and identity. Otherwise, I can only forgive the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for not treating you well. Chu Yong looked over. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. I'm sorry. Although I don't have any enmity with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and I have to pay attention to my identity as a guest this time, I have to know something because of my relationship with Xiaofeng. Since you don't want to talk about it, I have to resort to some means. Jian Yi, what do you want to do? Chu Yong and Elder Qin's eyes turned cold. Elder Qin, you are Xiaofeng's master. No one should know more about her than you do. For her sake, I have to apologize. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Boom! A terrifying divine power suddenly erupted from Jian Wushuang's body. This divine power was so huge that it far exceeded the scope of an ordinary divine master. The moment his divine power erupted, he instantly activated the 7-star secret skill, the divine punishment skill, and the 9 luminaries star armor. The boundless golden divine power was vast and majestic. It formed a 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom behind Jian Wushuang. The golden emperor's eyes were like lightning as he looked down at everything. Then, a surge of astonishing sword essence rose and swept in all directions. Not long after Ling Rushuang lived outside the manor, Jian Wushuang, a guest of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was directly attacked. Chapter 2907, Suppression Buzz. Endless sword essence burst out from Jian Wushuang's body, and the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. He casually waved his sword, and in an instant, the majestic sword shadow, together with the great domain of the 9-universe Bloodlight River, crazily pressed down on Elder Qin. What? Elder Qin turned pale with fright. She had never expected that Jian Yi would dare to attack her directly in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's lair. This sudden attack was completely beyond her imagination. However, she was a genuine immortal saint, so her reaction speed was extremely fast. She immediately used many protective measures to try to block Jian Wushuang's sword. However, the power of Jian Wushuang's attack was too terrifying. It was beyond his imagination. Splash! The sword shadow passed by, but Elder Qin was not damaged at all. However, the many protective measures on her body had been completely shattered by the sword light. He could have killed me with that attack, but he didn't hurt me at all. He wanted to capture me alive! Elder Qin instantly understood. However, Jian Wushuang had already attacked again. He only pointed his finger at a distance, and the power of the space-time rule burst out instantly. Heaven-fixing skill! This move had little effect on the immortal saint when Jian Wushuang had not made a breakthrough in his comprehension of the space-time rule. However, now that his comprehension of the space-time rule had reached the immortal saint level, the power of this move would be much stronger. Even if Elder Qin was an immortal saint, he could not resist this move. Jian Wushuang immediately stepped forward. Stop! Chu Yong finally reacted and shouted. At the same time, his terrifying strength burst out. He held a red long spear in one hand. The long spear pierced through the void and formed a huge pillar of fire, which rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Get lost! Jian Wushuang did not even bother to look at Chu Yong. Instead, he slashed out with his sword and instantly activated the power of the boundless sword tree in his body to the maximum. Whoosh! A huge sword light swept out. The sword light, with the majestic power of the rule, hit the fire pillar head-on. The fire pillar was extinguished instantly, and Chu Yong was sent flying at the first moment. He was in an extremely sorry state. Jian Wushuang was not hindered at all. He appeared in front of Elder Qin and swung his Blood Mountain sword again. This time, he did not use his swordsmanship, but the suppressive power of the Blood Mountain sword. The Blood Mountain sword could kill and suppress enemies. It was just that Jian Wushuang rarely used this suppressive skill before. But now... Buzz! Buzz! The Blood Mountain sword turned into a towering giant mountain, and a huge whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the mountain. The whirlpool crazily swallowed everything. First, under Jian Wushuang's guidance, it directly swallowed Elder Qin, and then the Blood Mountain sword turned into a divine sword again. It returned to Jian Wushuang's hand. It was too fast. Jian Wushuang moved too fast. In just a moment, he sent Chu Yong flying and then suppressed Elder Qin. After doing all this, he looked around. What he was looking at was naturally the manor behind him. In the attic of the manor, Ling Rushuang had also come to the window. Jian Wushuang. Ling Rushuang's eyes were extremely complicated. I'm sorry. Jian Wushuang and Ling Rushuang looked at each other, but his figure directly rushed toward the void to the side. Jian Yi, how dare you! A loud shout suddenly sounded in heaven and earth. It was so loud that it shook the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chu Yong was the one who shouted. He had seen Jian Wushuang suppress Elder Qin in front of him, and it was in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was completely shaken. A large number of figures flew up and rushed in the direction of the pavilion. Long Xingzi, the pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, rushed over at once. At the same time, a few hidden experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also rushed over. In the blink of an eye, 3 immortal saints arrived in front of Jian Wushuang. Including Chu Yong, there were 4 of them. In addition, there were many powerful disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, such as the invincible Divine Master, who was rarely seen in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. However, there were several in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and they had surrounded Jian Wushuang in just a moment. Of course, this was also because Jian Wushuang did not make a move. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to be alone. Chu Yong, what happened? Where is Elder Qin? Long Xingzi stared at Chu Yong with a gloomy face. Pavilion Master, Elder Qin has been suppressed by this Jian Yi, Chu Yong said in a low voice. What? Long Xingzi was shocked, but then he flew into a rage. He was not the only one. The other 2 immortal saints, and the disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all furious. This was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. An outsider, Jian had suppressed an immortal saint-level elder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's lair? He was going to fight with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Jian, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion respects your strength and identity. We welcome you and treat you with the utmost care, but now you have suppressed Elder Qin of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You are too arrogant. Long Xing's voice was cold. Release Elder Qin quickly and hand over 1,000,000 sacred elixirs to apologize to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, or else what? Jian Wushuang stood alone, facing the countless experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion without any fear. Long Xing's face changed. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not dare to underestimate Jian Wushuang's strength. Therefore, they did not want to offend him unless it was necessary. But now, Jian, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has no enmity with you. So what do you want to do today? Long Xingzi shouted in a low voice. My goal is simple. I want to know where young Phoenix is going and why she is going there. Besides, when the Dragon Phoenix ranking was released, you placed her name at 3rd place. In other words, her contribution to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is ranked in the top 3 among all the predecessors of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She is only second to the founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Ancient Sage, and the 3rd Pavilion Master. However, what contribution did she make to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that you would place her in 3rd place? I want to know everything. As long as I know everything, I will let Elder Qin out and guarantee that she won't be hurt. But if you don't tell me, then don't blame me for being rude. Jian Wushuang's expression was solemn and extremely cold. Chapter 2908, Supreme Emotion Valley. Jian, are you threatening the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Long Xingzi shouted. Yes, I am, Jian Wushuang admitted directly. He was not afraid of falling out with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even when he came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he was already prepared to completely fall out with it. It was because of this that he waited until his strength had once again greatly improved and he had sufficient confidence before he came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to pay a visit. To be so impudent in my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and even shamelessly threaten my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, aren't you worried that you won't be able to leave alive today? Long Xingzi said. He, Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, you seem to be called Long Xingzi, right? When the Dragon Phoenix ranking was first opened, I carefully looked at it. Your name is on it, and you are able to be listed on the Dragon Phoenix ranking. It seems that your methods are still impatient. At the very least, you have made a lot of contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unfortunately, you have underestimated me. Since I dared to suppress your elders in your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I naturally have absolute confidence that I will be able to escape unscathed. If you don't believe me, you can try later, but I won't show any mercy. As for the final result, I can still leave calmly. As for you, I guarantee that more than half of the experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, including many disciples, will die. But Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. There was absolute confidence between his brows. Long Xingzi could also see this confidence. However, he could not help frowning. Where did Jian get such confidence from? Although Long Xingzi was full of doubts about Jian Wushuang's words, he did not dare to be careless. After all, this was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There were many disciples here, and each of them was a true god's favored son. Each death was enough to make the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's heart ache. If they could not control the battle here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Long Xingzi was hesitating. But at this time, Elder Qin, who Jian Wushuang had suppressed in the Blood Mountain sword, had already broken free from the time-space stagnation. As soon as she broke free, she knew that she had been suppressed. And then she heard the conversation between Jian Wushuang and Long Xingzi in the Blood Mountain sword. Now she directly shouted, Jian, don't you want to know about Ling'er? Okay, I'll tell you. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and his consciousness quickly covered the Blood Mountain sword. Tell me, where is she going? Jian Wushuang asked. Humph, Leng is going to Supreme Emotion Valley, Elder Qin answered. Supreme Emotion Valley? Jian Wushuang frowned. I'm afraid you've never heard of this name, right? Elder Qin sneered. Let me tell you, the Supreme Emotion Valley is a sect, and it comes from the vast third heaven. Even in the third heaven, in the core territory of the absolute beginning divine realm, the Supreme Emotion Valley is extremely powerful. A top sect in the third heaven? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The third heaven was the core of the absolute beginning divine realm. The three saint realms, the four divine clans, and the octagonal heaven sect were the top sects in that territory. The Supreme Emotion Valley was very famous, so even if it did not reach the level of the octagonal heaven sect, it would not be too far off. Shuang is going there to cultivate? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, of course, to cultivate, Elder Qin said in a low voice. The Supreme Emotion Valley is a transcendent sect. It's hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times stronger than our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There are countless cultivation resources there, far beyond what the Golden Crow Nine Realms forces can compare with. Leng talent is extraordinary. Only by going there can she fully display her talent, and have more room to grow in the future. Is that so? Jian Wushuang frowned. If what Elder Qin said was true, then it was indeed a good thing for Leng Wushuang to go there, and he had no reason to stop her. But his intuition told him that it was not so simple. Elder Qin, let me ask you again. What kind of sect does the Supreme Emotion Valley belong to? How much do you know? Jian Wushuang asked. How could I know too much about such a super sect? But last time, 2 disciples of the Supreme Emotion Valley came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion because of Leng. I know something from them. Elder Qin paused for a moment and then said, I heard that the Supreme Emotion Valley has more female disciples than male disciples. Besides, this sect has a special feature, which is that almost all the disciples have no partners. No partner? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Yes, the great oblivion is to forget, or even abandon emotions. It is said that there is a divine skill in the valley that can only be cultivated by people who are completely devoid of emotions, and have not been touched by the mortal world. In addition, to cultivate this divine skill, one has to be terrifyingly talented. This condition is extremely harsh, and it is impossible for outsiders to achieve. The Supreme Emotion Valley has experienced countless years and has countless talented disciples. However, only 3 people have truly cultivated this secret technique. Moreover, these 3 people are unable to truly cultivate that divine technique to the highest level. However, not long ago, the Supreme Emotion Valley found out about Leng existence from God knows where. They personally sent experts to investigate. In the end, they determined that Leng is the best candidate to cultivate that divine technique. She has the chance to become the 4th person in the history of the Supreme Emotion Valley to cultivate that divine technique. Therefore, the Supreme Emotion Valley discussed with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the end, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion decided to send Leng to the Supreme Emotion Valley to cultivate, and the Supreme Emotion Valley gave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion a lot of resources. The resources were much more than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could imagine, and they greatly helped the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Because of this, Leng was listed as the 3rd on the Dragon Phoenix list. Elder Qin said. Completely abandon her emotions? Does that mean that after she cultivates that divine skill, she won't have any feelings anymore? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Elder Qin nodded. In fact, Leng doesn't have any feelings at all. She's cold to the extreme. She has always been like this, but for some reason, when she saw you, her emotions actually fluctuated. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's face became unusually gloomy. She could accept that Leng Wushuang went to the Supreme Emotion Valley to cultivate. After all, Leng Wushuang was extremely talented and had a lot of room for growth. A top sect like the Supreme Emotion Valley was indeed suitable for her growth. But if she went there, she would have to abandon all her feelings, which was not what he wanted. Shuang already can't remember me. If I let her go to the Supreme Emotion Valley and cultivate that divine art, then the chances of her remembering me in the future would be very slim. Chapter 2909 Decision. I can't let Xuan go to the Supreme Emotion Valley. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. He had been looking for her for a long time. It had been 100,000 years in his previous life. Now that he finally saw Ling Rushuang again in this life, how could Jian Wushuang let her leave his side again? Moreover, once Ling Rushuang went to a place, she had to abandon all her emotions and forget everything in the past. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang had made up his mind, and his face became determined. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His already extremely powerful aura suddenly soared at this moment. When the experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion around him saw this, their expressions immediately became solemn. Jian, what do you want to do? Elder Qin, who was suppressed in the Blood Mountain Sword, immediately shouted in a low voice. She could feel Jian Wushuang's emotional fluctuation. What do you want to do? What do you think? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. The next moment, boom! Jian Wushuang moved directly. Like a flowing light phantom, he rushed toward the manor where Ling Rushuang lived with earth-shaking power. As soon as he moved, the surrounding people also became violent. Stop him! Long Xingzi shouted. In an instant, 4 immortal saints from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, including Long Xingzi, moved simultaneously. Stop! Chu Yong's voice was cold and harsh. He joined hands with another immortal saint, and the two of them stood in front of Jian Wushuang with monstrous auras. Whoosh! Chu Yong continued to wave his scarlet long spear, which was filled with flames. Then, finally, he left a huge fire passage in the void and suddenly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The immortal saint who was standing with him waved his massive fist. His fist was like a vast mountain, containing millions of kilograms of strength. It was as if he was going to smash the sky with one punch. The two stood in front of Jian Wushuang, while Long Xingzi and the other immortal saint attacked Jian Wushuang from both sides. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. The moment the immortal saints moved, a huge blood-red river with dark golden light surged out from his body. The blood-red river surged with overwhelming power and covered the entire void in an instant. Jian Wushuang had fully exerted his realm techniques, including the 9-universe blood-red river, the Star Armor realm, and the Prison of Punishment. Under the pressure of this realm, even experts like Long Xingzi, who were immortal saints, were immediately suppressed. Their strength was hidden by at least 20%. Then, Jian Wushuang attacked at lightning speed. His Blood Mountain sword slashed forward 2 times in a row. Clang! Clang! Like a mountain, Chu Yong's long spear and the immortal saint's colossal fist were sent flying. As for Long Xingzi, who was attacking from the side, Jian Wushuang also fought them head-on. His sword light was powerful and quickly blocked the attacks of the two, but the 4 immortal saints also stopped him. Jian, you have no right to be presumptuous in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion! Long Xingzi's voice was cold, and his aura was getting stronger. Beside him, Chu Yong and the other 3 immortal saints were also staring at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was indeed very famous in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. After all, he had killed 2 of them under the siege of the 3 immortal saints. Even the strongest among them, Long Xingzi, would not be a match for him in a one-on-one fight, but now they had 4 immortal saints working together, and this was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. They were confident that they could take Jian Wushuang down. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and did not speak. But at this moment, he immediately activated the Supreme Sword Essence in the Blood Mountain Sword. That Supreme Sword Essence was extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang's understanding of the sword principle had reached the 2nd level, the Boundless Sword Tree, which was 3,300 meters tall. With this move, he instantly guided 1% of the sword essence to sweep out. Buzz! Buzz! A supreme and extraordinary sword essence suddenly burst out. The power of this sword essence was so strong that it caused heaven and earth to be moved. The four immortal saints surrounding Jian Wushuang changed their expressions when they sensed this sword essence. What a powerful sword essence! When this sword essence killed Realm Lord Tianchu and the others, it also burst out the same sword essence. Therefore, this sword essence must have come from the magic sword in his hand. That magic sword, if I'm not mistaken, should be the sword principal magic weapon that Elder Mo used to refine with the holy heavenly furnace and caused a huge commotion. Be careful, don't underestimate him. The four immortal saints looked highly solemn. The supreme sword essence swept out, and with the help of this supreme sword essence, the power of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship suddenly soared. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang attacked again. He slashed with one hand, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand drew a perfect arc in the void. In an instant, a shocking sword light was directly released. This sword light was immense, boundless, and extremely bright. The most important thing was the power contained in the sword light. Unfortunately, with the support of the supreme sword essence, the power became too terrifying. When Long Xingzi, Chu Yong, and the others saw this sword light, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. Attack together to block! Long Xingzi let out a low shout. The four immortal saints immediately attacked. The four of them came from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and they worked together with great tacit understanding. Thus, although the four of them attacked separately, their power could be perfectly combined. Boom! A loud sound shook the sky and earth. But in the end, four muffled groans sounded at the same time, and the four immortal saints of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were sent flying by the terrifying power of the sword light at the first moment. Two of them were weaker, and their faces were a little pale. The rebounding force had slightly injured them. We four immortal saints can't even fight head-on. The power of the sword light is so strong? Long Xingzi was shocked. He did not know that Jian Wushuang had used such a shocking sword light to kill Realm Lord Tianchu when he had just made a breakthrough in his sword principle and guided his sword essence. Now that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time and reincarnation rules had reached the immortal saint level, his strength had soared again. The power of such a sword light was naturally more terrifying. Although Long Xingzi and the other three were working together, their strength was not much stronger. The most powerful Long Xingzi was only slightly stronger than the former master of the heavenly curve world. Therefore, even if they worked together, Jian Wushuang could still defeat them head-on. Chapter 29:10 Gold Dragon and Blood Phoenix. Those who block me will die! Jian Wushuang sent the four immortal saints flying with a single strike. His murderous aura was so strong that his cold voice spread throughout the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been completely shaken. Countless experts and disciples had rushed here. When they saw Jian Wushuang send Long Xingzi and the others flying with a single strike, the experts and disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all shocked. That man! Jian Yi, it's him! Demoness Gu was among the crowd. When she saw this scene, her heart was filled with great waves. Many years ago, she had fought with Jian Wushuang in the Beiming Star Field. At that time, Jian Wushuang was only slightly stronger than her. It had only been a short while, but the latter was already strong enough to fight against the top experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, it was a 1 versus 4 fight. Jian Yi, I admit that you are strong, but that doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has existed in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow for so many years, and its heritage is beyond your imagination. Moreover, you are now staying in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's nest. So Long Xingzi's eyes were like lightning. He stared at Jian Wushuang. Everyone, follow me to activate the formation and kill this boy. As soon as he finished his words, a surge of mighty divine power rose from Long Xingzi's body. The divine power did not sweep toward Jian Wushuang. Instead, it surged into the void above and merged with the tremendous sect-protecting formation that had always existed above the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At the same time, Chu Yong and the other 2 immortal saints also surged with majestic divine power and merged with the sect-protecting formation. As the divine power was poured in, an ancient and extremely powerful aura slowly invaded the sect-protecting formation. Just as Long Xingzi had said, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had existed in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow for so many years and had a very deep foundation. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had many trump cards, and one of the most powerful trump cards was the sect-protecting formation that had been in and out of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for a long time. The founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Ancient Sage, had paid a great price to hire several powerful array masters to refine this formation. To refine this formation, the Ancient Sage had also spent a great deal of effort and cost, in particular, to find the 2 most critical true spirits that made up this formation. The Ancient Sage had to search through thousands of mountains and rivers to see it finally. Ever since the formation was constructed, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been guarding it for countless years. Unfortunately, over the years, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had encountered powerful enemies as well. For example, when the second Pavilion Master was still in power, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion experienced a great crisis. However, even though the crisis was great, no one had been able to directly attack the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's headquarters because of the existence of the sect-protecting formation. After generations of improvement by the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the power of this great formation became even more formidable. And now, under the guidance of Long Xingzi and the other 4 immortal saints, the power of this sect-protecting great formation was unleashed. Roar! A furious roar and a hissing sound resounded through the void at the same time. 2 majestic forces began to gather within the sect-protecting great formation above. A moment later, they formed 2 enormous creatures. One of the 2 giant creatures was a huge golden dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. This golden dragon had 4 claws and was covered in golden scales. A pair of golden eyes looked down on its colossal dragon head. These eyes contained endless pressure, and a massive surge of genuine dragon chi was completely spread out. The other giant creature was scarlet all over as if it was covered in blood. It was also huge, but it looked extremely noble and beautiful. It was a phoenix, and it was a blood phoenix. Golden dragon blood phoenix? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 giant creatures above him. After the golden dragon and blood phoenix were formed, the aura on its body had been increasing crazily. In just a moment, it had reached a shocking level. Then, the golden dragon and blood phoenix moved directly. Boom! The huge 4-clawed golden dragon swooped down. But before its huge body could get close to Jian Wushuang, a shocking power of the true dragon had already pressed down on Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, one of the 4 sharp claws of the golden dragon swung its front claw. Whoosh! A bright golden light appeared in the void. The golden light was so bright that it seemed to replace all the light in the world. The void trembled violently under this claw. This power! Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He could feel the power of the golden dragon's claw. This claw could tear the sky apart. If it were just an ordinary immortal saint, he would probably be torn into pieces by this claw. Fortunately, his battle strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary immortal saint. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked up at the golden light that was attacking him. Then, he suddenly rushed forward, and the supreme sword essence was exerted to the limit in an instant. Whoosh! A vast and majestic sword light swept out again. The sword light was extremely shrill and collided with the incoming golden light. After a loud sound, both of them dissipated. The golden dragon had already pounced over. Kacha! The golden dragon grabbed Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword with one of his dragon claws. Then, the second dragon claw grabbed Jian Wushuang's head at lightning speed. Ridiculous! Jian Wushuang sneered. With a thought, the power of the blood mountain sword in his hand soared. Under Jian Wushuang's force, the sharp sword edge cut through the golden dragon's sharp claw, and then it collided with the second claw. A powerful force was transmitted through the dragon claw. Jian Wushuang slightly lowered his body and took a few steps back. However, just as he steadied himself, a scorching aura suddenly came from the void beside him. Jian Wushuang turned his head and saw that the blood phoenix had already appeared by his side. Its mouth had also opened. Boom! Scarlet flames that could burn the void spurted out of the blood phoenix's mouth, and the vast world instantly turned into a scarlet sea of fire. Jian Wushuang was in the center of the scarlet sea of fire. Wow, the temperature of this flame is terrifying. Fortunately, it's me. If it were an ordinary immortal saint, I'm afraid that this flame would melt him in an instant. Instead, Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. His body protection ability was extremely powerful, and the key was that he had the perfect immortal body. The scarlet flames swept over him crazily. Although he was severely injured at the first moment, he quickly recovered with his divine power. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang flashed and escaped from the sea of fire. Chapter 29:11 Dragons and Phoenixes. The power of the Golden Dragon and the Blood Phoenix is really powerful. Jian Wushuang looked at the two giants in front of him with a heavy heart. Humph, Sword One, do you think the sect-protecting formation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is only so powerful in attacking? Long Xingzi sneered and looked at the three immortal saints around him. Use that move! Chu Yong and the other two nodded heavily. In an instant, their divine power surged again. Golden light surged out of Long Xingzi's body. Dragon and Phoenix cry, kill the demon! With Long Xingzi's low shout, the three-clawed golden dragon, which was over 300 meters long, suddenly let out a dragon cry. The dragon's cry was unusually loud and reverberated between heaven and earth. At the same time, visible ripples spread out and covered the void around Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. This is... Jian Wushuang's expression changed. When the ripples spread out, he had already sensed the special power contained within them. Space-time, it's the power of space-time. Jian Wushuang was shocked and immediately realized that the space-time he was in had been completely sealed. A huge force came directly toward him and sealed him. Although Jian Wushuang had monstrous strength, he felt that he had nowhere to use it at this moment. The power firmly sealed him, making it very difficult for him to move. At this time, the blood phoenix on the other side had endless blood-colored flames surging on its body. The color of the blood-colored flames was darker than before, and it had even turned black and red. The temperature of the black and red flames was even more astonishing. Bind! The fire phoenix also let out a cry, and in the next moment, endless black and red flames crazily covered this patch of the void. Moreover, the moment the flames touched this patch of the void, they immediately fused perfectly with the space-time energy that acted on this patch of the void. In an instant, this patch of void started burning crazily. Under the burning of the terrifying flame, everything was annihilated. In the surrounding void, Long Xingzi and the others watched everything with a trace of coldness in their eyes. When they saw that Jian Wushuang had been completely covered by the black-red sea of fire, a cold smile appeared on their faces. Although the sect-protecting formation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is mainly used to defend against external enemies, and although it's not very good in terms of offensive and killing, now that the four of us are driving the formation to evolve into a golden dragon and a blood phoenix, together with the Dragon Phoenix cry, even an ordinary immortal saint who has mastered the immortal body would find it difficult to resist it. As for Jian Yi, although he has also mastered the immortal body, he is only a divine master and doesn't have much divine power. Under this move, he won't be able to hold on for long and his divine power will be completely exhausted. At that time, even if he has the immortal body, he will definitely die. Long Xingzi sneered. The three immortal saints and Long Xingzi also had the same thought. They all thought that Jian Wushuang was dead for sure. Even if he did not die, his divine power would be exhausted. Then they would kill him. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Buzz! A sword light suddenly lit up. It seemed to be able to tear the world apart. After it appeared, it directly split the sea of fire where Jian Wushuang was in half. A large number of flames spread in all directions, revealing a wide passage. At the end of the passage, a young figure holding a long sword slowly walked out. What? He actually broke this move? How is it possible? The most terrifying thing is not the burning of the blood phoenix's flames, but the space-time imprisonment that comes with it. Under the space-time imprisonment, he should have been burned by the Blood Phoenix's flames, but he actually broke free from the Golden Dragon's space-time imprisonment? Long Xingzi and the other three were shocked. They did not know that the space-time imprisonment of the Golden Dragon was indeed powerful. If it were any other immortal saint, he would not be able to resist the space-time imprisonment, and would only be burned by the Blood Phoenix flame. However, Jian Wushuang was different. First, his divine power was extremely powerful. Second, he was good at the space-time rules and had reached the level of the immortal saint. Thirdly, and most importantly, he knew how to use such a space-time imprisonment skill. For example, the heaven-designated skill, which could freeze time and space, was much more profound than this space-time imprisonment skill. Jian Wushuang was very familiar with this skill, so he naturally knew how to break it. Therefore, after falling into space-time imprisonment for only a moment, he directly broke free. Dragon and Phoenix Cry is indeed a good technique, but unfortunately it's me. Jian Wushuang sneered and looked at the Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix in front of him with a fierce look in his eyes. Then, he slowly raised a long sword in his hand and slashed it. This slash seemed to be an easy one, but the moment it was slashed, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship, the supreme sword essence guided by the Blood Mountain sword, and the power of the infinite sword tree in his body had been exerted to the extreme. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many space-time rules condensed together with the sword essence, forming one space-time blade after another. More than 400 space-time blades were densely packed together, and these space-time blades had wholly merged with the sword essence. The space-time rules and swordsmanship were perfectly combined. The ninth move of space-time swordsmanship, Storm. Boom! A fierce wind suddenly swept up between heaven and earth. A colossal storm rose out of thin air in the void where Jian Wushuang's sword essence was directed. This storm contained more than 400 space-time blades and endless shocking sword essence. It was terrifying, and the storm had already swept toward Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix. Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix seemed to have sensed the terrifying power contained in this storm and wanted to flee at once. However, the storm was too fast, at least more quickly than their fleeing speed. Moreover, the storm was getting bigger and bigger as it swept through. The Golden Dragon and the Blood Phoenix did not escape far before they were swept into the storm. But then, under the endless killing power, the Golden Dragon and the Blood Phoenix did not struggle much before they were directly crushed into pieces. Then, they turned into a sky full of power and returned to the sect-protecting array. How could this be? Long Xingzi and the others behind them were shocked when they saw this scene. The Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix formed by the sect-protecting formation fully guided by the four of them were mighty. They should have been able to fight against a true saint who had an immortal body, but Jian Wushuang crushed them? Chapter 29:12 Saint Hong. How could Jian Yi be so powerful? Long Xingzi and the others were shocked. There was nothing they could do. However, Jian Wushuang's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. He was much stronger than when Jian Wushuang killed Realm Lord Tianchu and the others. Now that the Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix had been defeated, the only one in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion who could stop Jian Wushuang was him. Humph! After killing the Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix, Jian Wushuang snorted. He did not even bother to look at Long Xingzi and the others. Instead, he immediately rushed toward the manor where Ling Rushuang lived. However, he stopped shortly after he moved. The reason was that a figure had appeared in front of him. It was an older man in a yellow Taoist robe. The older man's eyes were cloudy, and he stood there as if the wind could blow him down. However, it was because of him that Jian Wushuang stopped. Jian Wushuang looked at the older man in a Taoist robe, and his face became very serious. Although the vicissitudes of life elder in front of him did not emit any aura or show any skills, he just stood there, and it gave Jian Wushuang tremendous pressure. The pressure was too great. It was much more significant than when he faced the Golden Dragon Blood Phoenix and the four immortal saints simultaneously. Jian Wushuang instantly understood that the weathered elder must be a very powerful expert. The experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also saw the appearance of the weathered elder. Some of the young experts and disciples were puzzled. They did not know the weathered elder. However, some of the top experts who had stayed in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for a long time, including Long Xingzi, were excited. It's Saint Hong, the previous pavilion master of our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The previous pavilion master is still in our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. That's great. Haha, with the previous pavilion master here, Jian Yi can't be arrogant anymore. Surprised voices kept ringing in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Those experts who knew the identity of the weathered elder were all very excited. Saint Hong? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and stared at the elder, quickly recalling the information in his mind. Soon, he understood the identity of the person who came. The previous pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was also ranked on the Dragon Phoenix list, and he ranked 5th on the list. Many years ago, he broke through to become an immortal saint. When he was in charge of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he was known as the Immortal Saint, the closest to Bone Emperor in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. However, 100,000 years ago, he disappeared and passed on the position of Pavilion Master to Long Xingzi. It was rumored that he left the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and went to the vast third firmament. But now it seems that it's not the case. Jian Wushuang's heart was very heavy. There was nothing he could do. Long Xingzi was no match for Saint Hong. He was also the pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but he was mighty. 100,000 years ago, he was already known as the Immortal Saint, the closest to Bone Emperor in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Now that 100,000 years had passed, his strength must be even more terrifying. Is this the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's last resort? Jian Wushuang stared at Saint Hong with a burning gaze. Although this Saint Hong was very famous, Jian Wushuang was also very powerful now. So he was not afraid of Saint Hong at all. I have been in seclusion for many years. I didn't want to appear again, but you are making too much noise today. Saint Hong opened his eyes slightly, revealing a pair of cold eyes. After all, we're in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Do you think no one in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can act so recklessly? I dare not. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is famous in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. I don't want to be enemies with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion unless it's necessary, Jian Wushuang said. In that case, please release the elder who suppressed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Then, I'll let bygones be bygones and let you leave safely afterward. What do you think? Saint Hong said. Jian Wushuang did not say anything, but Long Xingzi was already anxious. Grand Uncle Master, Jian Yi is so reckless in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and even suppressed the elder on the spot. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion doesn't kill him on the spot, he will become the laughingstock of all the forces. From now on, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will lose its prestige in the Golden Crow 9 realms. Therefore, Grand Uncle Master, please kill Jian Yi on the spot. Even if you can't kill him, you have to punish him severely. Right, we can't let him go so easily. If we let him go so easily, where will our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion lose face? The Immortal Saint of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the surrounding experts were all furious. None of them were willing to let Jian Wushuang go. Seeing this, Saint Hong frowned slightly. Shut up! Saint Hong shouted in a low voice. Long Xingzi and the others immediately stopped talking. After that, no one dared to say another word. After suppressing all the voices, Saint Hong looked at Jian Wushuang again and asked, My young friend, are you willing? Haha, Saint Hong is so bold. No one in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is willing to let me go, but you are. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily, then he said, I can release Elder Qin and leave immediately, but I have to take another person with me. Another person? Are you talking about the young phoenix of our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Saint Hong asked. Yes, as long as you let me take her away, I can apologize for what happened today. Regardless of what price the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion needs me to pay, I will agree as long as I have it. After that, not only will I not offend the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but I will also owe the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion a huge favor. In the future, if your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is in danger, I will do my best to help you. How about it? Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Saint Hong pondered for a moment and then shook his head. No, the young phoenix is essential to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. I can't let you take her away. In that case, there's nothing more to say. However, I've long heard that the previous pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Saint Hong, is the immortal saint closest to the Bone Emperor in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Since I'm lucky enough to meet her today, I'd like to have a good experience. Jian Wushuang's aura had become cold. It seems that you have made up your mind. In that case, I will accompany you. Saint Hong's voice also became cold. At the same time, a terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. Chapter 29:13 The World of Ice and Snow Rumble. Even though they were both immortal saints, the aura emanating from Saint Hong's body was much stronger than Long Xing's and the others. It was at least several times stronger. This terrifying aura suppressed heaven and earth. Saint Hong flipped his palm, and a dark golden stone staff appeared in his hand. This dark golden stone stick had an extremely powerful aura. It was a saint treasure at the peak of the 3rd grade. Saint Hong took a step forward and instantly crossed the distance between him and Jian Wushuang. Thus, he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Then, he swung the dark golden stone stick in his hand. It looked like an ordinary person waving a stick. There was not much mystery to it, but a giant dark golden stick shadow appeared as soon as he swung the stick. The dark golden stick shadow was mighty, like a flood dragon's body. It suddenly swung toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not dare to be careless. When Saint Hong waved the stone stick in his hand, his blood mountain sword immediately slashed out. Jian Wushuang also waved his sword, but he had already exerted the power of his divine power to the maximum. The boundless sword tree in his body trembled slightly and burst out with eternal sword essence. The supreme sword essence from the Blood Mountain sword also burst out without restraint. The sword light from the Blood Mountain sword collided with the dark golden staff shadow in the blink of an eye. Clang! As soon as a low sound of collision was heard, a surge of divine power immediately formed a storm that swept out in all directions. There were many experts from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion around the two of them. When they saw the divine power storm, they were so frightened that they immediately retreated. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang's face was cold. Yet, he could feel the power contained in the dark golden long staff. The power was not weaker than his, and it was even a little stronger than his. Suddenly, Saint Hong pulled his long staff and then smashed it again. Again, it was natural and without any hesitation. Jian Wushuang also immediately waved his sword and used the same power. However, when the two collided again, Jian Wushuang's body trembled slightly. Ha! Saint Hong suddenly let out a long laugh. The dark golden long stick in his hand was like a firestorm wheel, smashing toward Jian Wushuang again and again. Each stick contained a shocking power. Each stick was violent and straightforward, but it was also extremely terrifying. One stick after another crazily smashed toward Jian Wushuang. Even Jian Wushuang was a little surprised when he saw the stick's shadow crazily smashing toward him. Jian Wushuang immediately displayed his swordsmanship. He also brandished his sword and met with Saint Hong head-on. It was a head-on fight. However, in such a fight, it was evident that Saint Hong had the absolute advantage while Jian Wushuang kept retreating. Bang! There was another violent bang. Jian Wushuang's body sank and almost fell to the ground. Haha, I have comprehended the rules of the earth. With the help of the power of the earth, the power of my stick is endless, and each stick is stronger than the last. My long stick is made of special crystals, and I also pay attention to power. You, a sword principle cultivator who has comprehended the rules of space and time, dare to confront me head-on. You are overestimating yourself. Saint Hong's mighty voice resounded in the world. He stepped forward again, and the dark golden long stick in his hand became more powerful. Then, with the power of the rules of the earth, it attacked Jian Wushuang again. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Overestimating yourself? Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile, and then. Whoosh! 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 Black streamers appeared in front of Jian Wushuang like black lightning. These black streamers were the Netherblood Divine Swords at the superior heavenly treasure level. Although these Netherblood Divine Swords were only at the superior heavenly treasure level, there were a total of 18 of them. Under Jian Wushuang's control, these 18 Netherblood Divine Swords had perfectly fused in the blink of an eye. Buzz! A faint humming sound, like the sound of a sword, slowly sounded. A brand new, 5-meter-long black divine sword with a very thin sword body appeared in the world. The third level of the Reincarnation Sword Formation, Reincarnation Drunk. This sword formation is the Reincarnation Sword Formation created by Sword Master Copperheart? Saint Hong looked at the sword formation with a strange expression. Sword Master Copperheart was a super expert who was almost invincible among the immortal saints. So Saint Hong naturally knew about it, and knew about the Reincarnation Sword Formation. Sword Master Tong Xian was so famous that the power of the Samsara Sword Formation he created could not be underestimated. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed from afar, and the 5-meter-long black magic sword instantly pierced through the void and shot towards Saint Hong. In an instant, the black magic sword appeared in front of Saint Hong. Humph! Saint Hong snorted and waved the dark golden long stick in his hand. It brought along the endless power of the earth's rules and smashed directly into the black magic sword. Bang! The 5-meter-long black divine sword shook slightly and then collapsed. It's just the third Reincarnation Sword Formation. It's just a joke in front of me, Saint Hong said disdainfully. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled and said, the third Reincarnation Sword Formation can't do anything to you. What about the fourth one? As soon as Jian Wushuang finished his words, the underworld blood divine swords reassembled. This time, the combination was more complicated, and the power of the law of reincarnation was obviously bigger. In the blink of an eye, a brand new sword formation appeared in front of everyone. It was also a black divine sword, but it was less than 2 meters long, but its body was very wide. When the 2-meter-long black divine sword was put together, the world around it suddenly turned gray. This grayish-white looked as if it had fallen into a vast expanse of white snow. There was a vast expanse of white everywhere except for the pitch-black divine sword in the void. This black divine sword naturally became the sole focus of the world. The fourth level! Saint Hong's pupils could not help but shrink. The Reincarnation Sword Formation was stronger and stronger. Previously, he was only at the third level of the Samsara drunkard. As long as his comprehension of the laws of reincarnation reached the limit of a supreme being, he could easily use it. He did not care about it at all. However, the fourth level was completely different. The fourth level of the Reincarnation Sword Formation required the comprehension of the laws of reincarnation to reach the level of an immortal saint. Its power was much more powerful than the third level. And this Samsara Sword Formation was called the World of Ice and Snow. Kill! With a thought, Jian Wushuang shot out the only black divine sword in the vast white world. It was extremely fast, and the most important thing was that it was too powerful. Chapter 29:14 Could not be stopped. Humph! Saint Hong's divine power burst out. The dark gold long stick turned into a dark gold bolt of lightning and struck out rapidly. In an instant, it collided head-on with the black divine sword. The black divine sword was still sent flying by the collision, but Saint Hong himself staggered and took 3 steps back. Each step was heavy and powerful. It seems that there is not much difference in strength between them. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Then, under his control, the black divine sword shot out again. Bang! 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 The black divine sword and Saint Hong's dark golden long staff collided again and again. Each time, Saint Hong had a slight advantage, but it was only a tiny advantage. Do not forget that the sword formation was controlled by consciousness and soul. Therefore, the recoil from the collision did not affect Jian Wushuang at all. On the contrary, the power of the reincarnation sword formation was directed at Saint Hong's divine body again. This situation was disadvantageous to Saint Hong. Sorry to trouble you. Saint Hong frowned slightly. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was in the void in front of him, waved his right hand, and a streak of golden light immediately burst out and merged with the surrounding void. Buzz, buzz, the world shook. A natural scroll world appeared in the void above. There were mountains and rivers in the scroll world, and the most eye-catching ones were the 9 towering continents. Thousand treasures, great world, sword principal world! Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice, and the world began to change in an instant. They were initially in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, in a huge ancient sect, but they had appeared on a desolate land in the blink of an eye. There were all kinds of divine swords stuck in the empty land. However, there was no doubt that each of these swords had an extremely powerful aura. There were hundreds of thousands of them. This was a sword tomb, a giant sword tomb. Sensing the changes in the surrounding world, Saint Hong's pupils could not help shrinking. Immediately, the sword essence emitted by Jian Wushuang became much more powerful with the appearance of the sword tomb. It was even stronger than before. Swish! The black divine sword shot out again, and its power was much stronger than before. The world will be changed. But in this world, will the strength of cultivators who are good at sword principle be greatly improved? Saint Hong's eyes focused. He already knew the function of the sword tomb. After the appearance of the sword principle world, the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up, and his body directly floated out. Bang! 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 The black divine sword formed by the 4th reincarnation sword formation, the world of ice and snow, was still as fast and fierce as before, crazily attacking Saint Hong again and again. Saint Hong also waved the dark golden long stick in his hand again and again. But at this moment, a cold and gloomy sword light suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. This sword light was very weak, but it was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared less than a meter away from Saint Hong. Saint Hong's pupils constricted. When he collided with the Samsara sword formation, his sole power had been staring at Jian Wushuang, so Jian Wushuang's actions could not be hidden from him. For example, Jian Wushuang's sudden swordsmanship. He had also noticed it, but the speed of this sword was a little faster than he had expected. Saint Hong's figure blurred and quickly brushed past the edge of the sword light. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was not discouraged. He flicked his right wrist and swung the Blood Mountain sword. Whoosh! Sword shadows burst out, forming a huge sword net that wrapped around Saint Hong. Saint Hong held a dark golden long stick in both hands. This time, he swept the sword net with overwhelming divine power and shattered it. However, the moment the sword net shattered, the black divine sword formed by the reincarnation sword formation appeared in front of him once again. Upon seeing this black divine sword, Saint Hong's expression sank. The power of this sword isn't weak. His close combat ability is also powerful. In this world of sword Dao, even if he were to fight me in close combat, I wouldn't be able to take too much advantage of him. However, the key point is that he still has the perfect cooperation of the reincarnation sword formation. One is close combat, while the other is long range. When the two are used together, even if I have the combat power of a true saint, I would only be able to defend against him passively. Saint Hong felt helpless in his heart. He was very strong. According to the realm of the immortal saint, he had reached the true saint level and had completely mastered the immortal body. He was completely different from Long Xingzi, Chu Yong, and Realm Lord Tian Chu. However, Jian Wushuang, who had used many trump cards to guide the sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword, was as strong as a true saint. Moreover, he was not much weaker than Jian Wushuang. Most importantly, Jian Wushuang's close combat ability and the Samsara sword formation perfectly complemented each other. As a result, he was helpless and could only passively resist. Although I still have my ultimate moves and killer moves, he has an immortal body. So it's impossible to kill him. Saint Hong sighed secretly. He already knew that he could not kill Jian Wushuang. Because of this, he had hoped that Jian Wushuang could retreat on his own so that he could avoid a big battle. After Jian Wushuang refused, he wanted to rely on his absolute strength to make Jian Wushuang retreat. However, he did not expect that Jian Wushuang's real battle strength was not weaker than his and was even slightly more potent than his. Now, he was forced by Jian Wushuang into a problematic situation. In such a situation, he could not do anything to Jian Wushuang. If he was outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, with the protection formation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I could easily shut him out. But now, he has entered the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The protection formation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion focuses on defense, but its offensive ability is not strong, so it can't do anything to him. And if I continue to fight with him, there will be no result. On the contrary, if I force him, if he starts a massacre in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I'm afraid no one can stop him. Saint Hong had many thoughts in his mind. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. He had no choice. This was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's headquarters. Jian Wushuang did not want to make things too difficult for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, so he did not kill them. However, if he pushed Jian Wushuang to the brink and started killing wantonly, the consequences would be too severe. Jian Yi, stop! Saint Hong said. Jian Wushuang immediately stopped what he was doing. I can't do anything to you, and I can't stop you. If you take Xiaofeng away, neither the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nor I will stop you. But whether you can take her away, in the end, depends on your ability, Saint Hong said. Chapter 29:15 is here. Thank you. Jian Wushuang looked at Saint Hong gratefully, then he turned around and went to the manor where Ling Rushuang lived. Grand Uncle Master! Long Xingzi was anxious. Saint Hong waved his hand and said, Let him go. He can't take Xiaofeng away. After all, the people over there are coming. So fast? Long Xingzi was shocked. Of course, he knew who Saint Hong was talking about. Without the experts from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion blocking him, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at the beautiful manor. In the attic corridor of the manor, Jian Wushuang saw Ling Rushuang again. Ling Rushuang had been standing there. She had seen what had happened on the battlefield, but her expression became very complicated when she saw Jian Wushuang again. Shuang come with me, okay? Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and stared at Ling Rushuang with deep affection. Ling Rushuang's expression changed slightly. She disagreed, but she did not refuse immediately. It was evident that she was hesitating. Yes, Ling Rushuang was hesitating. She could not remember Jian Wushuang, but he gave her a hot and reliable feeling. When Jian Wushuang said he wanted to take her away, she did not resist at all. But at the same time, she also had a lot of concerns. Ling Rushuang had not made a decision, but at this time. Buzz! A vast aura suddenly came from the surrounding void. In the void outside, the enormous sect-protecting formation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was activated again, and then a space passage appeared in the middle of it. A group of white-robed figures slowly walked in from the spatial tunnel. There were a total of 9 of these white-robed figures, a total of 9 people. 8 of these 9 people were women, and only 1 was a man. Moreover, all of their expressions were ice-cold, and did not contain the slightest emotion. 9 extremely powerful auras immediately spread within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion when they stepped into the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion from the spatial tunnel. Sensing these 9 auras, the experts and disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all shocked. The immortal saints are all immortal saints! Where did these people come from? There are 9 immortal saints. Which force is this? Exclamations immediately sounded in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the ordinary experts and disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had limited strength, so they could not sense it. However, immortal saints like Saint Hong and Long Xingzi could sense it. The 9 people who came were immortal saints, but all of them had auras that far surpassed ordinary immortal saints. Even the weakest ones seemed to be no more vulnerable than Saint Hong, or even more vital. In other words, these 9 people were all true immortal saints who had mastered the immortal body. The previous pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Hong, greets all of you from the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. Even Saint Hong appeared extremely humble in front of these 9 true saints, and he did not dare to put on any airs. Among the 9 true saints, the leader was an ordinary-looking woman with a hint of coldness and arrogance. This cold and arrogant woman glanced around, and her cold voice slowly sounded. Pavilion Master Hong, we've traveled tens of thousands of miles to come here, but there's not even a single person outside to welcome us. Isn't your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion too disregarding the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley? The cold-looking woman was obviously not happy. I'm very sorry. Something happened in my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion today, so I was unable to welcome you from afar. I hope everyone can atone for your sins. Saint Hong apologized. Something happened? The cold, arrogant woman frowned and looked up. A majestic soul power swept out and instantly covered the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The cold, arrogant woman also saw Jian Wushuang and Ling Rushuang standing side by side in the distant manner. Her eyes turned slightly cold. What's going on? Who's the kid next to the young phoenix? The cold, arrogant woman asked. His name is Jian Yi, and he's a top-notch genius in our Golden Crow 9 realms. He came to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to pay a visit this time, but we didn't expect him to fight in our pavilion and want to take the young phoenix away. The experts of our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion have tried their best to stop him, but he's so powerful that we can't do anything to him. Saint Hong said bitterly. Your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a few immortal saints, and you, a true saint, can't do anything to a little divine master? The cold, prideful woman glanced at Saint Hong. Saint Hong looked bitter. Humph! The cold, arrogant woman snorted and said, Junior brothers Yi, go and bring your new junior sister here. Yes. Beside the cold, arrogant woman was a young man with long purple hair. He was the only man among the 9. After hearing the cold, arrogant woman's words, a purple demonic light flashed in his eyes. Then he turned into a purple rainbow and rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who was standing in the attic, saw Ziyi's arrival and his face darkened. Although he was far away, he had already sensed the auras of the 9 people. Now that Ziyi had attacked him, the pressure on him was enormous. You can go! Ling Rushuang's voice suddenly sounded. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. If you want to go, let's go together. In my previous life, because I asked you to leave, I have been searching for you for 100,000 years. Now that I finally see you again in this life, how can I let you go? Why are you doing this? Ling Rushuang looked at Jian Wushuang and sighed softly. Jian Wushuang just smiled gently and did not answer. Buzz! Ziyi's figure had already appeared in the void in front of Jian Wushuang, and a strange purple spear appeared in his hand. As Ziyi moved his wrist, divine power burst out, and the long spear immediately stabbed toward Jian Wushuang. This stab was just a normal stab, but it gave Jian Wushuang an illusion. It was as if no matter how he tried to block or dodge, the spear would stab him directly. What a strange spear technique! Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he immediately attacked. The supreme sword essence was still unbridled, and Jian Wushuang's battle strength was raised to the limit. The Blood Mountain sword coldly faced it. Clang! The purple demonic long spear collided with the Blood Mountain sword. A metallic sound rang out, but Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. The power contained in the purple demonic long spear was too strong. The moment it collided with the sword, it actually caused the Blood Mountain sword to slightly change its direction, and then the long spear continued to stab at him. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and immediately retreated. While retreating, he slashed 3 times with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Chapter 29:16 Kill him! Clang! 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 The Blood Mountain sword and the demonic purple spear clashed 3 more times before Jian Wushuang managed to block the attack head-on. You're the first divine master to block my attack head-on. Zi glanced at Jian Wushuang with a strange look in her eyes, and then boom! Endless spear essence burst out, and his divine power surged crazily, attacking Jian Wushuang again. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed from afar, and the reincarnation sword formation formed by 18 Netherblood divine swords burst out instantly. Whoosh! The surroundings instantly turned into a white world of ice and snow. Jian Wushuang also rushed out, and the reincarnation sword formation reached its peak in close combat with him. While Jian Wushuang and Zi were engaged in a fierce battle, the remaining 8 people of the Supreme Emotion Valley had already arrived in front of Ling Rushuang. Junior sister Lung, come with us. Although the cold and arrogant woman's voice was cold, her gaze toward Ling Rushuang was different from the others. After all, they all knew how important Ling Rushuang was to the Supreme Emotion Valley. She had the hope of cultivating the supreme divine skill. Ling Rushuang was also a disciple of the Supreme Emotion Valley, but once she entered the valley, she was favored by thousands of people. Her status was much higher than ordinary disciples like them. Ling Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang, who was engaged in a bitter fight. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, I can go with you, but you can't make things difficult for him anymore. Huh! The cold, arrogant woman's face darkened. She looked at Ling Rushuang seriously. She said in a low voice, You should forget all love in the world after entering our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. You are cold and emotionless. You are the best candidate to cultivate the divine skill of our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. But now you are pleading for a man? It's fine if you don't plead for mercy. But now that you are pleading for mercy, this divine master named Jian Yi is doomed to die. Only when he's completely dead and no longer appears in front of you will it not affect you in any way. What? Ling Rushuang was immediately shocked. Junior sister Chiu. The cold, prideful woman glanced at the blue-haired woman behind her. The blue-haired woman nodded slightly, and then she took a step forward. A blue light suddenly burst out from her pair of pitch-black eyes. The blue light was beautiful and immediately attracted Ling Rushuang's attention. Ling Rushuang's eyes immediately became misty. Although she was talented and as easy as eating and drinking when she comprehended the rules, she had only cultivated for a short time and was only at the peak divine master level. She could not resist the illusion of an immortal saint. In the blink of an eye, Ling Rushuang fell into a deep sleep. After Ling Rushuang fell into a deep sleep, the cold, arrogant woman once again looked in the direction where Jian Wushuang and Zi were fighting. A mere divine master can fight with junior brother Zi head-on, and his battle strength has reached the level of a rank 1 true saint. But unfortunately, he is deeply in love with his junior sister Ling, and the person who impressed him deeply is her. Such a person cannot be allowed to enter our Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, so he can only be killed. Junior brother Zi, don't dawdle with him. Just kill him! The cold, arrogant woman shouted in a low voice. Yes. Zi nodded slightly. Then, a burst of bright purple light suddenly burst out from his body, and a purple exotic beast phantom appeared behind him. A terrifying aura burst out from the purple exotic beast phantom, and Zi's eyes turned purple, becoming extremely demonic. Kill! Zi attacked again. His momentum was several times stronger than when he fought with Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang had just fought with Zi. Even if he exerted his killing ability, and the reincarnation sword formation to the extreme, he was still at an absolute disadvantage. Now Zi's strength had increased by several times, and he was crushing Jian Wushuang. Boom! With a loud boom, Zi held the purple long spear in both hands, and the size of the spear in his hands suddenly increased. It was clearly a long spear, but at this moment, it was like a huge stick being held by Zi, and then it was violently smashed out. In an instant, the world fell silent. Numerous mighty purple phantoms rushed toward Jian Wushuang at lightning speed. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He held the Blood Mountain sword with both hands and tried his best to defend himself. However, as soon as the Blood Mountain sword came into contact with the purple phantoms, a terrifying force immediately came into effect. This force was much stronger than Jian Wushuang's own power. It was completely overwhelming. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's body was affected by the power, and he fell down. However, before he really appeared on the ground, Zi suddenly appeared beside him. His eyes were like lightning, and a dazzling light shot out. God-severing demonic spear! Zi shouted. The dazzling purple light was not hindered at all and directly hit Jian Wushuang's divine body. Although Jian Wushuang had the 9 luminary star armor and his golden armor, the 9 luminary star armor immediately collapsed under the dazzling purple light. As for the golden armor, although it was not of a high level, it had become extremely tough because it had fused with his perfect blood essence. The spear did not directly pierce through his golden armor, but the terrifying power contained in the spear directly crushed his divine body through the golden armor. Rumble! Jian Wushuang's divine body immediately collapsed. Is he dead? Zi stood in the void beside him and watched Jian Wushuang's divine body collapse with an extremely cold expression. Jian Wushuang's strength had indeed surprised him, but he was still surprised. His battle strength was so great that a rank 1 true saint was no match for him. But at this moment... Huh! Zi suddenly frowned because he had already seen Jian Wushuang's broken divine body begin to reassemble under the gathering of a large amount of divine power. In the blink of an eye, an intact Jian Wushuang appeared in front of him again. Immortal body? Zi was surprised. Even the cold, arrogant woman and the others behind him looked strange. He's just a divine master, and his battle strength is comparable to a rank 1 true saint. How could he have an immortal body that only a true saint can control? This kid is strange. The cold, arrogant woman muttered, however, her eyes turned slightly cold. No matter how strange he is, since he has something to do with junior sister Ling, he must die. Chapter 29:17 Unkillable. Junior sister Chiu! The cold, arrogant woman called out. Behind her, the blue-haired woman who had caused Ling Wushuang to fall into a deep sleep, walked up once more. This divine master controls an immortal body, and his divine power seems to be extremely vast. It will be tough to kill him with just material attacks. I can only leave him to you, the cold, arrogant woman said. Okay. The blue-haired woman nodded slightly, and then she floated forward. In the blink of an eye, the blue-haired woman had landed beside Zi. I'll have to ask you to fight again, Zi said. Although his combat strength is good, he's only a divine master. However, with your skills, it should be straightforward to kill him. Just watch, the blue-haired woman said. Then she looked at Jian Wushuang with her cold eyes. Jian Wushuang stood there with a cold expression. Although he had been fighting with Zi, he had been paying attention to Ling Wushuang. Then, finally, he saw the blue-haired woman put Ling Wushuang into a deep sleep. Now, the blue-haired woman appeared in front of him again. Buzz! A strange power swept out from the blue-haired woman's body. This power did not have any ability, but Jian Wushuang had sensed it the moment it swept out. Soul attack? Jian Wushuang's face darkened, not feeling surprised at all. He had an immortal body, so it was challenging to kill him with material attacks. The best way to kill an expert with an immortal body was to kill his soul directly. The blue-haired woman was an immortal saint who was good at soul attacks. Destroy! The blue-haired woman stretched out her hand and let out a low shout. In an instant, the magnificent soul power surged again and covered Jian Wushuang in all directions. Soul Blast. Without any hesitation, the Soul Blast was carried out in a crushing manner. There was no way to dodge the soul attack, so Jian Wushuang stood there and let the magnificent soul power cover his body. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang felt a rumble in his head. The blue-haired woman specialized in the soul. When her soul attack was strong, Jian Wushuang estimated that the average immortal saints like Long Xingzi and Realm Lord Tianchu would have a hard time resisting the blue-haired woman's attack. Their souls would be destroyed in an instant. Even a true saint like Saint Hong would have a hard time resisting it. As for Jian Wushuang himself, as Zi had said, he was strong in battle, but his real realm was only that of a divine master. Moreover, he was only an advanced great divine master, and had not reached the limit of a great divine master yet. Therefore, in terms of soul, he was not very strong, and he was also only at the peak of the great divine master level. Even if the exquisite pagoda guarded his real soul, the second level could not withstand such a soul attack. Bang! The exquisite pagoda directly collapsed. The terrifying soul power attacked Jian Wushuang's natural soul. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang's real soul was destroyed. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the immortal saints from the Supreme Emotion Valley and many experts from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been staring at Jian Wushuang. At this moment, they saw Jian Wushuang's eyes dim and his divine body collapse. He's dead. He's dead now. Saint Hong could not help sighing. Jian Yi is indeed a genius. Incredibly, he has the battle strength of a true saint in the Divine Master realm. Even I can't help admiring him, but unfortunately, he is too arrogant. Or rather, the opponent he provoked is too strong. Long Xingzi could not help sighing. Supreme Emotion Valley, that's the Supreme Emotion Valley. Since we can't kill them with material attacks, we can directly use soul attacks to wipe them out. Unfortunately, the people from the Supreme Emotion Valley are really ruthless. The experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also sighed. The experts from the Supreme Emotion Valley all had cold expressions. Let's go. The cold arrogant woman waved her hand gently. Ziyi and the blue-haired woman nodded slightly and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had fallen to the ground and turned into a corpse, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a powerful sword essence immediately burst out. What? The cold arrogant woman, Ziyi, all the immortal saints of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, Saint Hong, Long Xingzi, Chu Yong, and the other experts and disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all shocked at this moment. One by one, they looked at Jian Wushuang with shock and bewilderment. Especially the blue-haired woman who had killed Jian Wushuang with her soul attack, she was now staring at Jian Wushuang. Under their gazes, Jian Wushuang had indeed come back to life. Not only had he come back to life, but his aura was also influential. It was evident that he was not affected at all. Where do you want to go? Jian Wushuang's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. After his voice sounded, the entire heaven and earth became completely silent. Silence, dead silence. All the experts present were stunned as if they had seen something incredible. They had seen something incredible. He is dead. He was killed by my soul directly. His soul was destroyed. How could he still be alive? How is this possible? The blue-haired woman shook her head crazily and growled. This. The cold arrogant woman, Ziyi, Saint Hong, and the others did not know what to say. When they saw that Jian Wushuang had mastered the immortal body and knew that material attacks could not kill him, they immediately switched to soul attacks. However, Jian Wushuang's soul had been destroyed after the soul attack, but he still survived? What on earth was going on? Everyone was stunned. Only Jian Wushuang knew very well. The immortal body he controlled was derived from his perfect chaotic life form. It was the perfect immortal body. Not only was this immortal body ineffective in material attacks, but even soul attacks were also ineffective. He could infinitely replenish his divine body and substantial soul as long as he had sufficient divine power. So what if his soul was destroyed? He could completely recover in the blink of an eye. He was truly undying. He was invulnerable. Not to mention a mere immortal saint, even a stronger master might not be able to kill him. Chapter 29:18 The most powerful trump card was unleashed. Leave Shuang Er behind, or all of you will die. Jian Wushuang's eyes had turned scarlet as if he was a demon from hell. He stared at the 9 people from the Supreme Emotion Valley, and his voice also came from the 9 Serenities Hell. What kind of monster is this guy? His soul has been destroyed, but he is still alive. The cold and arrogant woman was also shocked. I don't believe it! The blue-clothed woman shouted, and then she attacked again. The same majestic soul power directly burst out, and this power once again covered Jian Wushuang. Previously, Jian Wushuang's soul was protected by the exquisite pagoda, but now the exquisite pagoda had collapsed and could not be repaired in a short period. In the face of the soul attack of the blue-clothed woman, there was no room for struggle at all. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang's real soul was once again killed and destroyed. This time, everyone was focused on staring at Jian Wushuang. They could feel that Jian Wushuang's soul power had indeed wholly disappeared. However, in just a moment, buzz! Jian Wushuang's soul power rose at a terrifying speed and quickly recovered to its peak. At this moment, everyone understood. Monster! Jian Wushuang was indeed a monster. A monster that had exceeded entirely common sense, and could even recover from soul destruction in an instant. How could immortal saints like them kill such a monster? I'll say it one last time. Leave Shuang Er behind! Don't force me! Jian Wushuang shouted sternly. Don't force you? The cold, arrogant woman said in a deep voice. Kid, I admit that you're very strange. But of course, we can't kill you, but don't think that we can't do anything to you. We can't kill you, but we can suppress you. As the cold and arrogant woman spoke, she flipped her hand, and an ancient black tower appeared in her hand. This black tower gave off a unique aura, but this black tower should be a sacred treasure from the power it gave off. Sacred treasure, and it's scarce a suppression-type sacred treasure. Suppression-type sacred treasure? Isn't this even rarer than a domain-type sacred treasure? The experts from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all shocked. Yet, at the same time, they could not help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of the Supreme Emotion Valley, their methods were truly impressive. Although the 9 people who came this time were only at the Immortal Saint level, these Immortal Saints were not just terrifyingly strong individually. They had all sorts of methods. Material attacks, soul attacks, and now this cold and arrogant woman had taken out a suppression-type sacred treasure. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could not compare to her ability. Boy, I'll suppress you first. Then I'll take you back to my Supreme Emotion Valley and let my Valley Master and Elders deal with you. There are many experts in our Supreme Emotion Valley, so we'll naturally have ways to deal with you and your background. We also have ways to figure out your background. Now you'd better go in. The cold, arrogant woman sneered. She waved her hand, and the pitch-black tower in her hand instantly rushed out and appeared in the void above Jian Wushuang. Then, the black tower suddenly enlarged and turned into a tall black tower. There were a lot of secret patterns at the bottom of the tower. At this moment, these secret patterns had been activated, and in the blink of an eye, a huge black hole appeared there. Countless black air currents were crazily binding Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stood there and looked up at the black tower, but his body was slightly trembling. I don't want to be enemies with your Supreme Emotion Valley, but today, you force me to. Jian Wushuang let out a roar, which was hysterical and echoed in the world. The moment the roar fell, boom! Without any warning, a unique but supreme pressure suddenly burst out from Jian Wushuang's body. This pressure was not the pressure of divine power, aura, or mighty divine power, but the pressure of life and supreme beings. This pressure rose from Jian Wushuang's body and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands instantly, sweeping across all directions. The heaven and earth shook in an instant, and the vast space around them began to tremble crazily. A fierce wind also rose, bringing all things in the world to worship Jian Wushuang at this moment. Heaven and earth completely fell silent. The cold and arrogant woman of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, the blue-clothed woman, the 9 immortal saints, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Saint Hong, Long Xingzi, Chu Yong, and many other experts, as well as countless disciples, all stared at Jian Wushuang with wide eyes. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable fear and trepidation, but more than that, they were shocked. Their bodies were even trembling. They were purely frightened and oppressed. And then, plop! Plop! One by one, they all knelt. The first to kneel was the weaker disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Most of them were divine masters, including Earth divine masters and divine masters. The maximum pressure that originated from the life level was not something they could withstand. After kneeling, how long did it take for them to fall into a coma? In the blink of an eye, all the strong disciples inside and outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, excluding those immortal saints, had already knelt. But unfortunately, more than half of them had already fallen into a coma. But this was not the end. Suddenly, with a plop, another figure could not help but kneel. And this time, it was the weaker immortal saint from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Yes, it was the immortal saint. This immortal saint's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. He could not control his legs at all, and he could not help but kneel. It was not just him. Plop! 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 Another 2 figures knelt. The other 3 immortal saints from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, including the current pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Long Xingzi. Even Long Xingzi could not resist the pressure of the supreme life level. As for those who did not kneel and could barely stand, only experts at the true saint level like Saint Hong could. It was worth mentioning that none of the 9 immortal saints from the Supreme Emotion Valley knelt directly. Although they did not kneel, their bodies trembled violently, their minds were in a daze, and their breathing seemed completely frozen. They were also suppressed, and could not move at all. Yes, except for Jian Wushuang, there were countless experts on the field who could not move at this moment. His supreme life level pressure had already suppressed the entire field. Chapter 29:19 Heaven-Cleaving Skill, Heaven-Cleaving Sword. How did this happen? What happened? Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Or rather, they were all frightened by the terrifying pressure of the supreme life level. That pressure was too terrifying. And this pressure came from Jian Wushuang. At this moment, everyone stared at Jian Wushuang with horror in their eyes. What kind of monster is he? This question arose in everyone's mind. But at this moment, the monster in their eyes slowly raised a long sword in his hand. As he raised the sword, the supreme life level pressure immediately merged into his sword force. It made his sword move terrifying. Rumble. The world suddenly shook, and the wind and clouds surged in the void above. A large number of dark clouds had already covered the area crazily. But, at the same time, the supreme will of the heavenly Tao, which existed in every corner of the divine beginning world, was slowly attracted over. This was very normal. The Xianxin Taoist had warned Jian Wushuang that it was best not to use his strongest trump card, the pressure of the perfect life level. Once the pressure was released, it would cause too much commotion and might attract the will of the heavenly Tao. To get the mountain river map, Jian Wushuang had used the pressure of the supreme life level once. Then, he was lucky that the will of the heavenly Tao did not come, but this time, he was not so fortunate. However, Jian Wushuang did not care about that anymore. Not only did he use the perfect life level suppression, but he also used another trump card the moment he raised his long sword. Jian Wushuang had a vast background and had many tricks and trump cards. Among these trump cards, there was another one besides the life level suppression. This trump card was the heaven-cleaving skill. The heaven-severing technique was the strongest divine ability created by his master, Xian Yi, and the first perfect primal chaos creature in the absolute beginning divine world. This divine ability was left in his memory along with the 5 strongest secret techniques of the 7 Stars mysterious sect. After his reincarnation, he understood the cultivation methods of these 5 strongest secret techniques and the heaven-severing technique. He had chosen a suitable cultivation method for the 5 strongest secret techniques of the 7 Stars mysterious sect a long time ago. These years had also helped him immensely, allowing his strength to surpass those of the same level far. However, he had never used the heaven-cleaving skill. He did not want to use it, but that he was not qualified to use it. If he wanted to use the heaven-cleaving skill, he had to be at least at the level of Immortal Saint, or above. Although Xian Yi had developed this divine ability based on his perfect life level, it was accompanied by the suppression of life level. However, Jian Wushuang had only used his life level suppression once. Now, his life level suppression was spreading again. Although he was only a divine master, his divine power was as strong as that of the immortal saint, or even slightly stronger than that of the immortal saint. Under such circumstances, he was qualified to use the heaven-cleaving skill. As Jian Wushuang raised the long sword in his hand, a terrifying power that suffocated everyone slowly spread out. In front of Jian Wushuang, the cold and arrogant woman had just looked down on Jian Wushuang, but now her face was pale. It was not only her but also the other disciples from the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. They had already felt a suffocating power from the Blood Mountain sword that they could not resist. The cold and arrogant woman regretted attacking Jian Wushuang. But now that Jian Wushuang had raised his long sword, it was impossible for him to stop. So even if she regretted it, it was useless. Go to hell! Jian Wushuang's cold voice exploded in the world. Heaven-cleaving skill! Heaven-cleaving skill! Boom! The Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand finally fell. The long sword fell straight down, just like how he usually swung his sword. However, the difference was that he exerted the pressure of his perfect life to the extreme with the help of the heaven-cleaving skill. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A vast sword sea swept out of thin air. This sword sea was huge and boundless. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped the void in front of it. Not good! Seeing the sword sea cover them, the 9 undying saints of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley turned pale with fright. However, they were suppressed by the perfect life form and could not move at all. They could only watch as the sword sea completely submerged them. As they fell into the sword sea, a unique power immediately attacked them. In front of this power, they had no room to struggle at all. Immortal body! I have an immortal body! Ziyi was terrified. He knew that he could not block this sword sea, but he still had a high chance of survival. After all, he was a true saint, and he had the immortal body. This sword sea was a material attack. But even if it could destroy his immortal body, he could use his immortal body to rebuild it. That was what he thought. However, when the sword sea acted on him, and the special power attacked him, he was completely stunned. This power directly destroyed my divine power? Ziyi was stunned. He had personally felt the power mercilessly destroy his divine power. From the beginning to the end, he had no ability to resist or struggle. As the sword sea swept past, Ziyi, the true saint expert who had just fought Jian Wushuang one-on-one and had the absolute advantage, was completely annihilated. Not even a trace was left behind. Ziyi was the first to die, and then, whoosh! 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 Under the cover of the sword sea, the immortal saints from the Supreme Emotion Valley followed in Ziyi's footsteps. Before they died, these immortal saints were terrified. They did not expect that the sword sea that covered them would not only be extremely powerful, but also have a unique ability that made their immortal bodies ineffective. Hum hum hum! The sword sea covered the entire battlefield and enveloped the 9 immortal saints from the Supreme Emotion Valley. However, under Jian Wushuang's control, the sword sea did not touch Ling Wushuang at all. As for the 9 immortal saints from the Supreme Emotion Valley, they had already suffered a catastrophe. In the blink of an eye, 8 of the 9 immortal saints were killed on the spot. Silence! The huge Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had fallen into a dead silence. There was no sound at all. Chapter 29:20 Consciousness Doppelganger. Countless experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were completely stunned. There were 9 immortal saints in the Supreme Emotion Valley. In the blink of an eye, 8 of them died on the spot. Jian Wushuang's terrifying sword strike and terrifying strength shocked everyone. This is impossible! A shrill voice suddenly sounded. The voice belonged to the cold and arrogant woman, the only one among the 9 immortal saints of the Supreme Emotion Valley who was still alive. The cold and arrogant woman was the strongest among the 9, and her position in the Supreme Emotion Valley was very high. Although an elder of the Supreme Emotion Valley had given her a life-saving command token, which she had used just now, she was lucky enough to survive. Otherwise, she would have been killed on the spot just like the other 8 people. However, although she survived, her right arm had been cut off by the sword sea. She was pressing on the wound on her right arm. The divine power in her body was surging, trying to repair the broken right arm. However, no matter what she did, the wound did not change at all. There was still a trace of extraordinary power left in the wound, which was still eroding her divine body. What kind of power is this? The cold, arrogant woman was terrified. Jian Wushuang stood in front of her with a cold face. The heaven-cleaving skill can even cut through saber principle. The immortal body has no effect against the heaven-cleaving skill. Jian Wushuang murmured. Unfortunately, I only met the requirements to use the heaven-cleaving skill, and I didn't have a deep understanding of it. I just barely used it, but I didn't use even 1,000th of its power. Otherwise, even though I'm only a divine master, the heaven-cleaving skill alone is enough to defeat many immortal saints. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. He knew how terrifying the heaven-cleaving skill was. It was the most powerful magic power created by his master Xian Yi. Eh? Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately raised his head. As he raised his head, he saw that the void above him was becoming noisier and noisier. The will of heavenly Tao is about to descend, so I can't dawdle. I want to leave with Shuang Air immediately. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, but he directly moved forward, wanting to snatch Ling Rushuang away. But just as he moved, Jian Yi! A hysterical roar suddenly came out of the cold and arrogant woman's mouth. You killed 8 disciples of our Supreme Emotion Valley. Today, no matter what background you have, you will die without a doubt. No one can save you! As the cold and arrogant woman's roar fell, a jade slip suddenly appeared in her hand. It was a gray jade slip that emitted a special aura. As soon as the jade slip appeared in her hand, it was crushed by her. In an instant, a thick and ancient aura burst out from the jade slip. Rumble! The aura was so strong that it was suffocating. As soon as it appeared, countless cultivators felt as if their necks were being strangled. They could not even breathe normally. Jian Wushuang's figure immediately stopped in the void. He frowned slightly and looked toward the source of this aura. Here, a hazy figure slowly took shape. This figure was at least 3 meters tall. Although her face could not be seen clearly because of the hazy figure, she was already a woman. Master! Seeing the 3-meter-tall figure, the cold and arrogant woman immediately cried and knelt. A pair of cold eyes swept across the surroundings from the haziness and saw everything. She ignored the cold and arrogant woman and directly locked her eyes on Jian Wushuang. The pressure of the life level? And it's so strong, it's incredible. The haziness could not help but be shocked. She had a noble identity and was very powerful. She had spent many years in the core of the absolute beginning divine world, which was the third sky. She had seen all kinds of bloodlines and races in the whole beginning divine world, as well as some unique life forms. But she had never seen a creature with a life level pressure that was so strong. The person with the highest life level pressure I've seen is a superior life form who has long reached the level of a master of laws. He is a life form formed by a golden mountain that has existed for billions of years. His physique is powerful, and he is one of the overlords of the absolute beginning divine world. When that life level pressure swept out, even the top bloodlines in the whole beginning divine world would have to submit to it. But I feel that the life level pressure from this divine master is 10 times stronger than that of the rule master. The shadowy figure exclaimed in disbelief. While the shadowy figure stared at Jian Wushuang, the latter was also sizing her up. An avatar of consciousness? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. A cultivator could easily condense an avatar of consciousness if he wanted to. However, an avatar of consciousness did not have power, but an avatar of consciousness was different. An avatar of consciousness could have a certain level of combat strength. Some people could condense an avatar of consciousness because they cultivated secret skills, which was enough to display 30% to 40% of the original Bodhi's combat strength. The blurry figure in front of him was a consciousness clone, and it was the consciousness clone of a rule master. Even if the consciousness clone of a rule master only has 20% or 10% of the combat strength, it's probably enough to defeat the immortal saint. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. But facing the consciousness clone of a rule master, he was also feeling a lot of pressure. What's going on here? Who is this person? The shadowy figure asked slowly, but his voice was a bit hoarse. Master, this person is a monster, the cold and arrogant woman said. We were ordered to come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to take Junior Sister Lun back to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, but we were stopped by this person. At first, we saw that he would be a hindrance to Junior Sister Lun, so we wanted to kill him directly. However, we did not expect that although he is only a divine master, his methods are very powerful, and he is too strange. He is just a divine master, but his combat strength is strong enough to match a first-level true god. Moreover, he has an immortal body. This immortal body is not only ineffective against material attacks, even soul attacks have no effect at all. Just now, Junior Sister Chio had already used soul attacks on him twice in a row. Each time, his soul was completely destroyed, but he was still able to survive and recover immediately. Just as I was planning to use the treasure to suppress him, he used an incredible technique to kill Junior Brother Z and his 7 junior sisters. Even I would have died if I didn't have the life-saving talisman that you gave me. Chapter 29-21 The Heavenly Tao has descended. Hearing the cold and arrogant woman's words, even though she was a shadowy figure, she could not help but feel shocked. A divine master could not even kill a material attack or a soul attack? A divine master could kill 8 true saint-level disciples of her Supreme Emotion Valley with just one sword? A divine master was 10 times more powerful than the most influential person she had ever met? This man. The shadowy figure stared at Jian Wushuang with a strange light in her eyes. I have no intention of making an enemy of the Supreme Emotion Valley. So let me take Shuang-Er with me. From now on, we will not interfere with each other, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. You killed 8 true saints of the Supreme Emotion Valley, and you still dare to talk to me like this? What a joke! The shadowy figure's voice turned cold. Die with that disciple of the Supreme Emotion Valley. As soon as the shadowy figure finished her words, she attacked. She pointed with one hand, and the void in front of her penetrated directly. Immediately, a vast, giant finger with a layer of snow white directly attacked Jian Wushuang. The moment the giant finger stretched out, it was as if a great snowfall fell from heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. He had already sensed the power of this finger. This finger had already exceeded the scope of the immortal saint. I have already displayed the pressure of a perfect life level, and I have also performed the heaven-cleaving skill. The will of heaven should have sensed my existence. If I use it again, the will of heaven will probably lock onto me in an instant. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, but his eyes were fixed on Ling Rushuang, who was quietly floating in the void in front of him. A touch of scarlet suddenly burst out from the depths of his eyes. I'll risk it all for Shuang-Er! Jian Wushuang let out a fierce shout, but he raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hand again. The moment he raised it, the endless pressure from the life level crazily gathered in the Blood Mountain sword again. Heaven-cleaving skill! Jian Wushuang used it again. This time, because of his previous experience, its power was even stronger than the sword he used to kill the 8 immortal saints of the Supreme Emotion Valley. Kill! The Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand fell with the pressure from the endless life level. It was also a vast and majestic sword, but it instantly combined and turned into a real heaven-cleaving sword after it swept out. In front of this sword, even heaven had to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-cleaving sword collided with the vast giant finger. Bang! This collision was like 2 realms and 2 large worlds colliding crazily. The whole world roared and trembled under this collision. After the collision, the 3-meter-tall hazy figure in the void trembled slightly, and then took 3 steps back. Jian Wushuang also took a few steps back, and the sword light had completely dissipated. She forced me to retreat! The figure was full of disbelief. She was a rule master. Even if it was not the original body but a consciousness clone that could only use 10% of its strength, its battle strength was enough to sweep away the Saint realm. But now, she was fighting a divine master head-on, and they were evenly matched? She found it hard to believe, and Jian Wushuang was also very surprised. My sword strike gave me the feeling that it was mighty, but this person only came with a consciousness clone, and he blocked my sword strike head-on. The Master of Rules is so powerful? Jian Wushuang was also praising it in his heart. Both of them were shocked. However, just as they were shocked, Look at the sky! An expert from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion exclaimed. Everyone present, including the kneeling experts, raised their heads with difficulty and looked up at the sky. When they saw it, they were stunned. They saw that the sky above had long changed color. Previously, there were only a large number of dark clouds sweeping over from all directions, but now, the dark clouds were filled with rolling thunderbolts. These thunderbolts flickered crazily, and in the blink of an eye, they had already formed a vast lightning sea. This lightning sea was not formed by the divine power or special power of the cultivator himself. It was purely formed by nature. This was a vast lightning sea of heaven and earth. In the middle of the lightning sea, numerous dark purple thunderbolts as thick as buckets were dancing wildly. Each of these dark purple thunderbolts caused the numerous experts below, including the immortal saints, to feel fear and trepidation in their hearts. Without any warning, two of the dark purple thunderbolts collided with each other. This collision did not create too much movement, but there were threads of electric arcs that scattered out. These threads of dark purple electric arcs, they suddenly descended from the void above. The first thing they did was to descend onto the sect-protecting great formation around the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's sect-protecting formation was one of the greatest things that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had relied on over the long years. No one had been able to blast open this great formation for so many years forcefully. But now, as this dark purple lightning bolt descended, boom! The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's sect-protecting formation let out a violent rumble. After that, the entire great formation collapsed, completely disintegrating. The divine power that filled the sky also spread out wildly in all directions. The sect-protecting formation, which the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had relied on for so many years, actually collapsed? The sect-protecting formation collapsed? How is this possible? Even the immortal saint, whose strength is incomparably terrifying, wouldn't be able to shake this formation even if he used all his strength. But now, just a wisp of lightning from the sea of lightning could directly destroy the sect-protecting formation. Just how terrifying is the power contained within that sea of lightning? Inside and outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, countless experts were highly shocked, their faces filled with terror. In the sky above, rumbles sounded out one after another. This was the roar of the heavens and earth, the roar of the heavens. A terrifying might madly crush down, wanting to annihilate everything. This is the will of the heavenly Tao. The hazy figure was the most knowledgeable. When he saw the sea of thunder, he immediately reacted. It's the will of the heavenly Tao, and it's very obvious that it's coming for him. The hazy figure looked at Jian Wushuang, but his heart was filled with great waves. This kid is just a divine master, but the will of the heavenly Tao suppressed him. He defied the heavenly Tao? The hazy figure roared in his heart. The will of the heavenly Tao controlled the heavenly Tao, and it was the most supreme power in this world. The absolute beginning divine realm was boundless, and there were countless experts who dared to defy the heavenly Tao. The masters of laws did not dare, and the masters of the sage realm did not dare either. But now, a mere divine master actually defied the heavenly Tao. Chapter 29-22, Go! Who is this kid? What's his background? The shadowy figure stared at Jian Wushuang, full of shock and curiosity. Rumble in the endless thunderclouds, a destructive power had already spread out. But this destructive power had completely locked onto Jian Wushuang. Is it coming? Jian Wushuang was directly below the thunderclouds. His face was cold, and his body was slightly trembling, but he still retained a trace of unyielding in his heart. At the same time, a dark gray jade slip appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand. The dark gray jade slip was his ultimate life-saving move. But he did not want to pass it now. His eyes looked through the void in front of him. Ling Rushuang was still in a deep sleep, and the shadowy figure was standing next to her. If Jian Wushuang wanted to go up and snatch Ling Rushuang, he had to pass through this shadowy figure. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's heart was trembling crazily. He was roaring crazily, and there was endless unwillingness in his heart. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he had to be clear about the situation in front of him. Boom! With a violent boom, the destructive power in the void above and deep in the thunderclouds finally exploded. Countless dark purple thunderbolts that could easily shatter the void and kill the immortal saint gathered together at an astonishing speed. Under the gathering of these thunderbolts, a huge face was formed in the blink of an eye. That's right. It was a human face. This human face was icy. It slowly descended from the void above. The further down it went, the more the destructive power multiplied. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, countless cultivators sensed the power contained within this human face. Everyone was stunned. Even the shadowy figure, who was a dignified master of laws, felt a slight tremble in her heart when she saw this human face that was completely formed from thunderbolts. The will of heaven! This is the power of the will of heaven! Even in the third heaven, where the will of heaven is weak, the power of the will of heaven is still strong enough to kill rule masters. If it reaches the third heaven, the power of the will of heaven is said to be able to suppress even Saint Realm masters. No one can resist such power. The hazy figure shook her head secretly, but she looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of pity. In her opinion, Jian Wushuang was dead for sure if the will of heaven attacked him personally. Then, he would not have any room to struggle. It was true. When the human face swooped down and kept approaching Jian Wushuang, the pressure Jian Wushuang felt multiplied. It made him despair. He could not move his hand, which was holding the jade slip. He could not crush the jade slip directly. But at this time, crash! The surrounding void suddenly broke. Without any warning, a huge black hole directly appeared. And in this space black hole, a huge hand directly extended out. This huge hand contained the power to rip the sky. As soon as it appeared, it struck the human face like lightning, and it happened to hit the face of the human face. With a crisp sound, the human face directly collapsed and turned into a sky full of dark purple thunderbolts, which swept wildly in all directions. Each of these dark purple thunderbolts had the power to destroy the world. As they swept through the surrounding void, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately suffered. The earth rumbled crazily, and the thunderbolts shattered countless mountain buildings. Some unlucky people were even struck by the dark purple thunderbolts, and died on the spot. Jian Wushuang, run! A deep voice suddenly sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. This voice made Jian Wushuang's body and mind tremble. He stared at Ling Rushuang in front of him, and his fingertips had already pierced into his flesh. If Shuang-er loses hair or suffers any injustice, I will destroy your whole family from now on. Jian Wushuang's cold voice resounded across the entire sky. After his voice fell, Jian Wushuang finally crushed the dark gray jade slip in his hand. The dark gray jade slip contained a skill, which was teleportation. As the jade slip was crushed, a wave of space-time power was activated, and Jian Wushuang's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Jian Wushuang had already left. The giant hand that stretched out from the void was retracted, and the void was restored without leaving a trace. Only the top of the sky was left. Countless deep purple thunderbolts were still dancing crazily, and the destructive power was getting stronger and more violent. Terrifying booms were heard continuously. It was obvious that the power of the will of heaven was angry. Someone saved the Divine Master under the power of the will of heaven? The shadowy figure still existed in this world. She had seen everything that had just happened, and now she was shocked. The power of the will of heaven just now, even if her original body came, would be destroyed on the spot. However, someone, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, used a great method to destroy the destructive power of the will of heaven and save Jian Wushuang. How terrifying was the person who had just saved Jian Wushuang? Eh? What happened to the power of the will of heaven? The hazy figure raised her head again and looked over in surprise. She could see that the power of the will of heaven was obviously still in a rage. However, in her opinion, since Jian Wushuang had been rescued, the power of the will of heaven should have dissipated very soon. However, looking at the traces now, the power of the will of heaven did not have any intention of dissipating. And at this moment, in the vast undersea above, a space passage slowly appeared. That's right, it was a spatial tunnel. There was not the slightest spatial factor in the void previously. However, a tunnel had been forcefully opened up by someone. A human figure slowly appeared at the end of the spatial tunnel. The human figure slowly walked out of the spatial tunnel and quickly appeared in everyone's sight. This was a bald man wearing a white robe. He was smiling. This bald man was barefoot, and his entire body was bathed in sunlight. White light flickered on his body, giving off a gentle feeling of a cool breeze. He stood there in the air and did not speak. However, everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion seemed to have completely calmed down. Everyone became calm and peaceful. At the same time, everyone's gaze, including that of the blurry figure, could not help but look at the white-robed bald man. The blurry figure's eyes were already wide open. Sage Lord! Chapter 29-23. The Sage Realm Master has arrived. The Sage Realm Master has personally arrived. Even this hazy figure, a dignified master of laws, was utterly stunned at this moment. Previously it was the will of the heavenly Tao that had descended. Still, now, a dignified Sage Realm Master, the strongest existence in the absolute beginning divine realm, had personally arrived. That's not right. No matter what, this place is outside the third heaven. In the endless territories, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao isn't too oppressive here. Although a Sage Realm Master is formidable, he is far away in the third heaven and is still at the core. He can't rush here so easily. Even if he has the power of the will of the heavenly Tao to help him, he wouldn't be able to do so. Then he must be a consciousness clone. The shadowy figure thought to herself. She was right. The white-robed bald man was indeed a consciousness clone, but it was much stronger than the one she had condensed as a rule master. After the white-robed bald man walked out of the tunnel, he looked down with a gentle gaze. "Am late. Did he escape again?" The white-robed bald man had already received the message from the power of the will of heaven. He knew that Jian Wushuang had been rescued. Although he was a little angry, he was still smiling on the surface, giving off the feeling of a spring breeze. At the same time, the white-robed bald man also noticed the hazy figure, and his eyes had already penetrated through it. The blurry figure's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately bowed and greeted. "Grand Supreme Emotion Valley's Zhu Xian greets you, sir. Why would someone from Grand Supreme Emotion Valley appear here?" the white-robed bald man asked. "It's like this. A disciple of my Grand Supreme Emotion Valley has met with some trouble here, and I've come specially to pick her up," the blurry figure said. "The disciple you're talking about is that woman?" The white-robed bald man had already turned to look at Ling Wushuang. "Yes." The blurry figure did not dare to lie. "This woman is not ordinary. If I'm not wrong, the little fellow who escaped earlier, who the heavenly Tao does not tolerate, must be related to her." The white-robed bald man's eyes flickered with a strange light. The blurry figure was startled. Although she could sense that the white-robed bald man's tone was somewhat unfriendly, he immediately said, "Sir, this girl is a disciple of my Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley and is especially important to my Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley. But most importantly, my Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley's master thinks highly of her and has even intended to accept her as a disciple." "Old Valley Master?" "That old woman." The white-robed bald man did not show any signs of anger on the surface, but his heart sank. The Supreme Emotion Valley was indeed a large force in the absolute beginning divine realm. It could even be compared to the Eight Directions heavenly sect. If that were all, he would not take it to heart. However, the Supreme Emotion Valley's master had to make him pay attention to her. Forget it. Since he is the successor of that old woman, I will naturally not make things difficult for him. The white-robed bald man waved his hand. Thank you, milord. The hazy figure secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the white-robed bald man had already turned around, and a terrifying aura was spreading out from his body. The power of the will of the heavenly Tao above the void had yet to dissipate. At this moment, the white-robed bald man seemed to have wholly combined with the power of the will of the heavenly Tao. With the help of the power of the will of the heavenly Tao, the white-robed bald man began to set up some unique arrays. What is he planning? The hazy figure was shocked when he saw this, but he soon understood. He is setting up a spatial tunnel, and with the help of the will of the heavenly Tao, could it be that he is planning to open up a spatial tunnel leading to the third heaven, allowing his true body to descend from the core of the third heaven personally? The hazy figure was amazed at it. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, many experts were also looking at the scene at the top of the void in shock, but no one dared to stop him. This was a boundless void that was a certain distance away from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, and even the Golden Crow 9 Realms. This void has initially been empty. But suddenly, a figure appeared without any warning. This figure was naturally Jian Wushuang. He had once obtained a unique jade slip in the secret realm left behind by the Rule Master of the Pill Sun's sacred world. The jade slip contained teleportation. Teleportation was one of the skills that could only be mastered after one had reached an extremely high level of understanding of the space-time rules. Among the immortal saints, anyone who could control teleportation was the best immortal saint. This time, he directly used the jade slip and teleported into the void. Jian Wushuang did not know how far he had teleported and where he would be teleported to. However, in the situation just now, he had no choice but to use teleportation to escape. After appearing in the void, Jian Wushuang's aura immediately became weak. Not only was he weak, but he was also very weak. The heaven-cleaving skill was the most powerful divine power created by his master Xianyi. It was extremely powerful. Although he could not exert 1/10 of its power, it was still too much of a burden for him to use it. Moreover, he had just used it twice. His divine power and mind had been extensively damaged after using it twice. He had indeed fallen into a weakened state. This was the first time he had encountered such a weakness since his reincarnation. However, Jian Wushuang could not care less at this moment. His expression was cold, and his mind was full of thoughts. I unscrupulously displayed the power of the life level and performed the heaven-cleaving skill twice in a row. The power of the will of heaven has already arrived. The power of the will of heaven has completely locked onto my position. Although Taoist Xianxin helped me out of my predicament in time and allowed me to teleport away, now that my position has been exposed, the power of the will of heaven, as well as the mortal enemies of the 7-star mysterious sect in the core of the divine beginning world, the 3 masters of the saint realm, will immediately rush over. Even if their original bodies won't come in person, their consciousness doppelgangers will definitely come. When that time comes, they will definitely try to find my whereabouts. They will definitely turn the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and even the surrounding territories upside down. I definitely can't go back to the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Not only that, all the people who are close to me in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow must be moved immediately. Jian Wushuang was very clear about the danger he was facing. Not only would he face great danger, but he would also implicate the people around him. For example, his parents in this life. Chapter 29-24 Escape his parents in this life, his elder sister, second brother, and the people closest to him would be implicated. Jian Wushuang had to ask them to leave as soon as possible. But now, he did not know where he was. So there was only one way to take Shui Yunfeng and the others away. Jian Wushuang took out a message token. It was the first time he had taken it out since he got it. Miss Xiao'er, there's something I need your help with. Jian Wushuang had already sent the message. In the Witch Desert region, under the command of the beaming star field in the Pil Sun's sacred world. It was the 12th month, and the snow covered the entire burning moon city with a layer of silver clothing. In the courtyard in the center of the city lord's mansion, Shui Yufeng and Luo Xinqin stood together. Darling, do you remember when I was pregnant with Shuang-er? Luo Xinqin asked. Of course I remember. Shui Yufeng smiled. Shuang-er is a child with extraordinary talent. He stayed in your arms for 9 years, 9 months, and 9 days, and it snowed in Burning Moon City for 9 years, 9 months, and 9 days. Strangely, the snow stopped on the day Shuang-er was born, and the sky cleared in an instant. I wonder how this child is doing outside now? Luo Xinqin asked. I don't know, but with his talent and speed of improvement, his strength is probably many times stronger than before. He might have already reached the peak of the Reverend God realm. His achievements are not what we can imagine, Shui Yunfeng said with a smile. Yes. Luo Xinqin sighed softly. But at this moment, 1. A figure appeared in the sky above the Burning Moon City's city lord's mansion without warning. This figure wore a simple gray robe and a gray mask. As soon as he appeared, a majestic aura immediately enveloped him. Shui Yunfeng, Luo Xinqin! A cold voice sounded both inside and outside the city lord's mansion. The entire city lord's residence instantly erupted into a clamor. The many cultivators in the residence looked up at the gray-robed masked figure with endless terror. Even the 2 God-Fiend realm experts sent by the Great Tragedy sect to secretly protect Shui Yunfeng and his wife were highly shocked at this moment. Greetings, milord. May I know why milord has come to my Burning Moon City? Shui Yunfeng immediately stood up and said respectfully. You are Shui Yunfeng? Is that your wife, Luo Xinqin, beside you? The gray-robed masked figure asked. Yes. Shui Yunfeng nodded subconsciously. If that's the case, then there's no mistake. Come with me. The gray-robed masked figure waved his hand, and immediately, Shui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin lost the ability to resist. Instead, they were directly driven by the gray-robed masked figure to rush towards the surrounding void. Soon, they disappeared from the world. It was not until the 3 of them left that the governor's mansion exploded. The 2 divine devil realm experts who were secretly protecting Shui Yunfeng and his wife were shocked. When Jian Wushuang left, he had reached an agreement with the Great Tragedy sect. Before Jian Wushuang returned, the Great Tragedy sect would do their best to ensure the safety of his parents. But now, Jian Wushuang's parents were in the governor's mansion of Burning Moon City. Had they been taken away? If Jian Wushuang did not see his parents when he came back, would he not be furious? Quick, report this to the sect master. The 2 divine demon realm experts of the Great Tragedy sect immediately sent a message. In a remote void in the Witch Desert region, the gray-robed masked figure suddenly stopped. Shui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were floating beside him. Shui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were also a little frightened. My lord, why did you bring us here? Shui Yunfeng could not help asking. Do you 2 have a son named Jianyi? The gray-robed masked man looked over. Jianyi? No, I only have 2 sons. One is Shuaping, and the other is Jian Wushuang. There is no one named Jianyi, Shui Yunfeng said. Jian Wushuang? The gray-robed masked man's expression changed. He flipped his hand and took out a portrait. Is it the person in the portrait? Shui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin glanced at the person in the portrait. They immediately recognized that it was Jian Wushuang. Yes, it's him. The person in the portrait is my Shuang-er, Shui Yunfeng said. That's right. You 2 wait here. The gray-robed masked man said coldly, but he did not explain much. Not long after. They're here. The gray-robed masked man suddenly raised his head. He saw 2 figures rushing over from the void not far away. One of the 2 people was also wearing a simple gray robe and a mask. As for the other person, it was Shui Bing. Shui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were both shocked when they saw Shui Bing. Father, mother, you're here too? Shui Bing was also extremely surprised. She was clearly still cultivating in the ancient Star Hall just now, but a gray-robed masked man directly barged in and brought her here with effective means. The experts in her ancient Star Hall, including the strongest Divine Master, did not even have the slightest chance to struggle. Not long after Zhua Bing arrived, Zhua Peng also arrived. He was also brought here by a gray-robed masked man. Since then, the 4 people closest to Jian Wushuang had all gathered. Everyone is here. Let's hurry up and leave this world. The 3 gray-robed masked men reached an agreement. Then, they immediately left with Zhua Yunfeng, Zhua Bing, and Zhua Ping. Within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the white-robed bald man and the will of the heavenly Tao worked together. In merely 2 hours, an enormous teleportation channel had already appeared in the sky. This spatial channel was enormous and boundless. After it was constructed entirely, only then did the will of the heavenly Tao completely dissipate. Soon after, numerous figures began to stride over from the other end of the spatial channel. A large number of figures appeared in the air of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There were over 100 of them. However, terrifying was that the aura of each and every one of these people was exceptionally tyrannical. Any one of them was sufficient to cause the experts and disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to tremble in fear. Just like the immortal saints of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, at this moment, all of them lowered their heads in fear. These people were all experts at the level of the immortal saints. In addition, there were 10 figures at the very front of the crowd. Their auras were towering and far surpassed the immortal saints. Those 10 people were actually the 10 supreme masters of laws. However, regardless of whether it was the immortal saints or the 10 masters of laws, they were all unable to conceal the existence of the white-robed bald man at the very front of the crowd. What the white-robed bald man had arrived at this moment was not his consciousness but his true body. Chapter 29-25 Empty Buildings. Go find him. Even if we have to turn this territory and the surrounding territories upside down, we must find that brat's existence. Not only him, but also his family members in this life. Everyone related to him must be arrested and interrogated. We must find him at all costs. Although the white-robed bald man was still gentle, his voice was as cold as ice. The 10 rule masters and hundreds of immortal saints behind him all nodded solemnly, and followed the many experts to search at the fastest speed possible. In the void below, the consciousness clone of the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley's Rule Master watched this scene with great astonishment. As expected, the original body of the Rule Master has arrived, and he brought a total of 10 Rule Masters and hundreds of powerful Saint Realm experts. That kid is too powerful. The shadowy figure was secretly shocked. Yet, at the same time, the words that Jian Wushuang said when he left echoed in her mind. If Shuang-Er loses a hair or suffers any grievance, he'll wipe out your entire clan from now on. At first, the shadowy figure did not take these words to heart, but now, she did not dare to underestimate them. I hope this Saint Stage Master can find and kill that kid. Otherwise, I'm afraid my Supreme Emotion Valley will not be able to rest in peace in the future. The shadowy figure sighed lightly, and her consciousness clone had already begun to dissipate slowly. As for Ling Rushuang, when the white-robed bald man set up the formation, she had already instructed the cold and arrogant woman to bring Ling Rushuang back to Supreme Emotion Valley. She did not want to get involved in what happened next, nor did she dare to get involved. The news of the arrival of the Third Firmament experts, the core of the absolute beginning divine realm, had created a storm that swept through the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow. At first, the experts of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow were baffled. They even had some doubts. However, when the powerful immortal saints and even the legendary masters of laws started to roam the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, the experts of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow immediately believed them. Especially when they knew that these experts were all coming for Jian Yi, they were all shocked. After all, Jian Yi was only a divine master. A mere divine master had such great power that he had sent out more than 100 immortal saints and 10 rule masters from the third heaven to hunt him down. There was even news from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that Jian Yi had violated the heavenly Tao and was not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, The power of the heavenly Tao had personally descended to kill Jian Wushuang, but he was saved at the last moment. This news also shocked countless people. In short, the name of Jian Yi once again resounded throughout the Golden Crow 9 realms. Crimson Rock Castle in the Pill Sun's sacred world. Dozens of immortal saints and several rule masters appeared in Crimson Rock Castle at the same time. The experts in Crimson Rock Castle felt the terrifying auras and were so scared that their legs went numb. Even the fort master of Crimson Rock Castle, Yin Suer, who had already broken through to the immortal saint level, was stunned. Oh my God, she was an immortal saint after all. Although she had just broken through, her strength was still there. However, among the dozens of people in front of her, any one of them, even if it was just a vague aura, made her feel like she could not resist it. This was especially so for those at the very front. The aura of any one of them was enough to cause her to feel despair. Are you the realm lord of this world? At the very front of these experts, the white-robed bald man suddenly turned to look at Yin Suer. His eyes flickered with a strange light. Before Yin Suer could react, her gaze had already turned hollow. In the blink of an eye, Yin Suer had been entirely controlled by the bewitching spirit. After that, she could no longer resist. Tell me everything you know about Jian Yi, the white-robed bald man ordered. Yes. Yin Suer nodded dully, and then told him everything she knew in detail. She told him everything, including Jian Wushuang's origin and the connection between him and Crimson Rock Castle. Yin Suer also mentioned the Beiming Starfield and the Witch Desert region where Jian Wushuang's move was born. Witch Desert region? After learning that the Witch Desert region was where Jian Wushuang was born and that he had relatives in this life, the white-robed bald man's eyes lit up, and he immediately left. In less than 6 hours, the white-robed bald man and the others had arrived in the Witch Desert region. However, when they arrived, they knew that Jian Wushuang's relatives had been taken away by 3 mysterious experts not long ago, and they were nowhere to be found. In other words, Jian Wushuang's relatives were all gone. All 3 of them are wearing simple gray robes and gray masks. They are members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The white-robed bald man's heart sank. Bastards! The white-robed bald man was a little angry, but he was helpless. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was the most mysterious and terrifying in the absolute beginning divine realm. Their strength and methods were unfathomable. Moreover, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was not like the holy region that he controlled. His sacred region had an endless amount of resources within the third sky. Therefore, it could be said that it could control everything. However, outside the third heaven, his subordinates did not have much power. Just like in the Golden Crow 9 realms, he did not have the slightest bit of power involved. Therefore, if he wanted to mobilize experts, he could only temporarily open a space passage under the coordination of the will of the heavenly Tao and let the experts in the third heaven descend. However, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was different. No matter which territory in the absolute beginning divine realm, no matter which corner, as long as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance wanted to, they could mobilize several experts above the immortal saint realm as soon as possible. This was what the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was good at. Its strength was spread across every corner of the divine beginning world. Although it was scattered and not completely concentrated, it was still extremely terrifying. Since that kid can ask the experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to transfer his family members, with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's methods in the endless territories, they can casually transfer his family members to some hidden territories. Even I can't find out, and neither can he. The white-robed bald man's face had become a little ugly. If Jian Wushuang was on his own, he would not care if he was on the run with his own strength. As long as he knew Jian Wushuang's approximate location, he could join forces with the power of the will of heaven. He would try to find Jian Wushuang through all kinds of means. But if Jian Wushuang used the power of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, or if he joined the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he would have nowhere to go. Chapter 29-26. The dust has settled in the void far away from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Jian Wushuang, as you instructed, I asked the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to move your loved ones as quickly as possible. Now, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has sent news that your loved ones have gone to a very distant territory. I've also sent people to bring them here. I can guarantee that they won't be in danger. On the other end of the transmission token, a cold but heart-stirring voice was heard. Thank you, Miss Shower, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. You don't have to thank me. Just remember my favor. You and I are allies. In order to help you, I have paid a lot of money to get the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to act as quickly as possible so that you can move your relatives in time. But in the future, the things I want you to do for me will be much more difficult than this, Shower said. As long as I have enough strength, I will do my best, Jian Wushuang said. After breaking off the communication with Shower, Jian Wushuang was relieved to know that Zhui Yufeng and the others had been safely transferred. At the same time, he was secretly glad. He was glad that he had made an ally in the Witch Desert region, Shower. Shower had also experienced reincarnation. Her origin was a mystery and her background was huge. The key was that she was a friend and not an enemy of the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect. That was why Jian Wushuang agreed to form an alliance with her. Although the alliance was formed, neither side had encountered any difficulties before, so there was no communication. But this time, Jian Wushuang had to ask for help from this ally. And this Miss Shower did not disappoint him. Although Shower could not move his close relatives in a short period of time, she had asked the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In this way, he could move his family members to a safe place in time. Father and mother have been moved. I have also sent a message to Shower to tell her to be careful. As long as those who are close to me are able to hide, for the time being, they should be fine. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly. This matter happened so suddenly that he had not been fully prepared. Therefore, it was somewhat urgent, but fortunately, there were no major changes. Now that everyone close to him in the 9 realms had been transferred and hidden, he was much more relieved. Next, he would certainly be ready to leave. But before he left, whoosh! Jian Wushuang suddenly waved his hand, and a figure appeared in the void in front of him. This figure was Ling Rushwang's master, Elder Qin. Jian Yi, are you finally willing to let me out? Elder Qin stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold face. Jian Wushuang smiled. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he had been fighting with people and even fighting against the Heavenly Tao because of the urgent situation. At that time, he had put all his attention on his opponent. He had forgotten that Elder Qin had been suppressed in his Blood Mountain sword. It was not until he had completely left the battlefield and arrived in the void that Jian Wushuang remembered. Elder Qin, I'm sorry to have made you suffer, Jian Wushuang said apologetically. Humph! Elder Qin snorted, but she looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange look. Although she had been suppressed in the Blood Mountain sword, she had clearly seen the scene outside. She had witnessed Jian Wushuang's battle strength at the true saint level. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's biggest reliance, Saint Hong, could not stop him. This was just a small matter. Later, when facing 9 experts at the true saint level from the Supreme Emotion Valley, their divine bodies collapsed and their souls were completely destroyed under the attacks of the 9 true saints. However, they did not die. In the end, they even used shocking techniques. They swept the 9 true saints with one sword and killed 8 of them on the spot. The terrifying strength and techniques completely frightened her. In the end, the consciousness avatar of the Rule Master appeared, and the power of the will of the Heavenly Tao descended to perform the power of destruction. These were completely beyond what she could bear. Until now, Elder Qin still had not completely reacted, and her mind was still in a daze. She was very curious about what kind of secret Jian Wushuang had that caused the power of the will of heaven to descend. However, she did not intend to ask about it, and Jian Wushuang could not tell her. Elder Qin, there is one small thing I want to ask you, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Speak. Elder Qin's voice was still cold. You are Shuang-Er, the master of Little Phoenix. You must know her background, right? Jian Wushuang asked. He was indeed curious about Ling Rushwang's background in this life. It could not be helped. Ling Rushwang's talent in this life was too high. Moreover, Ling Rushwang could not recognize him in this life. This made Jian Wushwang wonder if something had happened to her during the reincarnation process. Ling Er's background. Elder Qin frowned slightly. He said, I don't know her background either. When I first met her, she was just a baby. She was just born not long ago in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. I happened to pass by a remote territory and found a large-scale heaven and earth phenomenon in that territory. I looked for the phenomenon and found her when she was a baby. At that time, there was no one around her. She just floated quietly in the void without crying. I saw that she was extraordinary, so I sent her back to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and let her grow up there. The phenomenon of heaven and earth? Jian Wushwang was a little surprised. If what Elder Qin said was true, then the Ling Rushwang in this life seemed to be born from heaven and earth. Yes, just like those unique special life forms in the divine beginning world, they were born naturally from heaven and earth. However, most of those special life forms had been polished and evolved over a long period of time before they gradually gained some intelligence and finally became alive. But Ling Rushwang, was she reincarnated? In addition, the special life forms in the absolute beginning divine world had extremely strong bloodlines and physiques. However, apart from her high comprehension ability and the fact that it was as easy as eating and drinking, Ling Rushwang did not have anything special about her bloodline. Forget it. Since Shuang Er has already gone to the Supreme Emotion Forgetting Valley, I won't be able to see her for a while. I'll wait until I become stronger, then I'll slowly find the answer. Jian Wushwang clenched his hands. Elder Qin, I'll see you again. After saying this, Jian Wushwang turned around and left. Moreover, the direction he went in was clearly the opposite of the 9 worlds of the Golden Crow. Chapter 29-27 Inkstone Realm. The primordial divine realm was vast and boundless. Not to mention the 3 heavens in the center, the endless territories beyond the 3 heavens were countless, and the territories they occupied were beyond imagination. After Jian Wushwang left the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, he used the space passage to pass through one territory after another. Thus, he passed through nearly 100 times on the way. It must be known that the cost of traveling from one territory to another territory was not small. On the contrary, the cost of traveling from one territory to another territory, which was separated by several or even more than 10 territories, was even greater. After traveling nearly 100 times, the cost that Jian Wushwang had to pay was no less than hundreds of thousands of saint elixirs. It was comparable to the entire wealth of an ordinary immortal saint. Jian Wushwang had teleported almost 100 times so that he could be further away from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, and the 3 experts of the Saint Realm could not find him. As a result, Jian Wushwang did not know which territory he was in and how far from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Let's ask someone first. Jian Wushwang smiled and rushed forward. In the vast sky, dark clouds covered the earth. Lightning snakes flickered in the dark clouds from time to time as if dragons were rolling in them. This was a barren plain, where a battle was going on. This battle was a massacre. A group of bandits suddenly targeted a team of experts with more than 10 people. More than 100 experts surrounded and killed them crazily. Among the group of over 10 experts, the strongest ones were only 2 peak divine masters. But faced with the encirclement of over 100 experts, they were quickly defeated. Those bandits were also crazily chasing after these 2 people. Damn it! This isn't a place where bandits run rampant. So how did this group of bandits come here? A middle-aged man who wore a triangular helmet and was as strong as an ox roared as he fled. What bandits? This is a trap deliberately set up by someone to deal with us. If nothing goes wrong, it should be someone from our clan. If someone didn't inform us, how would these people know our whereabouts? The purple-haired older man shouted in a deep voice. Clan members, could it be? The strong middle-aged man was shocked. Humph, other than that good brother of yours, who else would use that great formation to deal with us? The violet-haired older man shouted. The muscular middle-aged man's expression was somewhat unsightly. Let's flee. Let's see if we can escape with our luck. The violet-haired older man sighed softly. Behind him, over 100 experts were chasing closely, each of them brimming with killing intent. But right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. The moment this figure appeared, a terrifying pressure came hurling down. The robust middle-aged man and the purple-haired older man immediately squatted in the air. The hundreds of experts chasing behind them also stopped. Everyone raised their heads in shock, looking at the young figure like a god in the air. This pressure is too strong. It's much stronger than Father was when he was alive. It's countless times stronger. Father was a high-level great divine master when he was alive, but compared to this person, he's like an ant. This person is very likely an immortal saint-level super-expert. But even if he's not, he's still the legendary, unrivaled great divine master. The robust middle-aged man was shocked. This is our chance. The purple-haired elder was pleasantly surprised. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, sir. What can I do for you? I want to ask you something. I hope you can answer me." Jian Wuxuang looked down with a cold expression. "Please ask, sir." The purple-haired elder was very respectful. "Which realm is this?" Jian Wuxuang asked. "Sir, this is the Inkstone realm," the purple-haired elder said. But, at the same time, he immediately understood that the person in front of him should be an expert who had just arrived from the outside world. Inkstone realm? Jian Wuxuang muttered to himself. When he was free in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, he also saw the star field's map in the surrounding territories. The map was quite vast, but it did not mention the Inkstone realm. Obviously, his current location was very far away from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. "Let me ask you again, who are the realm masters of your Inkstone realm?" Jian Wuxuang asked again. "My lord, there are 4 realm masters in the Inkstone realm, and each of them is a powerful immortal saint." "I wonder who you are asking about?" the purple-haired elder asked. "4 realm masters?" Jian Wuxuang was surprised. Usually, there was only 1 realm master in a realm, but there were 4 in the Inkstone realm. Jian Wuxuang knew that the 4 realm masters would fight for their own interests. "Which of the 4 realm masters is the closest to here?" Jian Wuxuang asked. "I know. It's the Evergreen Realm Master. He lives in Evergreen Island, which is less than 10 days away," the purple-haired elder said. "Give me the map of the star field." Jian Wuxuang stretched out his hand. The purple-haired elder did not hesitate, and immediately handed the most comprehensive map of the star field to Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang took it, and immediately knew the location of the Evergreen Realm Master. He nodded and then looked at the hundreds of experts who had been chasing after the purple-haired elder and the middle-aged man. "This deal ends here. You can leave." The hundreds of experts who were chasing after the purple-haired elder and the burly middle-aged man were extremely unwilling. However, after looking at Jian Wuxuang, the leader of the hundreds of experts chose to endure. "Let's go!" The hundreds of experts immediately turned and left. Jian Wuxuang's figure also disappeared. As for the purple-haired elder and the strong middle-aged man, they were overjoyed. Without any hesitation, they immediately set off and fled as fast as they could. Evergreen Island, the residence of the Evergreen Realm Lord. The Inkstone realm was extremely vast, 3 to 4 times larger than an ordinary realm. Naturally, more experts were born. However, after a round of fighting, these experts gradually turned into 4 forces. Each of the 4 forces had a ruler, which was the 4 realm masters of the Inkstone realm. Among the 4 realm masters, Evergreen Realm Master was just an ordinary one. He was not strong, only at the level of an immortal saint. He was far from being a true saint. Jian Wuxuang had already arrived at Evergreen Island. Chapter 29-28 Inquiry. Evergreen Island was vast and majestic, with countless towering palaces and courtyards. Many cultivators gathered in front of the main gate of the island. Most of them had reached the great divine master level and were waiting there. They were here to see the Evergreen Realm Lord. "Please inform him that Jian Yuan is here to pay a visit," Jian Wushuang said politely. Jian Yuan? The guard guarding the gate looked Jian Wushuang up and down. Jian Wushuang smiled and slightly revealed his divine power aura. His realm had reached the advanced Great Divine Master level. Under the cover of black rock, his divine power aura had reached the limit of a divine master, but he could not reach the immortal saint level. When Xian Shindaoist gave him the black rock, he said that the black rock could only cover the aura of immortal saint and below. Jian Wushuang gave the name Jian Yuan at the last minute. Even though the Inkstone realm was far away from the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, Jian Wushuang still did not dare to be careless. He did not dare to use his real name, or even the 2 aliases he used in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Jian Yi and Suhan, he did not dare to use them. Therefore, he could only choose another one. The guard also sensed Jian Wushuang's aura and was immediately startled. Wait a moment. I'll immediately report it. The guard immediately reported this matter to the butler, who was usually in charge of Evergreen Island. But unfortunately, he was also a peak Great Divine Master. Jian Yuan? I've never heard of this name. I don't know where it came from. The Realm Lord is busy these days. He doesn't have time to see this and that. Go and tell him to wait outside for a few decades. The butler ordered. The guard immediately returned and conveyed the butler's message. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang could not help smiling bitterly, but then his body shook. Boom! A terrifying divine power directly covered the entire Evergreen Island. This divine power was earth-shaking and suppressed everything. In an instant, countless cultivators in Evergreen Island began to tremble. At the island's main entrance, the experts who were waiting quietly looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. The guard and the housekeeper who had walked out of the island were also terrified. Jian Wushuang could not be bothered with them. He just calmly looked at the place not far away. There, an aura slowly rose. May I know which friend has come to my Evergreen Island? A gentle voice slowly spread. A middle-aged man in a green robe with stubble slowly appeared in the void above. Seeing this middle-aged man in a green robe, many experts in Evergreen Island immediately showed respect. This middle-aged man in a green robe was the Realm Lord of Evergreen Island. He was also one of the 4 Realm Lords of the Inkstone Realm, the Evergreen Realm Lord. Jian Yuan greets the Evergreen Realm Lord, Jian Wushuang said politely. Yes, a divine master? The Evergreen Realm Lord looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. He had sensed the divine power, which was why he had shown himself. But he had never expected that it was only a divine master who was emitting the divine power. Although Jian Wushuang was only a divine master, his casual standing gave the Evergreen Realm Lord great pressure. As a result, the Evergreen Realm Lord did not dare to underestimate him. This divine master is not simple. This was the first thought that came to the Evergreen Realm Lord's mind. My friend, let's have a chat on the island. The Evergreen Realm Lord invited him. Thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him and immediately followed the Evergreen Realm Lord to the center of the island. In the center of a magnificent palace, the Evergreen Realm Lord ordered some delicacies and wine for Jian Wushuang to enjoy. You are not from the Inkstone Realm, are you? The Evergreen Realm Lord asked casually. Have you noticed, Realm Lord? Jian Wushuang smiled. Of course. I know many powerful divine masters in the Inkstone Realm. Many of them have been accepted by me. You are so powerful, but I have never heard of you. So, naturally, you are not from the Inkstone Realm, the Evergreen Realm Lord said with a smile. Indeed, I'm from another realm. As for why I came to the Inkstone Realm today, I have something to ask you, Evergreen Realm Lord, Jian Wushuang said. You can tell me, my young friend. The Evergreen Realm Lord looked at him. You've been famous for so many years and are very knowledgeable. Have you ever heard of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Jian Wushuang asked. Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? The Evergreen Realm Lord was stunned, but his expression immediately turned solemn. I have naturally heard of the famous Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the Divine Beginning world. I even yearn for it. However, it's not easy to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. If that's the case, do you know where the nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is located in the nearby territories, Your Excellency? Jian Wushuang asked. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was recognized as the number one alliance in the absolute beginning divine world. Its power was spread over every territory and every corner of the absolute beginning divine world. To achieve this, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance needed to have a spatial channel to connect the corners of each territory, and had to have secret strongholds in those territories. These strongholds were known as nests in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. For example, there was a secret nest around the territory of the Golden Crow Nine Realms. All the members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the Golden Crow Nine Realms and the surrounding territories would go to that secret nest if they wanted to take on missions. Of course, this was also what Bone Emperor told him. He had a Heaven-Cleaving token, and he was powerful enough. So he wanted to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although originally, he wanted to wait for Ling Rushwang's matter to come to an end before he went to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's nest in the surrounding territories of the Golden Crow Nine Realms, after passing the Heaven-Cleaving token to participate in the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he officially became a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, he had to flee from the territory of the Nine Realms of the Golden Crow and come to the Inkstone Realm, which was an unknown distance away from the Nine Realms of the Golden Crow. Here, Jian Wushuang did not know where the secret nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was, so he could only invite people to inquire about it. That was the main reason why he came to look for the Evergreen Realm Master. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair. The Evergreen Realm Lord frowned slightly. My young friend, as far as I know, there is no Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair in the Inkstone Realm. However, I have vaguely heard that there is one in the territory near the Inkstone Realm. However, I don't know the exact location of the lair. After all, I have never really dealt with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. You don't know? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly, but he was not surprised. However, although I don't know the location of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's secret nest, someone in my Inkstone Realm does. The Evergreen Realm Lord suddenly changed the topic. Chapter 29:29, Shuedong King. Who is it? Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the Evergreen Realm Lord. Shuedong King! The Evergreen Realm Lord smiled. Shuedong King used to be an invincible divine master in the Inkstone Realm. When he was a divine master, his comprehension of rules and Tao had already reached the level of an immortal saint. He even created an absolute art at the level of a saint. Later on, he paid a price to obtain a Heaven-Cleaving token and passed the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's test to become a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang's eyes immediately lit up. Since Shuedong King was a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he must know the location of the secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance around the Inkstone Realm. Where is Shuedong King now? Jian Wushuang asked. Don't worry, my friend, the Evergreen Realm Lord said indifferently. Shuedong King is in the Inkstone Realm. It's not difficult for you to find him. Just ask a slightly stronger Great Divine Master and you'll know. However, Shuedong King has a very strange temper. If you want him to tell you the location of the secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, you'll have to go through a lot of trouble. Oh? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He has a weird temper. How weird is that? It's simple. He likes to fight. He's a battle maniac. He only respects experts who are stronger than him or are recognized by him. It's hard for ordinary experts to meet him or to befriend him because he won't talk to you at all. Instead, he takes the initiative and is very enthusiastic when facing those who are stronger than him and can be recognized by him. My friend, if you want to see him, you have to be prepared in advance, said the Evergreen Realm Lord. Prepared? You mean fight with him? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Of course. You have to fight with him and get his approval before he will talk to you. In addition, he has deliberately set up a series of powerful means in his residence. These means are so powerful that no ordinary person can break in. In other words, you have to go through the means he has set up over the years before you can really see him, said the Evergreen Realm Lord. So harsh? Jian Wushuang was stunned. They had met each other not long ago. If Shuedong King did not want to meet him, he could just disappear. However, he had deliberately set up many means in his residence. No matter who it was, they had to break through all the means to meet him. Shuedong King is indeed eccentric, but it should not be difficult for me to break through his means with my strength, Jian Wushuang said. Don't be too confident, my friend. I forgot to tell you that Shuedong King has made a breakthrough to the immortal saint level not long ago. His battle strength is much stronger than mine, so his tricks are naturally more powerful, said the Evergreen Realm Lord. A breakthrough? Jian Wushuang was stunned, but then he shrugged helplessly and said, No matter what, I have to try. Thank you, Evergreen Realm Lord. Goodbye. Jian Wushuang stood up and left after saying his thanks. Evergreen Realm Lord looked at Jian Wushuang's departure with a strange expression. Jian Yuan is not only in the Inkstone Realm but also in the surrounding territories. I've never heard of him. However, the pressure he gives me is very great. It's even greater than the pressure from the other 3 realm lords in the Inkstone Realm. Where did this expert come from? Did he really come to my Inkstone Realm just for the secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? The Evergreen Realm Lord pondered for a moment before shaking his head, no longer thinking about it. On top of a smooth cliff, there was a huge scarlet castle. This red castle was extremely famous in the entire Inkstone Realm. After all, that Shuedong King who had already broken through to the Immortal Saint Realm and could threaten the 4 realm lords lived here. Around the Scarlet Castle, a layer of scarlet mist surrounded the castle, flowing normally like a scarlet river. From time to time, faint blood-colored bubbles would appear. In the deepest part of the castle. 7th young master, go back. The clan leader misses you every day. Even if you still have some resentment toward what happened back then, it has been so many years. No matter what you do, you still have to care about the relationship between father and son. A white-haired old man stood below the steps. He looked eagerly at a blood-haired, blood-robed man above him. That blood-haired, blood-robed man was none other than the Shuedong King. The relationship between father and son? Hee, how laughable. Back then, he complained that my cultivation speed was slow and that I didn't live up to expectations. When he beat and scolded me countless times, I could still understand and still be able to consider the relationship between father and son. But back then, I accidentally provoked a slightly more powerful clan, and he directly tied me up and sent me to the other party's residence. When I was at the other party's disposal, did he ever consider the relationship between father and son? Back then, if it wasn't for my intelligence and the fact that I knew how to endure humiliation and burden, and that I was finally able to survive under the endless torture of that Fang clan, did he ever miss me at that time? Did he ever come to visit me? I'm afraid that at that time, I had already become an abandoned child in his hands in order to quell the fury of that Fang clan, right? At that time, he did not care about my life or death at all. Now that I've become stronger, he misses me. Does he have to care about the relationship between father and son? What a joke! What a big joke! Shuedong King sneered, but his voice was unusually cold. Scram. Go back and tell him that I've already broken off my relationship with him. Tell him to stop bothering me in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Shuedong King waved his sleeve. A terrifying aura that had already reached the level of an undying saint directly pressed down on the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's expression changed drastically, and he forcefully endured the pressure. He continued, 7th young master, the clan has encountered a great crisis this time. No matter what grudges you have with the clan leader, I beg you, on account of the fact that you share the same bloodline, no matter what, you must lend a hand. Lend a hand? If I don't personally exterminate them, it's already very worthy of them. Shuedong King snorted coldly, but he was already completely enraged in his heart. He waved his hand, and a majestic force immediately acted on the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shot backward in a sorry state. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared in front of Shuedong King. Although the white-haired elder was sent flying, Shuedong King's anger did not completely disappear in the palace. The entire palace was still under great pressure, and did not calm down for a long time. At this time, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of the Scarlet Castle. Chapter 29:30 Forced Entry. Just before Jian Wushuang arrived at the Scarlet Castle, he saw the white-haired elder walk out of the castle in a sorry state. The white-haired elder's face was obviously a little ugly. The white-haired elder naturally saw Jian Wushuang. "Your Excellency, are you here to visit Shuedong King?" The white-haired elder looked at Jian Wushuang. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "If that's the case, I advise you to leave first and come back soon," the white-haired elder said. "Why?" Jian Wushuang asked, puzzled. "Shuedong King is currently in a rage. It's too risky to visit him at this time. With his way of doing things, if he doesn't like you later, he might directly kill you," the white-haired elder said. "Oh, there's such a thing?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then smiled. "Let's try. If he wants to kill me, we have to see if he has the ability to do so." After saying that, Jian Wushuang flew directly into the Scarlet Castle. Seeing this, the white-haired elder was stunned. "This man wants to break into the residence of the seventh young master? Is he courting death?" Now, 99% of the experts in the Inkstone realm knew that Shuedong King had become an immortal saint. His battle strength was probably even stronger than that of the four realm lords. The techniques he had deployed in his castle were also very powerful. Even ordinary immortal saints would not dare to break into it, but Jian Wushuang. From the moment he rushed out, his aura was revealed. He was obviously a divine master. How dare a divine master barge into the castle where Shuedong King lives? The white-haired elder thought that Jian Wushuang was tired of living. But suddenly, boom! A violent boom suddenly resounded in the void. The white-haired elder's eyes immediately widened. He saw that the layer of a red river surrounding the Scarlet Castle had wrapped the entire castle tightly. But now, in the middle of the Scarlet River, a huge hole had appeared. This hole was too big, and it was obvious that it had been forcefully blasted open by someone. After this hole appeared, the entire Scarlet River collapsed. He actually broke through Seventh Young Master's defensive measures on the castle with a single strike? The white-haired old man had a look of disbelief on his face. At the same time, in the deepest part of the Scarlet Castle, Shuedong King, who had not completely calmed down, also sensed the commotion outside and immediately raised his head. "My first attack was actually defeated in a frontal attack without any warning. Was it defeated in one blow?" Shuedong King's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately rose up. Jian Wushuang grinned as he looked at the collapsed Scarlet River. "According to Evergreen Realm Lord, I don't need to say anything to Shuedong King. I just need to have absolute strength to convince him, or make him acknowledge me. In that case, there's no need for me to be so polite." Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked ahead. He could vaguely see layers of restrictive moves. The one that had just been defeated was only the first layer of the Scarlet Castle, which was relatively weak. There were still 3 more layers of measures waiting for him. Only after passing through all the remaining 3 layers of measures could he enter the center of the Scarlet Castle and see the king. Boom! Jian Wushuang immediately burst into speed and shot forward into the void. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang encountered the second move of the Scarlet Castle. Break! Jian Wushuang still threw out a brutal punch. This punch contained a terrifying divine power as if it could break the world. It hit the first move of the restriction in front of him, which shook crazily and then collapsed in the next moment. The second move has also been broken, and it's still just a single strike. The white-haired elder was even more shocked when he saw this. However, Jian Wushuang continued to rush forward. Soon, the third move appeared in front of him. It was also a great restriction. However, the power of this restriction was obviously much stronger than the previous 2. Facing this restriction, Jian Wushuang no longer fought with his bare hands. Instead, he directly took out the Blood Mountain sword. Whoosh! With a casual slash, he activated his boundless sword art, which was 33,000 feet tall. A huge sword light struck the restriction, and it was instantly cut open. Then, Jian Wuxuang encountered the fourth and final restriction. Whoosh! It was still a slash, but it was extremely sharp. With a mournful sword light, it forcefully cut open a gap in the restriction. Jian Wuxuang passed through the gap and entered the center of the Scarlet Castle. Outside the castle, the white-haired elder was a little stunned. A divine master easily defeated the 4 restrictions placed on the castle by the 7th young master. Who is this divine master? The white-haired elder exclaimed. In the void at the center of the Scarlet Castle, the figure of Shuedong King floated there. His eyes flashed with a glimmer as he stared at Jian Wuxuang. Divine Master? Shuedong King was shocked. He had personally set up these 4 restrictions, so he knew how powerful they were. Even an ordinary immortal saint like the 4 realm lords of the Inkstone realm would not be able to break in so easily, let alone a divine master. But this divine master had actually broken in. Even I, back when I was at the divine master realm, wouldn't have such terrifying combat strength. This person. The anger on Shuedong King's face had completely disappeared. What replaced it was excitement, a thick sense of excitement. At the same time, a shocking battle intent rose up. Just as the Evergreen Realm Lord had said, this Shuedong King was a battle maniac. What he liked the most were fierce battles, especially when he fought with experts. However, the Inkstone realm was too small. The 4 known realm lords were only ordinary immortal saints. Before he had made the breakthrough, he was still in awe of them. But now, he did not care about their strength at all. Therefore, even if the 4 realm lords came personally, they could not make him excited. But now, Jian Wuxuang's appearance had aroused his long-lost fighting spirit, which was exceptionally strong. Who are you? Shuedong King asked excitedly. Jian Yuan. Jian Wuxuang smiled and said, After all, this is your residence, so it's not convenient for us to fight. How about we go to the nearby void? Okay. Shuedong King nodded without hesitation and immediately went to the void next door with Jian Wuxuang. Chapter 2931. Jian Wuxuang and Shuedong King. The void near the Scarlet Castle was above a vast sea. The endless sea water was flowing slowly, and the entire sea surface seemed very calm. But this calm was quickly broken by someone. Shuedong King, I asked you to make the first move. Jian Wuxuang stood there and said grandly. Haha, you're so confident. In that case, I want stand on ceremony. Shuedong King laughed loudly and immediately took out a long saber. A majestic aura rose from his body. Shuedong King suddenly rushed forward. At the same time, his body split into 2, turning into 2 identical figures. Well, this is... Jian Wuxuang could not help being surprised. When he saw the 2 figures, Jian Wuxuang immediately understood that they were just illusions, that Shuedong King had used a special method. However, these illusions were extraordinary, and even he could not tell which one was real. It was not until Shuedong King appeared in front of him and raised a long saber in his hand that Jian Wuxuang was able to determine which one was real. Buzz! Shuedong King struck out with his saber straight. The saber light was dazzling and extremely domineering. It immediately formed a huge saber river in the void and spread toward Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang only smiled faintly. Divine power surged in his right hand. He raised the Blood Mountain sword and directly faced the long saber. When the long saber and the Blood Mountain sword collided head-on, an extremely domineering power contained in the long saber immediately came into effect. This power! Jian Wuxuang's expression changed. He staggered, but he could not help taking a few steps back. The long saber took advantage of the situation and slashed toward Jian Wuxuang's head. Jian Wuxuang was surprised, but he immediately dodged to the side and dodged the saber. Your strength is not bad. Jian Wuxuang looked at Shuedong King. Shuedong King's strength was indeed impressive. In that moment of collision, an extremely powerful force came from the long saber. It was much stronger than that of an ordinary immortal saint. Although it was not as strong as a true saint, the gap between them was very small. Shuedong King is indeed worthy of being a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance at the Divine Master level. Now that he has reached the Immortal Saint level, his strength has soared again. Although he is not comparable to a true saint, he is definitely a top false saint, Jian Wushuang thought. There were two kinds of immortal saints: false saint and true saint. The false saint was the most common type of immortal saint. Although his cultivation had indeed reached the immortal saint level, he had not truly mastered the immortal body and could not fully display his strength. True saint, on the other hand, had completely mastered the immortal body and could perfectly display his strength. Such a true saint was much more powerful than a false saint. For example, the immortal saints in the Golden Crow 9 realms were almost all false saints with different strengths. As for true saints, there were only two of them. One was the Bone Emperor, and the other was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Saint Hong. Moreover, even if they were true saints, there were differences in strength. Moreover, in the absolute beginning divine realm, true saints were divided into 7 levels, which represented 7 different levels. These 7 different levels could be based on their understanding of laws and Tao. There were also unique skills that showed that Saint Hong was only a rank 1 true saint. As for Bone Emperor, the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, there were rumors that he had long reached the pinnacle of a rank 1 true saint. There were also rumors that he had broken through to become a rank 2 true saint, but no one knew how he did it. A top false saint is indeed very powerful in the Inkstone realm. No wonder the Evergreen Realm Lord was a little afraid of Shuedong King. Jian Wushuang chuckled. The Evergreen Realm Lord and the other 3 Realm Lords in the Inkstone Realm were only false saints and had average strength. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one would be a match for the Shuedong King. A Divine Master was able to block one of my strikes. You are qualified to be called a monster just because of that. Next, the bloodthirsty smile on the Shuedong King's face was followed by his figure floating out again. 2 identical figures appeared at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 figures flashed one after another and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. Shuedong King raised a long saber in his hand again and swung it at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not show any weakness. He had exerted his divine power and swordsmanship to the fullest. Clang! 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 The low sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Blood Mountain sword and the long saber collided again and again. Each time, a large amount of power swept out and affected the sea surface below. Huge waves immediately rose up from the calm sea surface. Each of these huge waves was over 100 feet tall and incomparably majestic. The entire sea seemed to be roaring and shrill due to the fierce battle between the two. Jian Yuan, is this all you've got? Shuedong King shouted in a low voice during the fierce battle. He did not use his full strength, but even so, he still had an absolute advantage in the battle with Jian Wushuang, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. Upon hearing Shuedong King's words, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. After all, the opponent is a top false saint, and he is infinitely close to a true saint. If I don't use my secret skill or some other means, it will be a little difficult to fight. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. The star power in his body had been directly activated. The 7-star secret skill had been used. This secret skill instantly raised his realm from Advanced Great Divine Master to Peak Great Divine Master, and his divine power suddenly soared. Shuedong King, now you and I will fight again. Jian Wushuang grinned and moved forward. The Blood Mountain sword suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and slashed out. This sword move was extremely swift and fierce. Huh! Shuedong King immediately sensed that Jian Wushuang's sword move seemed to have increased in power. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he immediately brandished his long saber to meet it. Clang! There was a loud sound, but this time, both of them retreated at the same time. Shuedong King's right hand, which was holding the long saber tightly, was still a little troublesome. How can a divine master be so powerful? Shuedong King was shocked. He did not know that Jian Wuxuang had only used the 7-star secret skill. He had not used the Divine Punishment Expert, or the 9 Luminaries star armor. He had not really guided the sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword. Even so, Jian Wuxuang's divine power was no weaker than his. Once Jian Wuxuang went all out, his battle strength would be at the true saint level. Although he was not the best among the first stage true saints, he was definitely not weak. Chapter 2932 Approval. Shuedong King, let's fight again. Jian Wuxuang laughed, and suddenly waved his hand, causing streams of black light to appear in the void in front of him. These streams of black light were 18 underworld blood divine swords with astonishing auras. As soon as the 18 dark blood divine swords appeared, under Jian Wuxuang's control, they immediately fused together perfectly at the fastest speed. Buzz! A faint humming sound, like the sound of a sword, slowly sounded in the world. Although the sound was not loud, it was extremely strange. In an instant, it overshadowed the roar of the sea below. In the void, a brand new black divine sword that was only 2 meters long but extremely wide appeared out of thin air. The moment this 2-meter-long black divine sword appeared, the world around it suddenly turned gray. This gray-white seemed to have sunk into an endless sea of snow. There was a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere, and the only black color in this vast expanse of whiteness was the black divine sword in the center of the void. The black magic sword had become the sole focus of the world. Go! Jian Wuxuang spat out a word, and the black magic sword instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the direction of Shuedong King. The black magic sword pierced through the void, but before it could get close, the violent sound of wind breaking caused Shuedong King's expression to change. Shuedong King did not have the time to think too much. He instantly brandished the long blade in his hand. This long blade was like a river of stars hanging in the sky, forcefully tearing a path through the vast white world. The void trembled. In the blink of an eye, the black divine sword collided with Shuedong King's long blade. The power of the 4th stage of the reincarnation sword formation, the world of ice and snow, also completely erupted at this moment. Boom! Boom! Shuedong King felt his arm go slightly numb, and he immediately retreated. As for the black magic sword, although it was not far away, it only shook slightly before it continued to shoot out. At the same time, Jian Wuxuang's body also flew out in a strange manner. Boom! Boom! The black magic sword flew toward Shuedong King again and again in an extremely tyrannical manner. Jian Wuxuang also displayed his swordsmanship, displaying it around Shuedong King again and again. The speed of his swordsmanship was extremely fast, and the power was also extremely powerful. With the combination of the two, Shuedong Wang was completely suppressed. In just a moment, "Stop! Stop!" Shuedong King hurriedly shouted to stop. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly and stopped what he was doing. Seeing this, Shuedong King let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Jian Wuxuang with a burning gaze. "It's incredible that a divine master can be so powerful. Jian Yuan, I rarely admire you, but I have to admire you today. It's amazing that a divine master can fight with me to this extent." Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. He knew that although Shuedong King had asked him to stop, it did not mean that he had won. He could see that Shuedong King had held back. Some of his powerful secret skills and trump cards should not have been used. If he went all out, his battle strength should be comparable to an ordinary first-rank true saint. However, it was clear that although Shuedong King liked to fight, he would not use his trump card to fight with others for no reason. "Shuedong King, I'm here to ask you something," Jian Wuxuang said directly. He had already proven his strength, and it was obvious that Shuedong King had approved of him. Therefore, Jian Wuxuang could state his purpose of coming here directly. "You must be asking about the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, right?" Shuedong King looked at Jian Wuxuang. "You know?" Jian Wuxuang was stunned. He had come for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, but he had not told Shuedong King before. He had only told the Evergreen Realm Lord. Could it be that the Evergreen Realm Lord had sent him a message before? I don't know, but I guessed it. Shuedong King smiled. I, Shuedong King, have a bad temper and don't have a good relationship with people. Usually, those who come to see me have more or less asked for my help. But with your strength, you don't need me to do anything for you. Besides, you're only a divine master, but a divine master is so powerful. You're a monster. A monster like you came to see me only because of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Indeed, I'm here for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang nodded and admitted directly. I've just arrived in the Inkstone Realm. I don't know if there's a nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance around the Inkstone Realm, so I came to ask. There is a nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance nearby. Shuedong King nodded slightly. This nest is not too far from the Inkstone Realm. If you want to go, I can show you the way. However, not everyone can enter the nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Only the official members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, or you have a Heaven-Cleaving token. I have a Heaven-Cleaving token. Jian Wushuang took out his Heaven-Cleaving token. Seeing the Heaven-Cleaving token, Shuedong King raised his eyebrows. It's easy with the Heaven-Cleaving token. I can take you there directly. When do you plan to go? Shuedong King asked. Let's go now, Jian Wushuang said. Okay, let's go. I haven't been to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair for a long time. I don't know if there are any missions suitable for me. Shuedong King smiled and led the way. Jian Wushuang naturally followed. On the way, Shuedong King and Jian Wushuang chatted casually. Brother Jian, you're a divine master, but your battle strength is so amazing. You should be very famous, but I've explored the surrounding territories of the Inkstone Realm, but I've never heard of your name. Why? Shuedong King asked. To tell you the truth, I don't come from the border. My hometown is quite far from here, so of course you don't know, Jian Wushuang said. Is that so? Shuedong King understood. Since you have the Heaven-Cleaving token, it should be easy for you to pass the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance with your strength. However, you still have to be careful. After all, everything is in case. The assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is usually very harsh and even a little unusual. Oh? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Shuedong King was an official member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and had really participated in the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Since he said so, Jian Wushuang naturally would not be careless. By the way, Brother Jian, when you arrive at the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance later, before you participate in the assessment, someone will ask you if you have been recommended. When that time comes... Shuedong King had not finished his words. Jian Wushuang said directly. Shuedong King, I'm sorry. Not long ago, I promised someone that I would treat him as a referral. That's why he gave me the Heaven-Cleaving token. Chapter 2933. Secret Lair. Jian Wushuang had indeed promised Bone Emperor to make him a referral. However, Bone Emperor had not given him a Heaven-Cleaving token, but a scroll of Heaven Sealing Map. Is that so? That's a pity. Shuedong King sighed. He had fought with Jian Wushuang before, so he knew how terrifying Jian Wushuang was. If his battle strength was so terrifying at the Divine Master level, how powerful would he be when he broke through to become an immortal saint? According to Shuedong King's estimation, Jian Wushuang was almost certain to become an official member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and it was a certainty that he would become an Earth-level member. Once Jian Wushuang broke through to become an immortal saint, the possibility of becoming a Heaven-level member was very high. In the future, he might even become an Emperor-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, or even a legendary original-grade member. The person who introduced Jian Wushuang to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would also receive a large reward. Of course, Shuedong King coveted this reward. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang had already promised others, so he could not force him. While they were talking, they had already passed through many territories through the space tunnel. Soon, they arrived at a hidden dark void. There was no light in this dark void, nor was there any material existence. We're here. Shuedong King stopped. We're here? Right here? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. He looked carefully ahead, but he did not see anything strange in front of him, either with his naked eyes or with his soul power. In his eyes, it was just an ordinary void. Haha, just watch. Shuedong King gave a strange smile, but he reached out his hand and pointed at the void in front of him. Immediately, a trace of divine power spread out, which spread to the void. What surprised Jian Wushuang was that the dark void, which Jian Wushuang did not feel strange at all, began to ripple. These ripples spread out in all directions. Soon, an exquisite attic appeared in the void in front of him. This space-time is so strange. Jian Wushuang was surprised. When I first came here, I was just like you. Later, I found out that each nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was connected to each other by a special treasure. That treasure is extremely strange. No matter where it is, it can perfectly hide and protect the nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Don't underestimate this nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the endless territories. However, because it is connected to that treasure, even if a rule master came, he would not be able to break into this nest by force, said Shuedong King. So powerful? Jian Wushuang was shocked. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was very powerful in the Divine Beginning World. It was spread across all the territories of the Divine Beginning World. The secret layers of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were numerous in the Divine Beginning World. However, none of the layers were connected to a unique treasure of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Each of the layers was perfectly hidden, and even rule masters could not touch them. Such a method was indeed impressive. Only official members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, or those who have the Heaven-Cleaving token, can enter the secret layers of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Brother Jian, let's go in, said Shuedong King. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King immediately entered the attic side by side. The attic did not look big from the outside, but it actually had a universe inside. As soon as he entered the pavilion, Jian Wushuang appeared in a large hall. The hall was very vast, and there were all kinds of chairs and tables around it. However, there were only 2 or 3 people in such a large hall, which made it very quiet. The 2 or 3 people were wearing the same gray robes and gray masks. Why is it so quiet? Jian Wushuang was surprised. It's normal. After all, this is the endless territory, not the boundless third heaven, where experts are as numerous as clouds. Not to mention the immortal saint, even the invincible divine master is pitifully few here. Naturally, not many people become members of Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In the territory surrounding this secret lair, there are no more than 20 members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, said Shuedong King. Less than 20? So few? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Less? Brother Jian, you must know how high the threshold of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is. For example, even the invincible Divine Master needs a certain level of strength and luck before he can truly join. There are only dozens of realms around this nest. It's already very good to have nearly 20 members, said Shuedong King. That's true. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although there aren't many of them, they are of high quality. Even the weakest one should be an invincible Divine Master, and most of them are immortal saints. It's no wonder that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can gather more than 3 immortal saints in any corner of the beginning divine realm in such a short period of time. By the way, why are they all wearing the same gray robes and gray masks? Jian Wushuang asked again. Gray robes and gray masks. These are the attire of ordinary members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Shuedong King explained. After all, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is an extremely loose and unconstrained union. There are countless experts who have joined the alliance, and many of them have a certain status. Most of them cannot look at others with their real faces. Therefore, after becoming a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, they will be given such gray robes and masks. The gray robe and the mask can not only represent his position in the Heaven-Slaying Alliance but also conceal his aura. For example, your aura is as hot as fire, but through the mask, your aura can become very gentle and calm, and outsiders cannot see it. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. Of course, although the gray robe and mask are the attire of an ordinary member, whether you wear it in this secret lair, on the way to the mission, and whether you hide your real identity is up to you. Like me, I usually don't bother to disguise myself, so I passed the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance test as Shuedong King, he said. You are so free and easy. Jian Wushuang smiled. He had heard from St. Crimson Rock that members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance could hide their identity and make it easier for them to do things. Many people who were high and powerful on the surface had to pay attention to their identity. Many things were not easy for them to do in person, but after going through the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, they had no scruples. They could plunder and kill at will. Now it seemed that they relied on this special outfit. My identity is the most sensitive, so I definitely can't show my true face. I have to wear this gray robe and mask in the future, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Chapter 2934 Sword Heavenly Marquis. Under the guidance of Shuedong King, Jian Wushuang came to the counter in the center of the hall. A thin elder in a Taoist robe was dozing off. Elder Chiu, don't sleep, Shuedong King shouted. The thin elder in a Taoist robe moved his eyelids slightly and then opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, he glanced at Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King and asked, What's the matter? This little brother next to me wants to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Shuedong King said. Where's the Heaven-Cleaving token? The thin elder, who Shuedong King referred to as Elder Chiu, reached out his hand. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang handed over his Heaven-Cleaving token. Elder Chiu glanced at the token and nodded slightly. What is your name, or what title do you use? Title? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Brother Jian, there are only a few people in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance like me who are willing to show their true faces. Most of them wear gray robes and masks to hide their identities. Naturally, they won't use their real names, so most of them will give themselves a title. If you want to hide your identity in the future, you can also give yourself a title, Shuedong King said. Jian Wushuang immediately fell into deep thought. Title. He still remembered that when he was young, he used to travel around in the green fire world under the name of Swordsman. Later, when he came to the 10,000 chaotic worlds, he also became famous as Sword Emperor. Now, when it came to the title, Jian Wushuang thought of Sword Emperor. But soon, he shook his head. Sword Emperor was a very common title in the beginning divine realm. Many experts in the beginning divine realm were called Swordsman, Sword Emperor, and Sword Saint. Naturally, Sword Emperor was a good title. Jian Wushuang thought of a more special title. After pondering for a moment, Jian Wushuang finally thought of a title. They'll call you Sword Heavenly Marquis? Sword Heavenly Marquis? Shuedong King looked over and nodded. It's a very domineering title. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Sword Heavenly Marquis was the first name that came to his mind. It was the place where he was born, but unfortunately, the Sword Heavenly Marquis mansion no longer existed after so many years. Elder Chiu, who was standing in front of the counter, waved his hand and left the words Sword Heavenly Marquis on the Heaven-Cleaving token. Leave your communication token here. I'll inform you when the test is ready, Elder Chiu said. Jian Wushuang handed his message token to the elder and asked, How long will it take? The test of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will be held every once in a while. Each time, dozens of experts from hundreds of nests will gather to take part in the test. It has been 9 years since the last test, and there is less than a year left. You can stay here and wait, or you can leave on your own. When the test is over, you can come back, the elder said. It's only been a year. I'll just wait here. Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at Shuedong King. Shuedong King, thank you so much. Don't worry. It's rare to see a talent that I admire. Anyway, I have nothing to do these days, so I'll stay here with you. We'll also take a look at some of the missions that have been released recently. Shuedong King smiled, then he looked at the elder and said, Old man, show me some of the new missions that have been released recently in the nearby territories. The elder glanced at Shuedong King and casually threw a jade slip over. Erase the mission list. Take a look for yourself. Shuedong King took the jade slip and found a seat beside Jian Wushuang. Brother Jian, it won't be long before you become a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Your strength is no less than mine. You can take a look at the mission list. Shuedong King also put the jade slip in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and the two began to examine the jade slip together. 1-star ordinary task, kill a peak divine master. Task location, Blood Smoke Cave. Task reward, 400,000 sacred elixirs, plus a 3rd-grade offensive holy treasure. 1-star ordinary task, protect an earth divine master for 100 years. Task location, Luo something realm. Mission reward, 600,000 sacred elixirs. 3-star ordinary mission, kill the 3 shadow saints. Mission reward, 2 million sacred elixirs, 2 superior 3rd-grade offensive holy treasures, and 1 superior protective armor holy treasure. Jian Wushuang took a casual glance at the first 3 missions, but he was shocked by them. There were many special missions in the Jade Slip. Each mission only had a simple introduction, but there was no detailed process or background. But generally, the rewards for these missions were extremely high. Just killing a peak great divine master can get me 400,000 sacred elixirs and a 3rd-grade offensive holy treasure. Isn't the reward too high? Or is it that this peak great divine master is unusual and difficult to kill? Jian Wushuang could not help but ask. No, if I'm not wrong, that peak great divine master's strength is average. With our strength, we can kill him easily. The reason why the mission is still here and the reward is so high should be the location of the mission, which is the Blood Smoke Cave. Shuedong King said. Is there anything special about the Blood Smoke Cave? Jian Wushuang asked. Sword Heavenly Marquis, you don't come from the surrounding territories, so you don't know anything about it. Shuedong King had already changed the way he addressed Jian Wushuang. Previously, he had always called Jian Wushuang Brother Jian, which made Jian Wushuang feel very strange. Therefore, he asked Shuedong King to directly call him Sword Heavenly Marquis. The Blood Smoke Cave is a famous danger zone in the surrounding area. In this danger zone, let alone divine masters, even ordinary immortal saints have a certain chance of dying, while ordinary invincible divine masters have at least a 70% chance of dying. Shuedong King said in a deep voice, there is a 70% chance of dying. Those invincible divine masters who have already become members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will definitely not take the risk. And most of the immortal saints would not risk breaking into the Blood Smoke Cave for a mere 400,000 sacred elixirs. Therefore, the reward for this mission is not high, but too low. If the person who issued the mission can increase the reward to 600,000 or 700,000 sacred elixirs, then the invincible divine master, or the immortal saint should go and take the risk. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood, but then he asked, since the Blood Smoke Cave is so dangerous, how did the peak divine master who was on the mission break in? Is he still alive? Who knows? In short, although the mission is only 1 star, I'm not interested. Shuedong King said. Chapter 2935, 3-star mission. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and continued to read the missions on the Jade Slip. After a short while, he read through the missions briefly. Are all the missions here? So few? Jian Wushuang frowned. There were only about 20 missions on the Jade Slip, which was indeed a small number. These are only the missions in the territory around the nest. We can get there in the shortest time possible. There are more missions from other territories. Elder Chiu also has them. If you don't think there are any suitable missions here, you can go to him. However, it's more troublesome to carry out missions in other territories than in the territory around the nest, Shuedong King said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. In addition, the members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance are divided into different levels: ordinary, earth level, heaven level, and emperor level. Naturally, the missions taken by the members of different levels are different. For example, am still an ordinary member of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, so I can only take ordinary missions, but am not qualified to take Earth-level missions. Missions of different levels can be divided into 1 to 3 stars according to their difficulty. The 1-star mission you mentioned to kill the Peak Divine Master in the Blood Smoke Cave is a 1-star mission. Under normal circumstances, the more difficult the mission is, the higher the reward will be, said Shuedong King. Jian Wushuang understood. Sword Heavenly Marquis, look carefully. Do you think any of these tasks are suitable for you? Shuedong King looked over. I haven't passed the assessment of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance yet. Am not even an official member of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance. It's useless to look at these tasks, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. How is it useless? With your strength, it should be easy for you to pass the assessment as long as you're not too unlucky. After you pass the assessment, you can accept these ordinary tasks. First, see if there are any tasks that you think you can accept. Then, let's join hands to do a job, Shuedong King said expectantly. Work together? Can we work together to complete these tasks? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Of course. Shuedong King grinned. We can work together to complete any task in the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, but the reward will not change. We need to distribute it ourselves. In addition, the tasks that we work together to complete are not counted in the promotion task. Promotion mission? Jian Wushuang looked puzzled. Promotion missions are missions that need to be completed to advance from one level to another. For example, if an ordinary member wants to advance to an Earth-level member, in addition to his own strength, he has to complete 3 3-star ordinary missions alone. If the same Earth-level member wants to become a Heaven-level member, he has to complete 3 3-star Earth-level missions alone, Shuedong King said. Previously, I was just an invincible supreme divinity, so I could only accept some 1-star ordinary missions. At the very most, I could only accept 2-star ordinary missions. As for 3-star missions, I've never tried them before. Now that I've broken through to the level of a saint, my strength has skyrocketed, and I've completely reached the level of an Earth-rank member. However, although my strength has reached that level, I haven't completed the promotion mission yet. In addition, I didn't accept a 3-star mission before, so I didn't know how difficult it was. So I wasn't sure at first. The best way is to join hands with others to try to complete a 3-star mission. Naturally, you are my best candidate. After saying that, Shuedong King looked at Jian Wushuang with some expectation. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded silently. Shuedong King had never tried a 3-star mission, so it was normal for him to be cautious. If I pass the test in a year, I can try to complete a 3-star mission with you, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, that's great. Shuedong King was delighted and immediately began to explore the Jade Slip. There are only 2 3-star normal missions in our territory. Of these 2 missions, although this one looks easier, it's too troublesome. It'll take at least 100 years to complete. Moreover, the reward isn't that great. It's just a bare one. 5 million sacred elixirs. If we split it between the 2 of us, there won't be much. Let's go with this one. It seems to be a good mission. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the mission that Shuedong King was pointing at. The 3-star mission mentioned by Shuedong King was to kill the 3rd Saint Shadows. The reward was 2 million Saint Elixirs, 2 superior 3rd-grade offensive holy treasures, and 1 superior protective armor holy treasure. It's to kill 3 immortal saints. Shuedong King, are you confident? Jian Wushuang asked casually. Well, I don't know, but I've heard of the 3 Shadow Saints. Shuedong King's face darkened. The 3 Shadow Saints are in the territory we're in, and they have occupied a large territory a long time ago. However, they are evil. After they occupied that territory, they completely turned it into their paradise. Countless cultivators in the entire territory submit to them and live like slaves. I heard that he had already closed the space passage between the realm and the outer realm. He also deployed various means around the realm and had an army guarding it. Unless the cultivators in that realm can cultivate to the immortal saint level, it's impossible for them to escape from that realm. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned slightly cold. In other words, the three of them enslaved a realm? Jian Wushuang asked in a low voice. Yes, countless cultivators in that realm are like slaves. They don't have any freedom. They were even born to make fun of the three shadow saints. A long time ago, I heard about the three shadow saints. Unfortunately, I was only a divine master at that time, so I couldn't deal with them. But now, a cold light flashed in Shuedong King's eyes. Jian Wushuang's face was also cold. He could tell that what Shuedong King said was true. Otherwise, the mission to kill the three shadow saints would not have appeared in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. He had heard from the Bone Emperor that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would not easily kill some experts. However, if this expert was on the mission of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, there were only three possibilities. First, this expert had provoked the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Second, someone had given an extremely generous reward and price. Third, this person deserved to die. The three shadow saints clearly belonged to that person who deserved to die. Chapter 2936 Gathering? Sword Heavenly Marquis, what do you think of this task? Do you want to do it? Shuedong King looked over. If I pass the test in a year, I will complete this task with you, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, that's great. Shuedong King immediately smiled. Although the three shadow saints are not very strong individually, they stay together all year round and have a tacit understanding. If the three of them really work together, I, a top false saint, am not absolutely sure that I can kill them. But if I work together with you, I am absolutely sure. Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly. Then, the two of them waited quietly. Although they said they were waiting, in fact, Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King had a casual exchange for a while before they went to cultivate. He was extremely talented. Although the year was short, he could still make some progress. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. Sword Heavenly Marquis, come with me. The elder called Jian Wushuang. Brother, I wish you good luck. I'll wait for your triumphant return here, Shuedong King said with a laugh. Jian Wushuang followed Elder Chiu toward the inner hall. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of a huge wormhole. What's this? Jian Wushuang looked at the wormhole in front of him in confusion. On the other side of the wormhole is the gathering point. Every 10 years, nearly 100 nests, or nearly 100 territories, will be located there. Take your heaven-cleaving token and go there directly. When you get there, someone will tell you what to do, Elder Chiu said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the wormhole in front of him. With a flash of light, Jian Wushuang appeared on the top of a towering mountain. Around the top of the mountain was an endless sea, with waves constantly sweeping over. When Jian Wushuang arrived, there were already many people gathered in the open space on the top of the mountain. At a glance, there were nearly 20 people. These people were either standing or sitting alone. No one spoke. When Jian Wushuang appeared, a few people glanced at him. Another one, his aura is very unique. I can't tell his specific realm. Is he the immortal saint? Some people muttered in their hearts, but they only muttered a few words. Jian Wushuang's appearance did not attract the attention of others. Jian Wushuang looked around at the people around him and said, Didn't Elder Chiu say that nearly 100 people from the surrounding lairs are gathered here? Why are there only so few people? Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he soon understood. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment was held once every 10 years. 10 years was very short for ordinary divine masters, not to mention immortal saints. Although the assessment was conducted in nearly 100 nests at the same time, most nests would not have people take the assessment for 10 years. Therefore, there were at most 20 to 30 people taking the assessment each time. Among the nearly 20 people in front of him, divine masters accounted for more than half of them. As for the immortal saint, there were only 4 people on the field. It seems that the assessment is conducted by divine masters and the immortal saint at the same time. I wonder what the content of the assessment is, Jian Wushuang muttered. He did not take the initiative to talk to them. Instead, he found a place to sit down casually. Jian Wushuang waited here for about 2 hours. There were more than 30 people gathered on the top of the mountain, but there were only 5 immortal saints. At this time, whoosh! An old man with a goatee suddenly appeared in the void above the top of the mountain. The old man with the goatee had a pair of narrow and strange eyes with a faint, cold luster. He looked down at the people below. "Are all the participants here?" The old man with the goatee said coldly. 5 immortal saints and 27 reverends. Thanks. I hope that half of them will survive after this mission." Hearing this, the 27 reverends and the 5 immortal saints below trembled. All of them were quite powerful. For example, the 27 reverends were all unrivaled reverends. There were many unrivaled reverends who had reached the 2nd stage, or even the 3rd stage. They had great confidence in their own strength. It was because of this that they dared to participate in the Heaven Cleaving Alliance's assessment. However, when the goateed old man saw them, he directly said that it was already good enough for half of them to survive. This instantly caused a trace of pressure to appear at the bottom of their hearts. Don't be nervous. Although there will be a large number of people who fail the Heaven Cleaving Alliance's assessment, as long as you are strong enough and careful enough, surviving is not a problem. The goateed old man gave a strange smile. "Sir, may I ask what the content of the assessment is? When will we start the assessment?" A deep voice sounded. The one who spoke was one of the 5 immortal saints. "Don't be anxious. The assessment hasn't started yet. When it really starts, I will naturally tell you the content. As for now, let's wait for a while. There is still a special person who hasn't arrived yet," the goateed elder said. Special person? The expressions of the people who came to participate in the test all changed. Then, they quietly waited. After waiting for another hour, finally, a ray of light flashed. Then, a fiery figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone immediately looked over. The person who came was over 2 meters tall and graceful. Obviously, it was a woman. However, the woman was wearing the same gray robe as the members of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance. She also wore the same gray mask. Let me introduce you. This is the Heaven Rank member of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, Yao Yu. The old man with the goatee said with a smile. Yao Yu? Heaven Rank member? The people below were shocked. They looked at the masked woman with respect. The members of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance were far from each other, and there was a huge difference in strength. The ordinary members were mostly composed of divine masters and some immortal saints who had just broken through from divine masters and had not had the time to complete the promotion mission. For example, Shuadong King was an immortal saint who had not had the time to complete the promotion mission. He was only an ordinary member now. The weakest Earth-level member should be a top false saint, while most of them had already reached the true saint level, or even a rank 2 true saint. For example, the overlord of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, Bone Emperor, was supreme in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Saint Hong of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was also a rank 1 true saint, but he was still weaker than Bone Emperor. Therefore, Jian Wushuang estimated that Bone Emperor should be a rank 2 true saint, but Bone Emperor was only an Earth-level member. Generally, the weakest Heaven-level member was a rank 2 true saint, and the stronger one was a rank 4 or 5 true saint. Chapter 2937 Black Dragon Mountain. Since this demonic jade was a Heaven rank member, she was at least a powerful 2nd rank true saint, or even more. Faced with such an expert, the invincible reverends below, and the 5 immortal saints who had not even reached the true saint level naturally had to maintain their due respect. This test is quite special. When the time comes, we will need Lord Yao Ye's help, the goateed elder said humbly. Under the mask, Yao Ye's cold voice sounded. The goateed elder smiled and waved his hand. A spatial tunnel immediately appeared in the void beside him. Let's go. Let's head to the test site. The goateed elder smiled and was the first to rush into the spatial tunnel. Yao Yu, the 5 immortal saints, and the 27 reverends immediately followed. There was a special territory in the endless territories. This territory was made up of 6 different realms of different sizes. These 6 realms had countless cultivators, and these cultivators all knew one name, Black Dragon Mountain. These 6 realms were ruled by Black Dragon Mountain. In the center of these 6 realms was a floating land. This land was not very vast, and this was the base of Black Dragon Mountain, which was also the sacred land of Black Dragon Mountain mentioned by the cultivators in the 6 realms. However, at this moment, the entire sacred land of Black Dragon Mountain was covered with a layer of barrier. This layer of the barrier was extremely powerful, and was not something that ordinary cultivators could break. In the center of the barrier, on a towering black mountain, there were countless pavilions and palaces. In the center of the towering Great Hall, many experts of the highest level of Black Dragon Mountain gathered together. These experts' expressions were extremely gloomy. It was extremely ugly. Patriarch, is there really nothing we can do? A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's eyes were all focused on an old man with white hair sitting on the throne in the center. The old man frowned. After a while, he sighed. I've already used all my connections and tried to contact the people of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance. Unfortunately, the Heaven Cleaving Alliance didn't pay any attention to it. Ignored? How is that possible? Are they really not going to give us a chance? The expressions of the experts present changed. The Heaven Cleaving Alliance is too strong, too detached. The weathered elder shook his head. Compared to the high and mighty Heaven Cleaving Alliance, my Black Dragon Mountain is nothing. It's just an ant, not even comparable to an ant. But to my Black Dragon Mountain, the Heaven Cleaving Alliance is a tall mountain and a giant statue. When did you see a giant statue that would be willing to sit down and talk to an ant? We have no choice. This time, our Black Dragon Mountain is doomed. We have no chance at all. Who asked us to be so blind to provoke the Heaven Cleaving Alliance? Patriarch, the reason why our Black Dragon Mountain provoked the Heaven Cleaving Alliance this time was purely an accident. It was not intentional. The Heaven Cleaving Alliance should also know this. How could they still do this? Someone said unwillingly. It was an accident. The Heaven Cleaving Alliance also knows this. However, even if it was an accident, the high and mighty Heaven Cleaving Alliance wouldn't allow it. It's like a beggar accidentally bumping into an emperor. Although it was an unintentional act, it has already offended the Emperor's Majesty. For the sake of His Majesty, the Emperor must also punish him. The aged elder sighed softly. Hearing this, the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain turned pale. Despair rose in the hearts of most of them. In front of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, a mere Black Dragon Mountain was indeed too weak. Now that the Heaven Cleaving Alliance has completely sealed off our Black Dragon Mountain, none of the cultivators of our Black Dragon Mountain can escape. Could it be that the Heaven Cleaving Alliance wants to completely wipe out our Black Dragon Mountain? An immortal saint of the Black Dragon Mountain said in a low voice. It shouldn't be to the extent of completely wiping out. The aged old man shook his head. Our Black Dragon Mountain has only inadvertently provoked the Heaven Cleaving Alliance. The Heaven Cleaving Alliance will descend and punish us. It might directly destroy our Black Dragon Mountain, but it definitely won't be too extreme. Instead, it will leave a certain amount of life force. Otherwise, with the Heaven Cleaving Alliance's methods, after completely sealing off our Black Dragon Mountain, they will immediately take action and kill us all. However, several days have already passed, but other than that enchantment, the Heaven Cleaving Alliance hasn't made a single move. Obviously, the Heaven Cleaving Alliance doesn't have the intention to completely wipe us out. Then what does the Heaven Cleaving Alliance want to do? The surrounding people looked over. Who knows, just wait. The weathered elder sighed softly, but his heart was filled with helplessness. Black Dragon Mountain, in the void within the barrier. Along with the appearance of a spatial tunnel, the many experts participating in this assessment, as well as the goateed elder and the Heaven Grade member Shuiyu, all appeared in this void. After appearing, everyone looked around blankly. Follow me. The goateed elder waved his hand, and everyone immediately followed him forward. After rushing forward, it took them only half a day to arrive in front of a towering black mountain. Jian Wushuang and the others could clearly see the various buildings on the Black Dragon Mountain and the aura of cultivators coming from the buildings. Some of the hidden auras were extremely powerful, enough to make invincible divine masters and immortal saints treat them seriously. This is the place. The goateed elder smiled and then looked at Shui Yu. Master Shui Yu, please. Shui Yu, who was 2 meters tall and wearing a mask, nodded slightly and walked toward the Black Dragon Mountain in front of her. A moment later, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Shui Yu's body. As soon as this aura erupted, the pupils of the unrivaled reverent gods and the 5 immortal saints who were participating in the assessment shrank. So powerful. This aura is at least a 3rd-level true saint. It might even be a peak existence among 3rd-level true saints. This blood jade is too strong. Everyone exclaimed in shock, but blood jade had already attacked. Her technique was very casual. She did not even take out her divine weapon. She only used one hand to slash with her finger. But this slash contained endless power. A blade light that blotted out the sky swept out at a terrifying speed. Wherever the blade light went, everything was torn apart. In the end, this blade light swept onto the towering Black Dragon Mountain. This towering Black Dragon Mountain was instantly cut in half by this blade light from above. The entire mountain fell to the sides. Numerous experts from the Black Dragon Mountain within the mountain were shocked and furious as they rushed forward. Chapter 2938, The Pursuit. Are the people from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance here? Many high-level experts from the Black Dragon Mountain had already gathered in the void, and the one leading them was the Weathered Elder. The Weathered Elder and the immortal saints behind him also noticed Shui Yu's existence. Seeing the terrifying aura that Shui Yu emitted, their bodies and hearts could not help but tremble. Shui Yu glanced at the vicissitudes of Life Elder and the others with her cold eyes. Then, whoosh! She directly rushed out like a stream of light. You guys retreat quickly! The vicissitudes of Life Elder let out a roar, and a powerful aura immediately emerged from his body. This aura had also reached the true saint realm, and it was much stronger than that of Saint Hong, who had fought Jian Wushuang head-on. It should have reached the peak of the 1st-rank true saint realm. He immediately displayed his strongest strength in an attempt to block Shui Yu. However, after coming into contact with Shui Yu, in just one exchange, the saber light formed by Shui Yu's single hand directly cut off the old man's arm. Then, he struck out with his single hand. Before the old man could even react, his divine body was destroyed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Divine power began to gather in the sky. The Weathered Elder controlled the immortal body. After his divine body collapsed, he immediately relied on his divine power to rebuild his divine body. When Shui Yu saw this, she did not stop him. However, when the Weathered Elder's divine body was full, she struck out with her saber again. Bang! The Weathered Elder's divine body collapsed again, and then it was rebuilt again. This was repeated 5 times. Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, I have no regrets in dying. Please give me a chance to live. After the old man died hysterically, his body collapsed for the 6th time. However, after this collapse, he could not reassemble again. Instead, he died. Is he dead? A true saint with an immortal body was killed just like that. A heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is too terrifying. The 5 immortal saints and 27 divine masters who had come to participate in the assessment widened their eyes in shock. The Weathered Elder was a true saint with an immortal body. However, after this battle, the Weathered Elder had no room to fight back. Even if he had an immortal body, he was still killed by Shui Yu. They were shocked by Shui Yu's strength. At the same time, they understood that having an immortal body did not mean that he was immortal. The immortal body is indeed sufficient, but it requires a lot of divine power to regenerate. The Elder's divine power was only enough for him to regenerate 5 times. After that, he was killed by Shui Yu. Jian Wushuang sighed. However, he also understood that the vicissitudes of life had killed the old man so easily because he did not want to escape. He had no chance to escape. However, if it were any other true saint, they would immediately try to escape after knowing that they were no match for Shuiyu. If he could regenerate his divine body 5 times, he would have 5 chances to escape. The Weathered Elder, who was also the ancestor of the Black Dragon Mountain, was killed by Shuiyu. This scene happened in front of the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain. When the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain saw this, they were not only furious but also terrified. Yes, even their ancestor was killed so easily, let alone them? They did not know what they were going to face. But at this moment, Shuiyu, who had killed the elder, did not continue to attack the experts of Black Dragon Mountain. Instead, he turned around and returned to the side of the goateed elder. Master Shuiyu, thank you for your trouble, the goateed elder said gratefully. Yes. Shuiyu nodded slightly, turned around, and left. He left? Master Shuiyu actually left? The people who came to participate in the assessment were baffled. Only Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and vaguely understood the content of the assessment. At this time, the goateed elder walked toward the experts of Black Dragon Mountain. He came to the experts of Black Dragon Mountain and smiled faintly. Everyone of Black Dragon Mountain, listen up. After today, Black Dragon Mountain will no longer exist. This is the punishment for your Black Dragon Mountain provoking the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The figures of the experts from the Black Dragon Mountain trembled, but they were helpless. Although the Black Dragon Mountain will completely disappear, the cultivators from the Black Dragon Mountain, other than the ancestor of the Black Dragon Mountain who was killed just now, have a chance to survive. Hearing these words, the experts from the Black Dragon Mountain raised their heads in unison. Numerous gazes were fixed on the goateed old man. The goateed elder smiled cunningly and said, What you need to do is very simple. You need to do your best to escape. Escape? The experts of the Black Dragon Mountain were stunned. The goateed elder continued. The land where the Black Dragon Mountain is located can be considered a relatively small continent. Even an immortal saint would need 2 to 3 days to cross this land. I can give you 1 day to escape first. You can escape to this land. You can hide anywhere except underground. After 1 day, the immortal saints and the invincible reverends behind me will frantically search for and kill them. This search and pursuit will last for 10 days. After 10 days, our people will stop and those who survive will be able to leave safely. The experts from Black Dragon Mountain looked at each other. They finally understood the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's purpose. It was obvious that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance treated them as a training mission. They had to survive for 10 days in the pursuit of these experts from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. 10 days was not a long time, but it was not short either. Fortunately, as long as we can escape this pursuit, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will show mercy. Humph, this land is so big, and the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance only has so few people. It's not easy to find us. We thought we were going to die, but now it seems that our chances of survival are still very high. Many experts in Black Dragon Mountain were whispering. Sir? Black Dragon Mountain thought the black-haired man made a deep voice. The aura of the black-haired man was as strong as that of Shui Dong King, who had fought with Jian Wushuang. Apparently, he was also a top false saint. During the 10 days of pursuit, if the experts of Black Dragon Mountain meet the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, they will fight. But if they are killed by us during the battle, haha, you don't have to worry about this. These little fellows behind me can only be considered as members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance after they pass the test. They are not yet members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the goateed elder said with a strange smile. Chapter 2939, List of Names. I've already said that all you have to do is to stay alive in this Black Dragon Mountain for 10 days. There are no other restrictions. You can use whatever means you have. As long as you have enough strength, let alone killing these people behind me during the fierce battle, you can even treat them as prey and hunt them down, the goateed old man said with a smile. Hearing this, the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain felt relieved. Especially the powerful immortal saints of the Black Dragon Mountain. However, there is one thing. No one is allowed to escape underground. This is the only rule, the goateed elder said coldly. Don't take any chances. Right now, the Black Dragon Mountain is completely within the enchantment of our heaven-cleaving alliance. Your every move is monitored by our heaven-cleaving alliance. If anyone dares to escape underground, our heaven-cleaving alliance will immediately execute them. The people of Black Dragon Mountain looked at each other and nodded secretly. This pursuit was obviously a test. Moreover, the heaven-cleaving alliance had indeed given them a great chance of survival. And if they were to escape underground again. Although this land was not big, there were too many places to hide if they were to count underground. If a cultivator deliberately hid in the deepest part of the underground, it would be much more difficult to search. The heaven-cleaving alliance knew this, which was why they set the rule that they were not allowed to hide underground. Well, the opportunity has been given to you. Now it's up to you to seize it. Try your best to escape in a day. The goateed elder waved his hand. The densely packed experts of Black Dragon Mountain immediately turned to the east god. They saw a large number of figures rushing in all directions at the fastest speed. In a moment, they had completely disappeared in front of Jian Wushuang and the others who were participating in the assessment. The 5 immortal saints and 27 divine masters who were participating in the assessment stood there with strange expressions on their faces. Although the goateed elder did not tell them about the contents of the assessment, they had roughly understood it through the conversation between the goateed elder and the experts from Black Dragon Mountain. This assessment was nothing more than a large-scale hunt. And whether they could pass the assessment should be determined by the quality and number of experts they killed from the Black Dragon Mountain. At this time, the goateed old man had already turned around. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and immediately threw jade slips at everyone present. This is the list of experts from the Black Dragon Mountain. Other than the patriarch of the Black Dragon Mountain who has already been killed by Lord Yao Yu, more than 90% of the others are currently on this land. And according to their strength, the Heaven-Slaying Alliance has marked the corresponding points for these experts from the Black Dragon Mountain. Take a careful look, the goateed old man said. Everyone took the jade slip and began to examine it carefully. Sure enough, the jade slip was a list of experts. There were hundreds of experts on the list, all of whom were at least at the great divine master level. As for the immortal saint, there were 11 of them on the list. 11 immortal saints! Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He had just reached the gap. There were indeed 12 immortal saints in Black Dragon Mountain. Besides the strongest true saint who had been killed by Yao Yu, there were still 11 left. The 11 immortal saints had also spread out. The points for these 11 immortal saints were also very high. According to their strength, the weakest immortal saint had 10,000 points, while the slightly stronger one had around 20,000 to 30,000 points. In addition, among the 11 immortal saints, 2 had reached the level of a peak false saint. They had the highest points, each with 50,000 points. Is this the point to judge whether we can pass the test? Jian Wushuang muttered. The goateed elder spoke again. You should have guessed the content of this test, so I don't need to say anything more. It'll only tell you the standard of passing the test. It's very simple. The immortal saint has 50,000 points, while the divine master has 10,000 points. Hearing this, the 5 immortal saints' pupils could not help but shrink. The reverend gods also had solemn expressions. 50,000 points were not small for those immortal saints. After all, killing the weakest immortal saint was only 10,000 points. If they wanted to gather 50,000 points, it meant that they had to kill 2 or 3 immortal saints from Black Dragon Mountain. But immortal saints were not so easy to kill. It was also extremely difficult to gather 10,000 points against 27 immortal saints. After all, on this list of experts, other than the 11 immortal saints who had more than 10,000 points, the rest of the immortal saints did not have very high points. For example, below the immortal saint of Black Dragon Mountain, the strongest had 4 invincible divine masters. Each of these 4 invincible divine masters only had 3,000 points. As for peak great divine masters, the average peak great divine masters only had 500 points. Even some extremely powerful peak Great Divine Masters only had at most 1,000 points. In other words, if these Divine Masters wanted to pass the test, they would have to kill at least a dozen peak Great Divine Masters of Black Dragon Mountain. It was not difficult for them to kill a Divine Master at the peak of the Black Dragon Mountain with their strength. However, it was not easy for them to pass the test in just 10 days, especially since they had gathered on the land where the Immortal Saint had gathered. I've long heard that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's test is extremely harsh. Now it seems that it's true. Jian Wushuang sighed. He only sighed slightly, but he did not feel too much pressure. It was only 10,000 points. It was absolutely not difficult for him. Sir, I wonder how we can determine that we killed the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain after we killed them? A Divine Master asked. That's simple. The Black Dragon Mountain can be considered a relatively powerful force in endless territories. Every expert under the command of the Black Dragon Mountain has an identity token. This identity token corresponds to their identity. After 10 days have passed and everyone has stopped, I will calculate your respective points based on the identity token you have obtained, the goateed elder said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Well, I've told you everything I need to tell you. The information on the experts of Black Dragon Mountain is very detailed. Take a look and be fully prepared. You can leave in 1 day, the goateed elder said. Jian Wushuang immediately began to carefully read the information on the experts on the list. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Chapter 2940, Slaughter. Time's up. Let's go, the goateed elder said in a deep voice. The 5 Immortal Saints, 27 Divine Masters, and Jian Wushuang, who had been waiting in the void for a long time, set off immediately. Everyone spread out and headed in their respective directions. Jian Wushuang also flew straight ahead. This land is not big, and the experts of Black Dragon Mountain can't hide underground. It shouldn't be difficult to find them. 10 days should be enough time. Jian Wushuang smiled. He was also very fast, flying in the direction of the beginning alone. While he was flying, his soul power was also unscrupulously spread. Although his soul level was not high, it was extremely tough. His soul power was also very vast and covered a wide area. After 4 hours of unscrupulous soul searching, he had already sensed the presence of several experts in a dense forest. Hiding in the dense forest and deliberately concealing your aura, do you think I can't find you? Jian Wushuang stood in the void above the dense forest and looked down with a mocking smile. Come out! A magnificent voice came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth and reverberated throughout the entire dense forest. In the dense forest, the expressions of the experts from Black Dragon Mountain who were carefully hiding there changed. Whoosh! 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 4 figures rose up at the same time and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. He was discovered so quickly? This kid's perceptive ability is quite strong. I heard from the elders that the Divine Masters who dared to participate in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment are all top-notch Divine Masters and even invincible Divine Masters. It's not strange that their perceptive ability is strong. The 4 experts from Black Dragon Mountain stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. 2 peak Divine Masters and 2 advanced Divine Masters are working together? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, but he was not surprised. The goateed elder said that the experts from Black Dragon Mountain only needed to survive for 10 days, and they could use any other means. Even if they joined hands, it was not against the rules. Boy, I know you must be strong since you dared to participate in the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. But now that the 4 of us have joined hands, we are not afraid of you at all. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave now or else. A purple-haired demonic youth among the 4 said, but he had not finished his words. Shut up! Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice and flew out. Like a bolt of lightning, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the 4. Be careful! Kill him! The 4 great Divine Masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance looked cold. 2 of them had killing intent in their eyes, and their divine power burst out instantly. They were only great divine masters. They had never heard of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance before. It was only because the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had used a barrier to completely seal them that they knew of the existence of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. As for some of the matters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, they had also heard about it from some elders of the Black Dragon Mountain who were at the level of immortal saints. But they did not know much. They only knew that the divine masters who dared to participate in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's assessment were very strong, but they did not know how strong they were. Now, they thought that the 4 great divine masters would be able to defeat Jian Wushuang. But in the end, buzz! A demonic sword light flashed past. The 4 great divine masters did not even see how Jian Wushuang attacked, but the sword light had already passed them. The 4 of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths, but their vitality had been completely cut off. 2 peak great divine masters and 2 advanced great divine masters didn't run away when they saw me? Jian Wushuang looked at the 4 corpses and shook his head with a smile. Among the 27 divine masters who had come to participate in the assessment, 99% of them were invincible divine masters. Any one of them was enough to wipe out a group of peak great divine masters. In front of an invincible divine master, the 4 of them were nothing but butchered, they would be slaughtered. What was laughable was that the 4 of them not only did not run away, but also wanted to defeat him. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang waved his hand and took away their interspatial rings. In their interspatial rings, Jian Wushuang also found their identity tokens. By comparing the identities on the identity tokens with the list given by the goateed elder, Jian Wushuang soon learned their identities and knew the points he could get. The 2 ordinary divine masters are only worth 500 points, and the 2 advanced divine masters are even weaker. One of them is only worth 100 points. I can only get 1,200 points from the 4 of them. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. 1,200 points were still far from the 10,000 points he could get from the assessment. Let's continue. Jian Wushuang continued to move forward and began to kill. In Black Dragon Mountain, the killing had already begun. The experts on the list were scattered in every corner of Black Dragon Mountain. Some of them were still working together. The 5 immortal saints and 27 divine masters who participated in the assessment were frantically searching for the experts of Black Dragon Mountain and trying to kill them. The experts of Black Dragon Mountain were only trying to survive, while the participants were trying to get more points. For their own purposes, a bloody storm had begun on this land. All kinds of battles were happening on this land. In a flash, 2 days had passed. On a vast and empty land. Kill him! With a fierce shout, 5 figures, namely 5 peak divine masters, turned into 5 streams of light and attacked Jian Wushuang at an incredible speed. These 5 peak divine masters were all extraordinary in strength, and there were even 2 peak divine masters who had 1,000 points. If the 5 of them worked together and met an ordinary invincible divine master, they could really fight. However, the one they met was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's figure was strange and ethereal. He moved freely in the void, bringing with him the power of endless space-time rules. The 5 peak divine masters who were surrounding him could not capture his real body. Without any warning, he appeared behind a peak divine master and slashed out with his blood mountain sword. The peak divine master did not have time to react before his head was cut off by Jian Wushuang. Then, Jian Wushuang's figure flashed 4 times in a row. Jian Wushuang also slashed out 4 times in a row, each of which chopped off someone's head. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great divine masters were all killed. Chapter 2941, Hunters and Prey. Another 5. This is the 12th Black Dragon Mountain expert I've killed. Jian Wushuang looked at the 5 corpses in front of him with a cold smile. In 2 days he had encountered 3 groups of Black Dragon Mountain experts. These 3 groups were made up of divine masters, and they were all killed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had killed 12 experts from Black Dragon Mountain, and he had gained more than 5,000 points. There are less than half of the 10,000 points left, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. With his strength, killing these divine masters was a slaughter. However, no matter how many of them there was no room for resistance. At this speed, he could reach the requirement of 10,000 points in 2 days at most. But at this moment, whoosh! A figure suddenly rushed over from the distance, and stopped in front of Jian Wushuang. Eh? Jian Wushuang immediately looked over. It was a hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man looked pale and weak, but his eyes were full of vigor. When the hunchbacked old man arrived, he immediately saw 5 corpses floating in the void in front of him. The hunchbacked old man's eyes immediately shrank. It's him. Jian Wushuang also looked at the hunchbacked old man. Although he did not know the name of the hunchbacked old man, he still had an impression of him. There were 27 divine masters participating in the assessment, but there were only 5 immortal saints. The pale-faced hunchbacked old man was one of the 5 immortal saints. Sir, what's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked. Did you kill those 5? The hunchbacked elder pointed at the 5 corpses and asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Judging from the residual aura of those 5 people, they are all at the peak divine master realm and are not weak. After you killed them, you should have gained a lot of points, right? The hunchbacked elder licked his lips. Yes, I got a lot of points. Including what I got before, it should be more than 5,000 points, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. 5,000 points? The hunchbacked old man's eyes immediately lit up. He was a genuine immortal saint, but his strength was not very strong. That was why he came to participate in the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. To a large extent, he was also here to try his luck. And for this assessment mission, as an immortal saint, you have to get 50,000 points to pass. 50,000 points, but not a small number. The fastest and best way is to find the Black Dragon Mountain immortal saint. Think of a way to kill 2 or 3. But he did not have the information to kill the immortal saint of Black Dragon Mountain, so he could only set his eyes on the great divine master level of Black Dragon Mountain. In addition, there was also the invincible divine master level who participated in the assessment. Plunder. Yes, the hunchbacked elder had already thought of plundering. In any case, the goateed elder had said that there were no rules in this assessment, and that any means could be used, including mutual plundering and killing. Even if the hunchbacked elder killed Jian Wushuang now, it was not against the rules to take the identity tokens that represented points from Jian Wushuang. Boy, give me all the identity tokens you've got, and it'll let you live. Otherwise, the hunchbacked elder's eyes turned cold. Otherwise what? Jian Wushuang smiled. I've long seen that you have bad intentions. I do have no less than 5,000 points. If you want them, just come and take them. I don't know if you have the strength. You're courting death. The hunchbacked elder was furious, and the immortal saint's aura rose instantly. A terrifying pressure came directly toward Jian Wushuang. At the same time, the hunchbacked elder immediately moved. His eyes were full of killing intent, and he was already charging toward Jian Wushuang. Haha, it's you who's courting death. Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all. He rushed forward to meet the hunchbacked elder. You're just a divine master. How dare you fight me head-on? The hunchbacked elder laughed disdainfully. A dark long spear appeared in his hand. This dark long spear was covered with mysterious dark airflow. Under the hunchbacked elder's control, with a swoosh, it turned into a bolt of sharp black lightning and burst out. Jian Wushuang also brandished his Blood Mountain sword. With a casual wave of the Blood Mountain sword, an invisible sword essence, and even a hazy sword shadow burst out. Clang! The two collided. Under the impact of the terrifying power, the hunchbacked elder's dark spear was knocked aside. The Blood Mountain sword continued to sweep toward the hunchbacked elder's head. How is this possible? A divine master's power can actually suppress the immortal saint? The hunchbacked elder was shocked and immediately retreated backward. At the same time, layers of dark airflow condensed in front of him, trying to block Jian Wushuang's sword. The Blood Mountain sword was above the dark airflow, and the endless dark airflow was immediately dispersed. A mocking smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. A majestic sword essence suddenly burst out. The ninth move of the space-time swordsmanship, Storm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large number of space-time rules gathered together with the sword essence, forming one space-time blade after another. There were more than 400 space-time blades that had completely fused with the sword intent. Space-time laws and sword arts were perfectly fused together. Boom! A violent wind suddenly swept up between heaven and earth, and a huge sword intent storm completely enveloped the void where the hunchbacked old man was. This storm contained more than 400 space-time blades, as well as an endless amount of shocking sword intent. It was extremely terrifying, killing everything in its path. No! The hunchbacked elder let out a hysterical roar. His eyes were full of fear. He had originally thought that Jian Wushuang was his prey and wanted to steal Jian Wushuang's points. Since Jian Wushuang was unwilling to hand it over, he wanted to kill Jian Wushuang directly. However, he had never expected that Jian Wushuang, a divine master, would have such terrifying battle strength. As a result, the roles of hunter and prey changed in an instant. The endless sword essence finally dissipated completely. The world returned to peace. As for the hunchbacked old man, his body had already been ground into pieces. Only his dark spear and his interspatial ring remained. Jian Wushuang went forward and put away the hunchbacked old man's spear. Then he began to search the hunchbacked old man's interspatial ring. The hunchbacked old man was an immortal saint and had a lot of wealth. He had a lot of ready-made sacred elixirs, as well as a lot of identity tokens that represented points. Chapter 2942 Jian Wushuang's Gold. Jian Wushuang first looked at the identity tokens. There were many identity tokens. Jian Wushuang checked the list one by one and finally got the result. 11,700 points? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. It had only been 2 days since the 10-day deadline for the mission, but the vicissitudes of life elder had already obtained 11,700 points. All of these points came from the divine masters of Black Dragon Mountain, but not the immortal saint. Obviously, the vicissitude elder only intended to deal with the divine masters of Black Dragon Mountain, but not the immortal saint of Black Dragon Mountain. Moreover, the reason why he could get so many points in just 2 days was not only because he had killed the experts of Black Dragon Mountain, but also because he had killed the other participants on the way. Just now, if Jian Wushuang was not strong enough, he would have had no choice but to flee in embarrassment when facing this weathered elder. Even whether he could escape or not was a different matter. There are no restrictions in this assessment mission. The participants can not only get points by killing experts of Black Dragon Mountain, but also kill people from the same camp. The speed of getting points will be faster. Jian Wushuang understood this point. He had killed 3 groups of experts from the Black Dragon Mountain in a row and did not let any of them go. He only got more than 5,000 points. But now, he killed an elder from the same camp and got 11,700 points in one go. It was easy to imagine how fast he got points. I'm only a divine master. The standard for passing the assessment is only 10,000 points. I've completed the assessment, and now... Jian Wushuang's expression became strange. He had already met the criteria for passing the assessment, so there was no need for him to continue killing. However, after killing the hunchbacked elder, he saw great benefits. Yes, benefits. The immortal saint was not only powerful, but he was also worth a lot. For example, after killing the hunchbacked elder, Jian Wushuang had obtained countless resources, and there were no less than 600,000 saint elixirs. He needed saint elixirs. After all, his current realm was still that of an advanced great divine master. He had not reached peak divine master yet, so there was still some room for improvement. To improve his realm, he needed saint elixirs. Normally, in the outer territories, many immortal saints either occupied their own territories or were under the command of a great force. They did not actively provoke me, so it would not be easy for me to deal with them. But now, it's different here, Jian Wuxuang muttered. Black Dragon Mountain was in the middle of a massacre. The two camps, or even the same camp, were engaged in a fierce battle. In such an environment, Jian Wuxuang did not care about the number of people and tried to plunder more resources. Forget about the divine masters in Black Dragon Mountain. If I kill them now, I'll be too much of a bully. My target is the immortal saints in Black Dragon Mountain. Jian Wuxuang clenched his hands, his eyes shining. There are 11 immortal saints alive in Black Dragon Mountain, and 2 of them are top-notch false saints. Each of them has a lot of resources. I can get a lot of benefits from killing one of them. In 10 days, I'll see how many I can find and kill. Jian Wuxuang smiled wickedly, and soon he set off again. The land where Black Dragon Mountain was located was not big. If an immortal saint traveled at full speed, he could cross the entire land in 2 or 3 days. Jian Wuxuang was traveling alone in this land at an extremely fast speed, his soul power swept out unscrupulously. Along the way, he also sensed many auras. Unfortunately, what he sensed were only the divine masters of Black Dragon Mountain. Although there were many of them, Jian Wuxuang did not plan to attack them. Instead, he passed by them. What Jian Wuxuang was looking for were the 11 immortal saints of Black Dragon Mountain. The 11 immortal saints were absolutely confident in their strength. Because of the death of the ancestor of Black Dragon Mountain, they were also very angry. Therefore, among the 11 immortal saints, most of them were wandering around like Jian Wuxuang and the others. The immortal saints and 27 divine masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were trying to hunt down the experts of Black Dragon Mountain. The immortal saints of Black Dragon Mountain were also hunting down the divine masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wuxuang searched all the way until he met an immortal saint of the Black Dragon Mountain on the 4th day of the mission. The boy of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was met by me, Jin Shan. You're dead. I'll kill you to avenge the deaths of the many cultivators of the Black Dragon Mountain. The burly man of the Black Dragon Mountain looked at Jian Wuxuang with bloodshot eyes. He stared at Jian Wuxuang with a giant axe in his hand. If you want to kill me, just do it. Jian Wuxuang smiled slightly and waved at Jin Shan provocatively. Die! In his fury, Jin Shan charged forward like a prehistoric beast. His steps were extremely heavy, as if each step weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. After several steps, he appeared in front of Jian Wuxuang. Then, he swung the huge axe in his hand. In an instant, a mighty shadow of the axe appeared and covered the entire void. Jian Wuxuang chuckled and also struck out with his sword. As soon as the two came into contact, 2 terrifying forces burst out at the same time. Jian Wuxuang's body shook and he took 2 steps back, while Jin Shan took several steps back. Your strength is not bad. You are much stronger than the hunchbacked old man that I killed before, but... Jian Wuxuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a strange move, he appeared beside Jin Shan, and the Blood Mountain sword carried a beam of demonic light. He silently attacked Jin Shan. So fast! Jin Shan was shocked and quickly blocked it. With a clang, Jian Wuxuang appeared on the other side, and the same sword light attacked again. Too slow! Your speed is too slow! Jian Wuxuang shouted. Ah boy, go to hell! Jin Shan was like an angry beast, crazily swinging his huge axe, trying to suppress Jian Wuxuang. However, Jian Wuxuang did not confront him head-on. Your speed is too slow. You can't touch me at all. Be my target! Jian Wuxuang smiled coldly. The endless sword light had completely enveloped Jin Shan. Chapter 2943 Top False Saint Clang. Clang! Clang! Jian Wuxuang attacked again and again. Each time, his swordsmanship was unbelievably fast, and the angles were extremely tricky. Although Jin Shan was powerful, he obviously could not keep up with Jian Wuxuang's speed, so he could only take a beating passively. In just a moment, Jian Wuxuang's Blood Mountain sword had swept over his divine body twice, but he had resisted it. Jin Shan's attack is not only powerful, but his body protection ability is also very strong, Jian Wushwang thought. Boy, are you tickling me? Your attack has no effect on me at all, Jin Shan growled. Tickling me? Let's try again. Jian Wushwang smiled coldly and thrust the long sword in his hand forward. The thrust was extremely swift and fierce, and a spiral passage immediately appeared in the void. The dazzling sword light burst out with astonishing power and instantly struck Jin Shan's divine body. There had always been a layer of faint golden energy on the surface of Jin Shan's divine body. This faint golden energy helped him block the damage from the outside world. However, as Jian Wushwang's sword pierced through, the faint golden energy directly shattered with a bang. Jian Wushwang suddenly took a step forward. This step immediately closed the distance between him and Jin Shan, and then he directly slashed out with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The sword was so fast that Jin Shan could not withstand it. The sword light immediately swept toward Jin Shan's neck. It's useless. I'm wearing protective armor at the level of a holy treasure. You can't hurt me with your swordsmanship, Jin Shan shouted in a low voice. But he had just finished his words. The protective armor on his neck, where Jian Wushwang's sword light swept, was suddenly cut open, and the Blood Mountain sword entered Jin Shan's divine body through the opening, then it flew out from the other end. A huge head flew out. How is this possible? Jin Shan was shocked, but his vitality was completely cut off. He did not know that Jian Wushwang's Blood Mountain sword was a second-grade holy treasure and extremely sharp. Although Jin Shan's protective armor was powerful, it was only in the third grade. In front of the Blood Mountain sword, it could not withstand the terrifying tearing force at all. A huge hole was immediately torn in the protective armor. In the void, Jian Wushwang looked coldly at Jin Shan's corpse and shook his head secretly. Weak, too weak. I didn't use any means. I didn't use many secret skills. I killed him easily with my divine power and comprehension of sword principle. Jian Wushwang sighed. He was indeed a divine master now, and he was only an advanced divine master. He had not reached the peak divine master level yet. However, his battle strength had long surpassed that of many immortal saints. If he used a secret skill, he could kill a false saint like Jin Shan with one sword strike. Even if he did not use a secret skill, he could still kill him. It was indeed difficult for a mere false saint to exert any pressure on him. After disposing of Jin Shan's body, Jian Wushwang began to inspect Jin Shan's interspatial ring. Jin Shan was much stronger than the hunchbacked elder who had been killed by Jian Wushwang. Moreover, he was a member of the highest level of Black Dragon Mountain, so he naturally had more resources and treasures in his hands. Jian Wushwang also obtained a lot of saint elixirs in Jin Shan's interspatial ring, and a lot of saint elixirs. Go ahead and hopefully you'll meet someone stronger next, or it'll be too boring, Jian Wushwang murmured and continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since the 10-day deadline. In the middle of a vast canyon. Boom! One of the sides of the gorge burst open, and a figure sank completely into it. The human figure struggled, but he did not have the time to walk out of the mountain wall. Bang! A golden fist directly smashed over, instantly shattering the human figure's head. Who? With a flash, the person who swung the fist was a tall and sturdy golden-haired middle-aged man. This golden-haired middle-aged man's face was covered with a golden beard, but he looked like a living golden lion. The second one. The golden-haired middle-aged man looked at the silent mountain wall and the cold corpse in front of him, but his eyes were still extremely cold. He came from the Black Dragon Mountain. He was one of the 2 strongest false saints in the Black Dragon Mountain, excluding the old ancestor who was killed. During these 7 days, all he did was to travel around and search for the experts from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance who participated in the assessment. During these 7 days, he met a total of 4 experts who were participating in the assessment. In the end, 2 of them managed to escape, while the remaining 2 were killed on the spot. Those who dared to participate in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance assessment do indeed have some strength. Furthermore, all of them are not weak in life-saving abilities. During these 7 days, I met a total of 4 people, but in the end, I only managed to kill 2 people. The golden-haired middle-aged man was clearly not satisfied. Black Dragon Mountain's patriarch was killed on the spot by Yao Yu. Black Dragon Mountain would no longer exist in the future, which filled the golden-haired middle-aged man's heart with resentment and anger. He naturally wanted to vent this resentment and anger by killing the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's experts who participated in the assessment. But in the end, he only killed 2 people in 7 days. To him, that was too little. In the remaining 3 days, I have to think of a way to kill more. The golden-haired middle-aged man clenched his hands tightly and then flew to the side. As the golden-haired middle-aged man flew, he released his soul power, frantically searching for the traces of the surrounding experts. 2 hours later. The golden-haired middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He was already far away from the Divine Lord's aura that had appeared in the area covered by his soul. That Divine Lord's aura was extremely unfamiliar to him. Clearly, it was not from his Black Dragon Mountain. Without hesitation, the golden-haired middle-aged man rushed toward the Holy Master at his fastest speed. He didn't escape? Did he not notice me? The distance between him and the Holy Master was getting closer and closer. In just a moment, he had appeared in front of the Holy Master. Even though the Holy Master had seen him coming, he had no intention of escaping. Jian Wuxuang stood quietly in the void with his arms crossed. He looked at the golden-haired middle-aged man with a faint smile on his face. This man has such a strong aura. He is much stronger than the hunchbacked elder and Jin Shan whom I killed before. When all the experts of the Black Dragon Mountain gathered together, his aura was also very strong, only slightly weaker than the ancestor of the Black Dragon Mountain. It seems that he is one of the 2 top false saints of Black Dragon Mountain. Jian Wuxuang thought to himself. He knew from that list that the Black Dragon Mountain now had 2 top false saints, each with a total of 50,000 points. Chapter 2944 Special Events. Boy from the Heaven-Saying Alliance, you didn't run away when you saw me coming? Aren't you worried that I'll kill you? The golden-haired middle-aged man stared at Jian Wuxuang with cold eyes. Not long ago, an immortal saint from the Black Dragon Mountain met me. He wanted to kill me, but he died in my hands. His name is Jin Shan. You should know him, Jian Wuxuang said with a faint smile. Jin Shan? You killed junior brother Jin Shan? The blond middle-aged man's expression changed. Jian Wuxuang did not say anything. He just waved his hand and took out a token. This token was Jin Shan's identity token. The blond middle-aged man only glanced at it and immediately recognized it. It really is junior brother Jin Shan's identity token. You killed junior brother Jin Shan, you deserve to die. The blond middle-aged man instantly became furious. A terrifying aura burst out from the golden-haired middle-aged man's body. The golden-haired middle-aged man was filled with towering hostility. His 2 palms were covered with golden fists. A golden light flashed and an ear-piercing air explosion was heard. The golden-haired middle-aged man had already appeared in front of Jian Wuxuang, and the fists in his hands were also violently thrown at Jian Wuxuang. Naturally, Jian Wuxuang was not afraid at all. He immediately fought head-on with the golden-haired middle-aged man. The fighting continued in the Black Dragon Mountain. The enchantment that covered the entire Black Dragon Mountain still existed. As long as the enchantment existed, no one could escape from Black Dragon Mountain. There was a void outside the enchantment, and a magnificent tower was floating there quietly. On the top floor of the tower, 2 figures sat facing each other, sipping the fine wine in front of them. Yao Yu, what are you planning to do? The elegant purple-haired youth asked. Sitting opposite the purple-haired youth was Yao Yu, the heaven rank member who had easily killed the Black Dragon Mountain's patriarch. However, Yao Yu was not wearing a mask at the moment, revealing an extremely beautiful face that could make one's mind waver. There's no rush. It's not easy for me to come out. I'll wait for some time, Yao Yu said. Is this all right? If I remember correctly, if that lord behind you knows that you secretly ran out, he will likely be a little unhappy," the purple-haired young man said playfully. "Who cares? That old fellow's character is extremely withdrawn. I'm different from him. If it wasn't for him forcing me back then, I wouldn't have been willing to be his disciple," Yao Yu said. "Ha ha, that lord's character is a little withdrawn. However, he treats your disciple quite well." The purple-haired young man laughed. Yao Yu and the purple-haired youth clearly knew each other, and they had a certain degree of friendship. The two chatted casually. But at this moment, dang dang dang, a gray-robed figure walked up the stairs anxiously, and soon arrived in front of the two. "Lord, a special event has occurred in the Black Dragon Mountain." The gray-robed figure bowed respectfully. "Special event?" The purple-haired youth put down the wine cup in his hand and frowned slightly. "We have already thoroughly investigated the background of Black Dragon Mountain. After that ancestor was killed by me, this Black Dragon Mountain should no longer be able to cause any waves. Now that a special event has occurred, could it be those people who participated in the assessment?" Yao Yu said in surprise. "Why don't we go and take a look?" The purple-haired young man smiled. The two of them immediately stood up and walked downstairs. On the lower floor, in a dark space, several gray-robed men were gathered there. At the front of this space, there were dozens of mirror images. Before the assessment began, the goateed old man had said that everything in the Black Dragon Mountain was under the surveillance of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. This was indeed true. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance could see every corner of Black Dragon Mountain clearly through the barrier. Wherever there was an intense battle in Black Dragon Mountain, it could be seen from the mirror image in the dark space. When the purple-haired young man and Yao Yu came to this dark space, they were immediately attracted by the mirror image in front of them. In the mirror image, there were two people fighting fiercely. They knew that one of the two people fighting fiercely was Jin Shi, one of the two strongest top false saint experts in Black Dragon Mountain. But the other person, a god, a divine master? The purple-haired young man was extremely shocked. A divine master can fight head-on with a top false saint without being at a disadvantage? Yao Yu was also extremely shocked. What they saw was the battle between Jian Wushuang and the golden-haired middle-aged man. One was a superior false saint, and the other was only a divine master. The result of this battle should have been without any suspense. But now, how long have they been fighting? The purple-haired young man asked. Sir, it has been a while. A gray-robed man next to him said respectfully. We have found out that the Divine Master fighting with Jin Shi is called Sword Heaven Marquis from the 385th layer. We have noticed him a few days ago. A few days ago? The purple-haired young man looked over in surprise. Sir, a few days ago, Heavenly Sword Marquis had already fought with the Immortal Saint in Black Dragon Mountain. He has already killed 2 Immortal Saints. One of the 2 Immortal Saints is also participating in this assessment. His strength is average, but the other is an Immortal Saint from Black Dragon Mountain. His name is Golden Mountain. When Heavenly Sword Marquis killed the 2 of them, he displayed extremely strong battle strength. But because the Immortal Saints he killed were not very strong, we paid special attention to it but did not report it to you. But just now, Sword Heavenly Marquis fought with Golden Lion of Black Dragon Mountain. We immediately came to report it, the gray-robed man said. The purple-haired young man nodded slightly. Although he was in charge of the assessment, as long as there were no major changes in the assessment process, he would not give it to the gray-robed men. These gray-robed men also knew their own judgment. Only when there was something really important, that was why he told him. Although Jian Wushuang had shown great strength when he killed the 2 Immortal Saints, they were not so shocked that they did not report it to the purple-haired young man. But now it was different. After all, the Golden Lion is a genuine top false saint. A deity was able to fight a peak false saint head-on without losing. Such strength was rare even in the vast absolute beginning divine realm. Yao Yu, what do you think? The purple-haired young man looked at Yao Yu. Sword Heavenly Marquis is indeed very impressive. From the techniques he has displayed, his basic divine power is extremely strong, not inferior to an ordinary false saint. The reason why he could fight against Golden Lion like this is because his comprehension of the sword principle is extremely high. Yao Yu exclaimed. His comprehension of sword Tao is too high. If I'm not wrong, not only has he nurtured the boundless sword tree, but it has also grown to a height of at least 20,000 feet, or even 30,000 feet. Otherwise, his sword arts would not be so powerful. Chapter 2945. Beheading. From the battle between Jian Wushuang and Jin Shi, he could see that Jian Wushuang's basic divine power, comprehension of rules, and even the creation of absolute arts were inferior to Jin Shi's. The reason why he could confront Jin Shi head-on was that the point is that his understanding of sword Tao was too high. With a high understanding of swordsmanship, the power of his swordsmanship would naturally skyrocket. To be able to match Jin Shi, Jian Wushuang's boundless sword tree should be about 30,000 feet tall. And her judgment was spot on. Jian Wushuang's boundless sword tree was 33,000 feet tall, but it was not because his understanding of the sword principle was too high. He had just bred the boundless sword tree not long ago, but because his physique was different, his starting point was too high. Many people had only grown the boundless sword tree to the limit of 33,000 feet, but once he gave birth to the boundless sword tree, it was 33,000 feet tall. Although his comprehension of the sword principle was not very high, when the 33,000 feet tall boundless sword tree was activated, the power of his swordsmanship increased. A mere divine master's comprehension of the sword principle is actually so high. It's simply unbelievable. In addition, he is also extremely outstanding in other aspects. All in all, he definitely has the qualifications to enter the heaven and earth palace of our heaven-cleaving alliance. If his comprehension of the rules were to improve slightly, it would not be a problem for him to enter the primitive palace, said Yao Yu. Haha, I think so too. With his current strength, he can barely enter the primitive palace. I didn't expect that you and I could meet such a genius just because we went on a mission out of boredom. The primitive palace, even you and I are only members of the heaven and earth palace. There is still some distance to go before we can enter the primitive palace. As for the heavenly sword marquis, the purple-haired young man did not finish his words. Don't worry. Let's wait and see. I have a feeling that heavenly sword marquis hasn't gone all out, Yao Yu said. He hasn't gone all out? The purple-haired young man's expression changed, and he immediately looked at the mirror image in front of him. In the mirror image, it was in Black Dragon Mountain. Bang! With a loud bang, Jian Wushuang and Jin Shi were both pushed back. Jin Shi's aura was cold, and his eyes were burning with anger. He stared at Jian Wushuang, but he was also shocked. A divine master is so strong? Jin Shi was indeed shocked. He now believed that Jin Shan had indeed died at the hands of this divine master. Because this divine master's battle strength was definitely comparable to an ordinary peak false saint. Your strength is not bad. You are much stronger than Jin Shan. You are a good opponent to train your swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang held his sword with one hand and looked at Jin Shi with a faint smile. Train your swordsmanship? Jin Shi's expression changed. Do you think him your opponent to train your swordsmanship? Yes. Jian Wushuang smiled. Unfortunately, your strength is still weak and you can't really put pressure on me. The effect of the training is minimal. In that case, I don't need to waste time with you. I'll kill you directly. Kill me directly? How arrogant! Jin Shi snorted with disdain in his heart. Jian Wushuang did not waste any more words. His body shook, and immediately majestic golden divine power began to gather crazily behind him. In the blink of an eye, a 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom appeared behind him. The 7-star secret skill and the 9 luminary star armor were immediately used. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang had used all 3 of his secret skills, and his battle strength had soared to a whole new level. In the outside world, when he fought with Shuedong King, who had also reached the peak of the pseudo-saint realm and was infinitely close to the true saint realm, he had only used the 7-star secret skill to gain the upper hand. But now, he had used all 3 secret skills at the same time. As expected, Heavenly Sword Marquis still has some tricks up his sleeve. His aura has improved a lot. I feel that he is much stronger than before. In the tower outside the enchantment, the purple-haired young man and Yao Ye's pupils shrank when they saw this scene. As for Jin Shi, although he felt that Jian Wushuang's aura had improved greatly, he did not pay much attention to it. Boy, no matter what, you are only a divine master. I don't believe that you can really overturn the heavens. Jin Shi shouted. Golden light burst out from his body, and in an instant he turned into a huge golden beast and crazily attacked Jian Wushuang. Before he got close to Jian Wushuang, the shocking evil aura swept over him. Looking at the crazy Jin Shi, Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly and waved his sleeve. Streams of black light burst out instantly. These black streams of light were 18 underworld blood divine swords with astonishing auras. As soon as the 18 underworld blood divine swords appeared, they immediately merged perfectly with Jian Wushuang's control at the fastest speed. Buzz! A faint humming sound, like the sound of a sword, slowly sounded in the world. Although the sound was not loud, it was extremely strange. In the void, a brand new black divine sword that was only 2 meters long but extremely wide appeared out of thin air. The moment this 2-meter-long black divine sword appeared, buzz 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 buzz, the surrounding world suddenly turned gray. This gray-white seemed to have fallen into a boundless sea of snow, and everywhere was a vast expanse of white. In this vast expanse of white, the only black color that stood in opposition was the black divine sword in the center of the void. The black magic sword had become the only focus in the world. The 4th level of the Samsara sword formation, the world of ice and snow, had taken shape. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed. The black magic sword instantly turned into black lightning and shot out. In an instant, it appeared in front of Jin Shi. Jin Shi's eyes were red, and there was endless golden divine power gathering in his right palm. Suddenly, he swung his right arm, and a golden fist smashed out like a golden meteorite falling from the sky. The black divine sword stabbed crazily. Bang! With a loud sound, a terrifying power spread out and shattered everything in the surroundings. In the middle of the collision, Jin Shi's body shook, and his aura instantly weakened, with faint blood flowing out of his mouth. It was obvious that he had been completely crushed in this head-on collision. Die! Killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The black divine sword did not stop for a moment, but it shot out again and directly hit Jin Shi's divine body. Jin Shi's body was covered with protective armor. He seemed uninjured, but the inside of his divine body had been shattered. A peak false saint had died on the spot. Chapter 2946 Primal Chaos Palace. Dead? A peak false saint was killed just like that? In the tower, the purple-haired youth and demonic jade looked at the scene in the mirror image in shock. A peak false saint was indeed nothing to them. They could easily kill him. But now, the one who killed Jin Shi was only a divine master. A divine master could kill a peak false saint, and from the looks of it, Jian Wushuang seemed to have it easy. True saint, Sword Heavenly Marquis definitely has the battle strength of a true saint, Yao Yu shouted. Yes, once he showed his strength, he activated the sword formation and seriously injured Jin Shi with one attack. The second time, he killed Jin Shi. Only a true saint has such strength. And even among first-rank true saints, Sword Heavenly Marquis is not weak, the purple-haired youth said. The primitive palace. He can definitely enter the primitive palace. Without a doubt, he is definitely one of the top existences in the primitive palace. If he improves a little in terms of the rules, he might even be able to enter the Primal Chaos Palace, Yao Yu said solemnly. Primal Chaos Palace! The purple-haired young man's heart could not help but be shocked. Both of them had extraordinary backgrounds and knew more about Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had 3 palaces, which were used by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to cultivate top geniuses. These 3 palaces were the Heaven and Earth Palace, the Primitive Palace, and the Primal Chaos Palace. Among them, the Heaven-Earth Palace had the lowest level, and the level of geniuses was also the lowest. However, even the lowest Heaven and Earth Palace could not be entered by ordinary people. It had to be the top genius of the divine beginning world. Take a divine master for example. If this divine master wanted to enter the Heaven and Earth Palace, he had to at least kill an ordinary immortal saint. This was only the lowest standard. Some of the top geniuses in the Heaven and Earth Palace could kill peak false saints at the divine master level. As for the Primitive Palace, it was higher than the Heaven and Earth Palace, so the level of geniuses was naturally higher. When they saw that Jian Wushuang was able to fight Jin Shi head-on, they were certain that Jian Wushuang could definitely enter the Heaven and Earth Palace. However, they said that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the rules was higher, so he could enter the Primitive Palace. It showed how high the threshold of the Primitive Palace was. If the geniuses of the Primitive Palace were to take the Divine Master as an example, he could definitely cross ranks to challenge a peak false saint, or even defeat a peak false saint. As for killing a peak false saint, only the top geniuses of the Primitive Palace could do it. However, Jian Wushuang had not only killed Jin Shi, but he had also killed him easily. He had driven the reincarnation sword formation and killed Jin Shi with 2 strikes. It was a complete slaughter. With such strength, the purple-haired young man and Yao Yu believed that Jian Wushuang was qualified to enter the higher level of the Primal Chaos Palace. The Primal Chaos Palace was a place where monsters were nurtured. Anyone who could enter the Primal Chaos Palace would be the most terrifying monsters in the divine beginning world. Any one of them was enough to make all the forces in the absolute divine beginning world fight for it. For example, among the top forces like the 3 great holy regions, the 4 great divine races, and the 8 directions heavenly sect in the vast third sky, there were only a handful of such monsters. And within the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, there was a rumor regarding the Primal Chaos Palace. It said that as long as a genius who came out of the Primal Chaos Palace did not die midway, the weakest one would be the Master of Laws. Because of this, the purple-haired young man and Yao Yu were full of yearning for the Primal Chaos Palace. Unfortunately, although they were geniuses, they could only try to break into the Primal Chaos Palace. The Primal Chaos Palace was too far away for them. Long Yun, we should immediately report the matter of Heavenly Marquis Sword to the existence behind us or the highest level of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. We should try our best to absorb such a top genius, Yao Yu said. Don't be anxious. Long Yun waved his hand. Let's not report it yet. After this assessment is over, you and I will go and talk to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. You and I will go? You mean? Yao Yu's expression changed. If we recruit a top genius like the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, no matter which palace he goes to, as long as he shows his strength, you and I will receive a huge reward. However, if we report this matter to the person behind us and ask the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to recruit him and negotiate with him, we will still receive benefits, but not as much, Long Yun said. Understood. Yao Yu nodded slightly. He also understood Long Yun's meaning. The 2 of them took the initiative to approach and agreed on the terms. It would be best if they personally brought Heavenly Sword Marquis to the 3 palaces of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. That way, as long as Heavenly Sword Marquis revealed his strength, they would receive a huge reward. However, if it was just to report the news, they would definitely not receive so many things. In comparison, they would definitely choose the former. Let's wait for a while. The assessment will be over in 3 days. Let's wait here for 3 days. Long Yun smiled and was obviously very happy. In the Black Dragon Mountain, Jian Wushuang did not know what happened in the outside world, nor did he know that Long Yun and Yao Yu were shocked by what happened to him. He just did what he wanted to do. In the battle with Jin Shi, he did have the intention of honing his swordsmanship. After all, his swordsmanship had a lot of room to grow. After honing his swordsmanship, he killed Jin Shi and gained a lot of wealth from Jin Shi. This was a big harvest. Then, he continued to wander around the Black Dragon Mountain, searching for the immortal saints. However, there were many divine masters among the remaining experts in Black Dragon Mountain, but Jian Wushuang was not interested in divine masters at all. However, there were not many immortal saints. He had killed 2 of the 11 immortal saints, and only 9 of them were wandering around the Black Dragon Mountain. Some of them were hiding, which made it difficult for Jian Wushuang to find them. Time passed, and the last 3 days passed in a flash. Jian Wushuang did not make any more moves during the last 3 days. Since then, the 10-day deadline had come to an end. Jian Wushuang and the others stopped their search and began to return to the previous gathering point. As for the experts who were lucky enough to survive in Black Dragon Mountain, they were very happy. They were glad that they had survived the 10-day hunt. As long as they survived these 10 days, they would be able to live according to what the goateed elder had said. Of course, they were happy. On the Black Dragon Mountain, in front of the huge black mountain that had been split in half, the experts who had come to participate in the assessment gathered once again. Chapter 2947, Lord Longyan. There are so few people. Jian Wushuang looked around. There were originally 27 divine masters participating in this assessment, and almost all of them were invincible divine masters. However, after 10 days, only 12 of them, including Jian Wushuang, were still alive, less than half of them. Only 3 of the 5 immortal saints survived, and 2 of them died in the same test. Of course, one of the 2 immortal saints was killed by Jian Wushuang. Although the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance test is not very stressful for me, it is very dangerous for ordinary invincible divine masters, Jian Wushuang thought. He could imagine it. Although the Black Dragon Mountain Patriarch had been killed, there were still 11 immortal saints scattered on the land. The divine masters who participated in the assessment had to find a way to kill the divine masters of Black Dragon Mountain and get enough points, but they had to be careful not to be targeted by the 11 immortal saints of Black Dragon Mountain. It was indeed very difficult. It was remarkable that they could survive these 10 days and get enough points to complete any divine master. Take out all the identity tokens you've got, the goateed elder said. The experts present immediately took out the 10 days' gains. Jian Wushuang also took out some identity tokens, but he knew what to do. He only took out a small part, which was enough for him to pass the test. As for the remaining identity tokens, he put them in his interspatial ring. As for the final result, out of the 3 immortal saints, only one of them got 50,000 points and passed the test. The remaining 2 had fewer points. As for the 12 surviving divine masters, including Jian Wushuang, 10 of them got enough points. Only 2 of them were unlucky and got fewer points. It could be seen that compared to the immortal saint, the probability of a divine master passing the assessment was higher. Those who pass the assessment will be ordinary members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance from today onwards. You can enjoy the treatment of ordinary members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Here are your identity tokens and costumes. Come up and take them one by one, the goateed elder said. The immortal saint and the 10 divine masters who had passed the assessment stepped forward one by one and took an identity token and a set of clothes from the goateed elder. Well, the assessment is over. Except for you, the rest of you can leave through the spatial passage. The goateed elder pointed at a person. The person being pointed at was Jian Wushuang. The people around quickly left through the space passage, leaving Jian Wushuang alone. Jian Wushuang had a strange look on his face. He did not know why the goateed elder wanted to leave him alone. Heavenly Sword Marquis, there's a lord in the Heaven-Slaying Alliance who wants to see you. The goateed elder looked at Jian Wushuang with a gentle smile. A lord wants to see me? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Come with me, the goateed elder said and then led the way. Although Jian Wushuang felt strange, he still followed the goateed elder. Because the assessment had ended, the great barrier that had always existed in Black Dragon Mountain had disappeared. The goateed elder took Jian Wushuang away from the land of Black Dragon Mountain and came to a tall tower in the surrounding void. The goateed elder led Jian Wushuang into the tower and soon arrived at the top floor. There were 2 people waiting for him on the top floor. When they saw Jian Wushuang come in, they immediately came up to him. Heavenly Sword Marquis, let me introduce you. This is Lord Shui Yu, whom you have met before. The goateed elder pointed at the beautiful young woman. Lord Shui Yu. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly to show his respect. He had indeed seen Shui Yu before, and he had also seen her kill the patriarch of Black Dragon Mountain with a thunderbolt. However, at that time, Shui Yu was wearing a mask, but now she was not. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are too polite. I didn't expect you to be so powerful when we met before. Shui Yu smiled slightly. This is Lord Long Yun. The goateed elder pointed at the purple-haired youth. Both Lord Long Yun and Lord Shui Yu are top geniuses in the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. They are real geniuses. Lord Long Yun. Jian Wushuang also bowed to Long Yun. Haha, I don't dare to call myself a genius in front of you. You don't have to call me Lord. Just call me by my name. Long Yun was very enthusiastic. At the same time, he glanced at the goateed elder. You can go down first. Let us talk alone. Yes. The goateed elder nodded and immediately turned to leave. Only Jian Wushuang, Long Yun, and Yao Yu were left in the space on the top floor of the attic. Brother Tianho, take a seat. Long Yun waved his hand. Jian Wushuang did not stand on ceremony and directly sat down beside a long table. To tell you the truth, I specially invited you here for one reason. Long Yun did not beat around the bush. Instead, he directly stated his intention. I want to invite you to join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and become a member of the 3 palaces. Join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. I have passed the assessment of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Am I not an ordinary member now? That's different. Long Yun shook his head. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is an extremely loose alliance with almost no restrictions. Many members of the alliance join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance for their own interests, and so is your status as an ordinary member now, Brother Heavenly Sword Marquis. And by joining, I mean truly joining the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and becoming a core member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Core? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Isn't it said that the original level above the Emperor level is the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Haha, Brother Heavenly Sword Marquis, the so-called original level members are the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. This is just a rumor from the outside world. In fact, the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance does not distinguish between realms. It depends on their talent and strength. As long as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance believes that an immortal saint, or even a divine master has great potential, he can become the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. That's why there are 3 palaces in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Long Yun said. 3 palaces? Which 3 palaces? Jian Wushuang asked. The Heaven-Earth Palace, the Primitive Palace, and the Primal Chaos Palace. Long Yun began to explain to Jian Wushuang. He told Jian Wushuang about the basic situation of the 3 palaces, including their significance and the level of geniuses. Chapter 2948. Rejection. After listening to Long Yun's detailed explanation, Jian Wushuang had a certain understanding of the 3 palaces. To put it bluntly, the 3 palaces were specifically used by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to cultivate geniuses and monsters. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's forces were spread across every corner of the Primordial Palace, and there were countless experts who joined the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, these experts were very loose and there were no restrictions. Among the experts who joined the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, it was inevitable that there would be some extremely outstanding geniuses who were monsters. To these top geniuses and monsters, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would send out an invitation, asking them to join the 3 palaces. Once they entered these 3 palaces, they could receive the greatest degree of cultivation in the entire absolute beginning divine realm. There were countless resources and treasures, and because they had everything, they could allow this genius monster's strength to increase at the fastest speed. However, there were 2 sides to everything. If he wanted to enter the three palaces and receive the best cultivation, then from now on, this genius would truly belong to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although he did not have to be absolutely loyal to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he had to contribute some strength to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Brother Tiaho, during the 10 days you roamed the Black Dragon Mountain, Shui Yu and I saw your performance clearly through the enchantment, including the fact that you killed the peak false Saint Jean Shur of the Black Dragon Mountain. Long Yun looked at Jian Wushuang solemnly. You are only a divine master, but you have the battle strength of a true saint. Your comprehension of the sword principle is so high that you have already surpassed many true saints. With such talent, Shui Yu and I are sure that you can enter the primordial palace of the three palaces. You can even enter the Primal Chaos Palace if you try your best to improve the rules. That's the Primal Chaos Palace. Even if our Heaven-Cleaving Alliance gathers all the countless geniuses in the absolute beginning divine realm, there are only a few dozen people who can enter the Primal Chaos Palace to cultivate in each era. If these people walk out from the Primal Chaos Palace in the future, as long as they don't die midway, 99% of them can become masters of laws. Even Shui Yu and I yearn for such a place. Long Yun exclaimed, and Shui Yu, who was beside him, also showed a fanatical look. After a long while, Long Yun calmed down a little and asked, Brother Heavenly Marquis, how about it? Do you want to go to the core level of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance with me? Long Yun looked at Jian Wushuang with a look of anticipation. Hearing his words, Jian Wushuang thought for a while and then shook his head. I'm sorry, but I refuse. What? Long Yun's face changed. Shui Yu, who was standing next to him, also looked at him in surprise. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had 3 palaces, and it was the second-ranked primitive palace. It might even be the highest-level Primal Chaos Palace. It was the cultivation holy land that countless top geniuses in the divine beginning world dreamed of. Countless experts fought for the chance to enter the 3 palaces, but they could not. But now, such a good opportunity was presented to them. As long as Jian Wushuang agreed to go with them, they guaranteed that Jian Wushuang would definitely be able to enter the primitive palace. But Jian Wushuang actually refused? Brother Heavenly Marquis, you have to think carefully. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is the publicly recognized #1 alliance in the divine beginning world. We have the strength and means to reach the heavens. And the 3 palaces, any one of them is the dream of countless geniuses, especially the Primitive Palace and the Chaos Palace. Like me and Shui Yu, we are both top geniuses. Take Shui Yu for example. She is only a rank 1 true saint, and has just broken through to the rank 1 true saint realm. She has just mastered the immortal body, but her battle strength is strong enough to rival an ordinary rank 3 true saint. With such strength, she can only stay in the Heaven-Earth Palace. At the very least, you can join the Primitive Palace. This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity, Long Yun said anxiously. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. What surprised him was Shui Yu's strength. Previously, he knew that Shui Yu was a heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and was very strong. This could be seen from the fact that she easily killed the Patriarch of the Black Dragon Mountain. However, Jian Wushuang did not expect that Shui Yu was only a rank 1 true saint who had just mastered the immortal body. He was a rank 1 true saint who had just broken through, but his battle strength was comparable to an ordinary rank 3 true saint. His talent was impressive. However, Shui Yu was only a member of the Heaven-Earth Palace, which was the lowest level among the 3 palaces. From this, it could be seen how great the talent level of the Primitive Palace and the Chaos Palace was. It was impossible for Jian Wushuang not to be tempted by such a cultivation holy land, which had gathered so many top geniuses of the Primitive Palace. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang also had his own concerns and thoughts. Firstly, he did not want to have too many restrictions. Joining the 3 palaces of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would indeed allow him to receive the most training, but at the same time, he would become a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and would have to work for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the future. Secondly, and most importantly, he did not know the position and nature of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance at all. To be more precise, He did not know which side the heaven-cleaving alliance was on. One had to know that his identity was very sensitive. The will of the heavenly Tao clearly did not want him to live in this world. In the third heaven, the 3 great holy regions, the 4 great divine races, and the 8 directions heavenly sect all wanted him dead. And the heaven-cleaving alliance, as the publicly acknowledged number 1 alliance in the absolute beginning divine realm, what position did he stand on? Was he on the side of the will of the heavenly Tao, the 3 great holy regions, the 4 great divine races, and the 8 directions heavenly sect, or was he on the opposite side of the will of the heavenly Tao? It was similar to the 7-star mysterious sect, or it was neutral? Jian Wushuang knew nothing about this. Under such circumstances, why would he want to go to the core of the heaven-cleaving alliance? Although the name of the heaven-cleaving alliance should not be on the same side as the will of heaven, what if? If the heaven-cleaving alliance was on the same side as the will of the heavenly Tao, would it not be suicidal for him to go to the core of the heaven-cleaving alliance? In conclusion, even though he had some desire for the cultivation geniuses of the 3 palaces, he rejected them without hesitation. Sir Longyun, Sir Shuiyu, I'm sorry. I'm not really interested in the 3 palaces you mentioned. Jian Wushuang rejected them again and stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Longyun frowned but soon relaxed. Well, since Brother Tianhou doesn't want to join, I won't force you. But there's a token here. I hope you can keep it. In the future, if you come to your senses or meet with any trouble, you can contact me through this token. Seeing Longyun take out the token, Jian Wushuang hesitated for a moment and took it. Then he turned around and left. Chapter 2949 Secret Domain. Seeing Jian Wushuang completely disappear from their sight, Longyun and Shuiyu both looked a bit unsightly. He refused? How could Heavenly Sword Marquis refuse to enter the primitive palace? Shuiyu frowned and seemed to be in disbelief. Perhaps what we said was not comprehensive enough to truly move him. We had no choice but to report this matter to the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and have them personally invite people to talk to him, Longyun said. Is it useful for the higher-ups to look for him? Shuiyu was puzzled. I don't know, but it has nothing to do with us. As long as we report the news of the discovery of this peerless genius, we will be able to receive a big reward, Longyun said. That's true. Shuiyu nodded slightly. The primitive palace, or even the primal chaos palace, is like a pie falling from the sky to us, but Heavenly Sword Marquis doesn't care at all. It's really... Longyun and Shuiyu were secretly amazed. The 385th nest of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance was also the nest Jian Wushuang had been in before. Jian Wushuang returned to the nest after completing the assessment. In the hall, Shuedong King was still waiting. When he saw Jian Wushuang walk out of the inner hall, Shuedong King immediately went up to him. Ha, Brother Tianhou, you came out so quickly? Shuedong King smiled and asked. How about the assessment? What do you think? Jian Wushuang gently waved a token in his hand. This token was his identity token. I knew it would be a piece of cake for you to pass the assessment with your strength. Shuedong King laughed, and was not surprised at all. Come on, tell me, what did you encounter in this assessment? Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King sat down at the table next to them, and then Jian Wushuang also briefly explained the contents of the test. Thanks, there are actually 11 immortal saints alive in Black Dragon Mountain. Under such circumstances, it's really difficult for you to think of a way to kill those immortal saints in Black Dragon Mountain. Shuedong King pursed his lips and said, It can't be helped. This is the test of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although this task is difficult, many people have passed it. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. By the way, Brother Heavenly Marquis, since you have passed this test and you have officially become an ordinary member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, then the 3-star task we talked about before. Shuedong King looked at Jian Wushuang with eager eyes. No problem. When will you set off? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. He had promised Shuedong King that he would go on an ordinary 3-star mission with him. Although it was only an ordinary mission, it was not too difficult since it had reached the 3-star level. Haha, there's no rush. Let's have a drink first. In addition, I'll tell you the details of this mission before we set off, Shuedong King said with a smile. Jian Wushuang nodded and then listened to Shuedong King's explanation. An hour later, Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King both accepted the mission and set off together. The Dark Shout Realm was a medium-sized realm. This was the location of Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King's mission, which was also the lair of the 3 Saints of Shadow. At the edge of the Dark Shout Realm, there was a huge restriction that completely sealed the entire realm. Although the area covered by the restriction was huge, it was not very powerful. It could block ordinary divine masters, but to the immortal saint, it was just a decoration. At this moment, Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King had already arrived at the periphery of the restriction. Shadow 3 Saints have already turned the Dark Shout Realm into their own paradise. Not only have they completely closed the spatial passage of this realm, but they have also used a restriction to cover the entire Dark Shout Realm. If we want to enter the Dark Shout Realm, we have to forcibly break through this restriction. Although it's not difficult to break through this restriction, once we do, 3 Shadow Saints will definitely notice and know of our arrival, Shuedong King said. Next to him stood a figure wearing a gray robe and a gray mask. His aura was extremely cold and evil. This figure was Jian Wushuang. He had changed into the unique attire of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and used the gray mask to turn himself into such a cold and evil figure. If you know, then you know. The 3 Shadow Saints are not weak. Even if they know that we are coming, they probably won't be too afraid. After all, in their eyes, I'm just a divine master and won't be a threat to them. As for you, Shuedong King, although you're very strong, the 3 of them can fight together. They won't be so scared that they will hide or run away, Jian Wushuang said. Well, in that case, let's force our way in. Shuedong King nodded. Immediately, Shuedong King waved his hand, and the terrifying divine power immediately tore a big hole in the restriction in front of them. Then, Jian Wushuang and Shuedong King directly entered the Dark Shout Realm. In the center of the Dark Shout Realm, there was a huge swamp. The swamp was filled with a faint earthen yellow air current. In the deepest part of the swamp, there was a towering but huge temple. This divine hall was the Shadow Hall where the 3 Shadow Saints lived. At this moment, in the depths of the Shadow Hall, 3 human figures were gathered together. Haha, 1 month. Just 1 more month and the Earth God fruit will ripen. It's been too long. Since the 3 of us discovered the Earth God fruit, it's been more than 100,000 years. During these 100,000 years, the 3 of us have been guarding here and haven't left for even a moment. In order to cover up the news of this Earth God fruit, we had to use all kinds of methods to completely seal this dark domain. We were afraid that other experts would come and discover the existence of this Earth God fruit. And now, our boring waiting days are coming to an end. 1 month, just 1 more month. The 3 Shadows, were obviously very excited. In the outside world, it was said that the 3 Shadows had sealed the Dark Shout Realm because of their evil natures. They wanted to turn the Dark Shout Realm into their paradise, and enslave all the cultivators in this realm. However, that was not the case. They only had one true goal, and that was the Earth God fruit that was about to mature in the Dark Shout Realm. The Earth God fruit is an excellent treasure that cultivates the laws of the earth. Its value is shocking, and it's enough to make many true saints fight for it, especially those who comprehend the laws of the earth. Among the 3 Shadow Saint, a cold old man in a gray robe was smiling sinisterly. Chapter 2950 3 Sages of the Shadow. As far as I know, the only true saint in this territory is someone who understands the laws of the earth. If he knew that there was an Earth God fruit here, he would definitely rush over like crazy. Unfortunately, he doesn't know about this place at all, the cold old man said with a cold smile. The value of this Earth God fruit is shocking. If we had a good channel, we could definitely sell it for an astronomical price. The true saint in our surrounding territory is only a first-level true saint. How could he have the qualifications to possess such a good treasure? Another black-haired skinny man said in a low voice. No matter what, we only need to wait here for a month. After a month, when the earth god fruit ripens, we will think of a way to sell it. Then we will be rich. The last fat bald youth said with a strange smile. The three of them chatted leisurely. At this moment, oh! The three's expressions suddenly changed. The restriction that covered the entire Dark Shout realm was set up by the three of them together. When this restriction was torn apart, the three of them simultaneously sensed it. Someone tore apart the restriction and directly barged in. The gloomy and cold old man said in a deep voice. The restriction set up by the three of us might cover a large area, but no one below the undying sage should be able to break it. Now that it's been torn open, the immortal saint must have taken action. The black-haired skinny man said in a cold voice. Third brother, take a careful look. Okay. The chubby bald youth nodded. Then, he closed his eyes and began to investigate. The restrictions of the three of them were formed with the bald youth as the core. The bald youth was able to merge into the restrictions and clearly see the area that had been torn apart. I saw it. There are two people who have torn apart the restrictions. If nothing unexpected happens, one of them should be the Shuedong King, the bald youth said. Shuedong King? It's him? The cold old man and the black-haired skinny man frowned. Shuedong King had a strange temper and was extremely powerful. Not only was he famous in the Inkstone realm, but he was also quite famous in the surrounding realms. This was especially true after Shuedong King had broken through to become an immortal saint. His strength had soared and his name had naturally become even more famous. Although the three of them had stayed in the Dark Shout realm all year round to wait, they still maintained contact with the outside world. Naturally, they had heard of this Shuedong King. We don't have any entanglements with this Shuedong King. What is he doing here? Moreover, it has to be at this time, the black-haired skinny man said in a deep voice. Third brother, you just said that there were two people who came together. Where is the other one? The cold-looking elder asked. There is another person wearing a gray robe and a gray mask on his face. From the looks of it, he should also be a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the bald youth said. Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? The cold elder was immediately shocked. However, the aura emitted by this person from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is only at the Divine Master level. There's no need to pay any attention to him, the bald youth said. Divine Master? The cold elder looked over in surprise. Third brother, look carefully. Is that person really just a Divine Master? Of course, I saw him very clearly. Moreover, with my perceptive ability, even an ordinary first-level true saint wouldn't be able to conceal his aura in front of me. It's impossible for him to conceal his aura, the bald youth said with certainty. If that's the case, then it's still fine. The cold old man and the black-haired skinny man both let out a sigh of relief. If the person who had arrived was the Shuedong King, an immortal saint whose strength was unknown in the outside world, then they would definitely be nervous, worried that the Shuedong King duo would attack them. However, now that they knew that the person who had come with the Shuedong King was only a Divine Master, there was nothing to worry about. Although Shuedong King's strength was extraordinary, and he was extremely strong among the peak false saints, very close to the true saints, with the combined strength of the three of them, they could still contend against him. If they used a few more tricks, they were even confident that they could beat Shuedong King back. Because of this, they were not worried about Shuedong King at all. As for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance expert who came with Shuedong King, he was just a mere Divine Master. Even if he was a peak invincible Divine Master, they would not care too much about him. Such a lineup would only make them treat him seriously, but it would not make them choose to run for their lives. No matter what, at this juncture, Shuedong King and Shuedong King came uninvited. We still have to be careful. Third brother, use your restriction to hide the earth god fruit. Don't let them see any clues when you go, said the cold old man. Don't worry. With me here, even if he uses his soul power, he won't be able to find anything, the bald youth said with a smile. That's good. Let's go and welcome him, the cold elder said. Immediately, the three of them went to the sky above the swamp and waited there quietly. Jian Wushuang and Shui Dong King tore the restriction and entered the dark shout domain. They flew toward the center and soon arrived above the swamp. Sure enough, the three shadow saints knew we were coming and were already waiting there. Jian Wushuang looked ahead and could clearly see the three figures standing in the void. Humph, these three guys are really bold. They knew we were coming and were probably looking for trouble, but they didn't run away. They are courting death. Shui Dong King sneered. They are courting death. Jian Wushuang also sneered. In the blink of an eye, the two people had already appeared in front of the third saint. The third saint stood proudly in the void. When he saw Jian Wushuang and Shui Dong King, he was not nervous or afraid at all. Shui Dong King, and this friend from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, may I know why you have come to my secret realm? The leader of the third saint's shadow, the cold elder, asked indifferently. Our purpose is very simple. We only have one purpose. That is to send you three brothers to the road of the underworld and make a trip there, Shui Dong King said directly. Send us to the road of the underworld? The three shadow saints' faces immediately turned cold. Shui Dong King, you are too arrogant. Not long ago, you were just a divine master. Even if you have some strength, you are just an ant in front of us three brothers. Now, although you have reached the immortal saint realm and your battle strength is much stronger than before, you can't take advantage of us alone, can you? The cold elder said in a low voice. Haha, that may not be the case. The corners of Shui Dong King's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and said softly, Brother Tianhou, I'll test the strength of the three shadow saints first. Wait until it's about time for you to watch, then attack. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Chapter 2951, Looking Down on Me? Ha, three shadow saints, allow me to meet you. Maniacal laughter reverberated in the air. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Shui Dong King's body, and he dashed out, a long green saber appearing in his hand. Following the sound of rushing wind, the long green saber slashed out like a bolt of green lightning with mighty momentum. Attack together and kill him! The leader of the three shadow saints, the cold old man, shouted. Instantly, three auras at the level of immortal saints rose up. None of these three auras could compare to Shui Dong King, but at this moment, the three of them were working together. Moreover, the three shadow saints had lived together for a long time, fighting and fighting together. Their cooperation had reached an extremely tacit level. When they worked together, they were not afraid of any top false saint. Bang! 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 A low sound of collision and explosion was heard in the void. Each time they collided, a violent wave of air swept out crazily in the surroundings. Jian Wushuang stood at the edge and looked at the battlefield in front of him. He had no intention of attacking. As I expected, Shui Dong King had hidden a lot of his strength when he fought with me. His real combat strength is definitely the strongest among the top false saints. He is infinitely close to an ordinary true saint. However, the strength of the three shadow saints is not weak. If the three of them were to split up, their combat strength would only be at the level of an ordinary immortal saint. However, with the three of them working together, they can fight head-on with Shui Dong King. Jian Wushuang praised. He could clearly see that on the battlefield, the Shui Dong King and the three shadow saints had already used all their strength, but the two sides were evenly matched. In terms of advantage, the Shui Dong King barely had an advantage, but this advantage was negligible. Moreover, the three shadow saints seemed to have a trump card that they had yet to use. Haha, Shui Dong King, I admit that your strength is tyrannical. In the many surrounding domains other than that lord who has already reached the true saint level, I'm afraid that no one is your match. Unfortunately, your strength is only about the same as the three of us brothers. Do you want to kill us? You're simply dreaming. The gloomy and cold old man laughed loudly. Shuedong King's face darkened, but he also shook his head and felt helpless. Indeed, I can't do anything to you three alone, but I'm not the only one here. Shuedong King grinned and looked at Jian Wushuang. Brothers of the Heavenly Marquis, let's kill them together. The three shadows immediately looked at Jian Wushuang with disdain in their eyes. From the beginning to the end, they did not take Jian Wushuang, a divine master, seriously. However, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and thought to himself, these three brothers are not weak. If I fight them head-on, I'll have to spend some means to kill them. In that case, I won't waste time with them. I'll just kill them one by one. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He instantly turned into a stream of light and shot out. The Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hand. A mere divine master dares to participate in a fierce battle at the level of the immortal saint. He's courting death. A trace of contempt flashed through the bald youth who ranked third. With a wave of his hand, a majestic divine power gathered in front of him and formed a huge fist that attacked Jian Wushuang. Oh, are you looking down on me? Jian Wushuang curled his lips slightly. He did not even bother to wave his sword as he looked at the incoming fist. With just a thought, an invisible sword shadow instantly condensed in front of him and then burst out. The sword shadow crushed the fist that had gathered divine power. It directly tore the fist into pieces. Jian Wushuang's figure was not hindered at all. He had already appeared in front of the bald young man. Third brother, be careful! Dodge! The cold elder and the black-haired skinny man were shocked because they had already seen a beautiful sword light. The sword light was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. It was incredibly fast. What? The bald young man widened his eyes and looked at the beautiful sword light coming toward him, but he could not react at all. Chi! The beautiful sword light brushed past the bald young man's neck, and the bald young man's entire head flew out. The first one. Jian Wushuang smiled and appeared next to the black-haired skinny man. Whoosh! It was also an extremely beautiful sword attack, but it directly created a huge sword net. The sword net was like a ferocious beast that opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the black-haired skinny man completely. Second brother, run! The cold old man not far away shouted. The black-haired skinny man had already reacted. If the three of them worked together, their battle strength would indeed be tyrannical. Unless they met a true saint, they would not have any scruples. But if the three of them were to be disintegrated and killed one by one, they would only have the battle strength of an ordinary immortal saint. Now that the bald youth had been killed on the spot, the three-man alliance had been broken, leaving only the two of them to escape. Run! The black-haired skinny man instantly burst out his fastest speed, wanting to escape the sword net before it completely covered him. However, at this time, Jian Wushuang suddenly raised one of his palms and pointed in his direction. The power of the space-time rule immediately burst out. The space-time where the black-haired skinny man was immediately frozen. It was so heavy that it was almost negligible. However, in such a short time, the sword net had completely enveloped the black-haired skinny man and a large number of sword lights attacked him. The black-haired skinny man did not even have time to scream before his divine body was crushed into pieces. No! Seeing this scene, the cold elder's eyes became bloodshot and crazy. It was too fast. Jian Wushuang was too fast. At first, none of the three brothers thought much of Jian Wushuang as a divine master. However, Jian Wushuang killed the third brother, the bald youth, in an instant, and then the second brother with a thunderbolt. That was the black-haired skinny man. The cold-faced elder saw everything, but he could not help them in time. He could only watch as his two brothers were mercilessly killed by Jian Wushuang. Your two brothers are already dead. Now it's your turn. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Chapter 2952, Discovery. Haha, third Saint Umbra, I'd like to see if you're dead or not. Shuedong King laughed coldly. The cold elder's body trembled as if he had gone mad. His scarlet eyes also looked at Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing. Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing were in the middle of him. The cold elder knew very well that in this situation, he had no chance of survival. Xue Dongqing and you. Good. Good. I, the third Shadow Saint, have dominated the endless territories for so many years. Today, I am finally defeated by you. However, although we three brothers are dead, you will not have a good time. The cold elder shouted. Humph! Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing had already stepped forward. With their combined efforts, the cold elder was killed in an instant. But before he was killed, a message was sent out from the cold elder's hand. In the void, Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing stood side by side. The three Shadow Saints are dead, Jian Wushuang said coldly. It's all thanks to you, brother Heavenly Marquis. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to kill the three brothers. Xue Dongqing chuckled. It's a good thing that I asked you to complete this 3-star mission. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for me to kill the three Shadow Saints alone. Compared to those below the true Saint realm, this ordinary 3-star mission is indeed a little difficult. Jian Wushuang nodded. This mission was to kill the three Shadow Saints, but Jian Wushuang also saw the strength of the three Shadow Saints. It was too difficult for an ordinary peak false saint to complete this mission. Even for an existence like Xue Dongqing, who was infinitely close to a true saint, it was also a bit difficult to face such a mission. Brothers of the Heaven Marquis, since the three Shadow Saints are dead, let's distribute the resources and treasures in their interspatial rings. Xue Dongqing suggested. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The two immediately began to distribute the treasures. The three Shadow Saints were real immortal saints and had collected a lot of resources. They had obtained a lot of resources, but unfortunately, they did not have any precious treasures in their interspatial rings. The task is completed. Brother Heavenly Marquis, let's go back, Xue Dongqing said. Don't worry. Jian Wushuang waved his hand to stop him. What's wrong? Xue Dongqing looked at him. Have you noticed that the place where the three Shadow Saints live, the palace below, is a bit special? Jian Wushuang said. The palace is special? Xue Dongqing was stunned and immediately covered it with his soul power. This palace is nothing special except for a layer of special restriction at the bottom, Xue Dongqing said. It's the special restriction, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. The restriction is at the bottom of the palace, which means it's underground. If I saw such an underground restriction, I would think that there is a secret chamber. The third Saint Shadow was in seclusion in the secret chamber, so he specially set up a restriction to prevent anyone from disturbing him. But now, the third Saint Shadow has come out, and no one is in the secret room. Why is the restriction still open? If it's really just a restriction covering the secret room, they can use some of the restrictions at will. With their strength, even if they set up a restriction casually, no one should be able to break it in the secret shout domain. But look at the layer of restrictions below, it's very powerful. Most importantly, the restriction has the ability of confusion and concealment, so you and I can't see what's on the other end of the restriction. That's strange. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Xue Dongqing also revealed a strange expression. Brother Heavenly Marquis, are you saying that there is a secret hidden on the other side of the restriction? Xue Dongqing asked. I don't know, but since we have found something strange there is no harm in going to take a look. Let's go down. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately headed down to the palace. The palace used to be where the third Shadow Saints clan lived. There were a lot of maids and servants in the palace, but now because of the death of the third Shadow Saints clan, the maids and servants were scared and fled in all directions. Of course, they were both surprised and delighted at the same time. The strength of the third Shadow Saints clan meant that they could finally get rid of the hands of the three demons. Jian Wushuang and Xue Dongqing had already appeared at the bottom of the palace, in front of the restriction. This restriction does look powerful. Xue Dongqing looked at the restriction in front of him, and waved the long saber in his hand. An extremely domineering saber light directly broke the restriction in front of him. When the restriction was broken, many things hidden under the restriction were immediately exposed to Jian Wushuang and Shui Dong King. When they swept their soul power, they were stunned. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their figures appeared next to a pool as if they had teleported. It was called a pool, but there was no water in it. Instead, there were all kinds of black mud. In the center of the pool, which was the center of the survivors, there was an earthy yellow fruit tree. On the tree, there was an earthy yellow fruit the size of a baby's head. The earthy yellow fruit emitted a special fragrance. The fruit was surrounded by a hazy earthy yellow energy. Jian Wushuang and Shui Dong King both recognized this energy. It was the power of the law of the earth. What a rich power of the law of the earth! What kind of treasure is this fruit? Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. Tut, tut, no wonder it was covered with restriction. There is such a fruit hidden here. Shui Dong King also praised. I don't know what this fruit is, but judging from the power of earth rules covered on the surface of the fruit, it must be a treasure that is very useful for comprehending the earth rules. It's a treasure, and its value should be extraordinary. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly, but then his expression became strange. No, there's something wrong with this fruit. If I'm not wrong, it should not be fully ripe. Not fully ripe? Shui Dong King was stunned, but then he understood. It was indeed not fully ripe. If it had been fully ripe, the third saint would not have let it stay here. It would have picked it long ago. I see. No wonder 3 shadow saints would close all the space passages leading to the outside world and completely cover the entire Dark Shout realm with restrictions. It turns out that he did not want to make the Dark Shout realm a better paradise for them, but for this fruit. They were worried that a powerful immortal saint would come to the Dark Shout realm and discover the fruit, so they simply sealed the realm completely. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice, "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."